Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we the representatives of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dance, law, dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay respect to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. I declare the meeting open.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I'm just seeking some clarity on the additional E&C reports that were provided. This is from the meeting of yesterday, the 7th of August. Just my staff are having trouble locating the document that contains the commercial in confidence figures for the Beams Road item. Could you please advise the reference by which that goes, Clause A, Attachment A, or whatever it might be, please?
Sure. Can I get some information to you before E&C? Thank you. Councillor Hutton, apologies, please.
Thank you, Chair. I advise that Councillor Marx will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from this meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that Councillor Marx be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minutes, please, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,716th meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the minutes of the 4,716th meeting of Council held on the 1st of August 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any standing committee? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, we have been fighting for the federal government to honour their commitment to the Beams Road upgrade. Can you update the chamber on the status of this and other federal road projects in Brisbane?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and can I thank Councillor Landers for her keen and ongoing interest. I know that both she and her predecessor, Councillor Cooper, were deeply committed to delivering for the north side and ensuring that people who lived in that community, the Bracken Ridge community, were able to get home sooner and safer on a safe and efficient road network. And part of that has been, part of the encumbrance on that has limited that ability is the current state of Beams Road. But we have long worked with the federal government to deliver an upgrade to that road. We're working with the state government for their crossing, which still is in limbo. And while they are having trouble getting getting a confirmation from the federal government, and I can share with the room that to get the sign-off from the federal minister last week was a real, and then to work with the tenderer to be able to get these contracts in order has been a real effort to keep ourselves balanced on the beams, as it was. That we have to work. We've been working with the federal government. It has been really disappointing. They have put at risk hundreds of millions of dollars of roadworks across the state of Queensland and in particular Brisbane at both council and state level, and that the fact that the minister came and was able to give us comfort, a letter of comfort which arrived last Wednesday, disappointingly after there was a great deal of media interest in the fact that her decision and Prime Minister Albanese's decision to delay the work. Now, it's important to remember that had that delay continued, because of our probity policies, we would have had to go to re-tender, which would have cost money in the internal tendering process. It would have meant I appreciate the interjection. Labor was trying to botch our project, but we have got it through. And I tell you, the Labor Party have been committed. The Labor Party have been committed to scotching Beams Road for some time. The state government, in particular, has been committed to delaying our project to make their project look better.
Councillor Wines, just one moment. Come on. There's a bit too much chatter. I'm having trouble hearing Councillor Wines, and I'm sure if I'm having trouble, there's going to be others within the chamber. Can we please afford the chair some courtesy and let him respond to the question? Councillor Wines.
Now, while the state has been slow-walking necessary works for our project, we have got that secured as well. What was it that we needed from them? We needed land from both the Economic Development branch of the state government and from the Department of Energy. Both of those have been acquired, but very late, Mr Chair, very late. It would almost be as if the state government was working to delay our work to make the delays on their work appear passably okay. And that is absolutely a rubbish move by the state government. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I know that he's committed to this project. I know that he wants this built. So I call on him to stop carping, to stop bagging the project and vote for it today when it comes through. And to hassle and to ask Minister Annika Wells why she and the government of which she's a member were comfortable delaying this project, were comfortable engaging in activities that increased the cost of this project, that why Ms Wells was comfortable engaging in activities that lengthened the time of delivery. I think that they're all questions that should be asked of the Minister and the member for Lilly. But no, the Labor Party in this place won't ask that because they don't want this project delivered. In fact, they don't want any roads in this city delivered. And then when they're not delivered because of their efforts, they want to be able to criticise us. It is a deeply, deeply cynical move by them. But rest assured, Mr Chair, that this council, the Schrinner Council, will always get on with the job and always work to make our communities even better. And there is no better example than the fact that today we'll be voting on the SCP to allow the officers to move through the tender process and sign the contract with the tenderer this week so we can get this show on the road. Now, I want councillors to remember that this project was initially in 3 sections, being Stage 1, Stage 2 and Stage 3. Stage 1 was just to the east of Cowie Road to Handford intersection in Tagum or Zilmere. Tagum? Now, Stage 1A, which is what we'll be talking about, is the west of the state's work on the Beams Road open level crossing to east of Cowie Road. That is Stage 1A. That's always been Stage 1A, and that is what we will be commencing on first. And then once 1A is complete, we'll move to 1B, and then ultimately to 1C. But we're always starting in that Dorval precinct. We're always starting in the old QT.
Your time has expired. And also, Councillor Wines, can I remind you, if you're going to respond to other councillors in the chamber, that you do that through the chair? Thank you. Councillor Collier, how are you? You have a question?
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Tracy Price, Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate, has announced that we would spend an additional $25 million a year over the next 4 years, over and above the current funding, that would see 2,000 broken and dangerous footpaths fixed and an additional 200 kilometres of new footpaths constructed.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, just in accordance with the meeting's local law, a question must be asked without statement and be asked succinctly.
Councillor Owen, there's 2 minutes to ask a question. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Collier, please continue.
Since then, we've heard nothing from you about how you would tackle the lack of accessibility in our city and our suburbs. With the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games on the horizon and August being Queensland Walks Month, Lord Mayor, why won't you match Labor and Tracy Price's commitment to a more accessible Brisbane?
Lord Mayor.
Okay, Mr Chair, that's an interesting question. Look, I'm certainly not aware of any new policies being released, but I am aware of a one-page document that was released weeks and weeks and weeks ago in a rearguard action following our Walkable Brisbane strategy release. I am aware that once again Labor was caught with no policies, and so they came up in a dog-ate-my-homework way and put out a one-pager, and they said it's a policy. Just happened to be the same failed policy they took to the last election, which was also a one-pager. But if you want to see a real strategy when it comes to making Brisbane more walkable, have a look at our Walkable Brisbane strategy, because it's all in there. It is all in there. And the only thing missing is any kind of real policy approach from the Australian Labor Party. Any kind of real policy approach. What we see is Labor making one-page announcements and trying to pass them off as actual policies. What we see is they're making promises which they know they won't keep because their record in office shows that they failed dismally when it comes to investment in walkability and footpaths. And we know that every single year of this administration and its predecessors, we have outspent Labor massively when it comes to footpaths. Every single year. We hear the continued lies being peddled by the other side, the lies being peddled, and they have been discredited again and again and again, but unfortunately continue to be peddled. But the people of Brisbane can see through this.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I think the question asked the Lord Mayor whether he would agree to spend an extra $25 million per year on footpaths. I have people who have accessibility issues who want to know.
That is, Councillor Griffiths, you well know that the Lord Mayor has a period of time to answer the question. There is plenty of time for the Lord Mayor to answer his question. Lord Mayor.
I think it's incumbent on Labor councillors, if they're going to suggest that an extra $25 million will be spent, to actually come up with a list of which streets it'll be spent in. Because we know, from what they've said in the past in this chamber, that residents will no longer get a say on where footpaths are built. And any street that doesn't have a footpath, regardless of whether residents want one or not, Labor's coming with the bulldozers, with the concrete trucks. They want to pave paradise to put up a footpath, whether you like it or not.
Councillor Griffiths, your point of order.
Under council policy, they're entitled to one if it's about accessibility.
That is not a valid point of order. Lord Mayor.
You're absolutely right, Mr Chair. It was not a valid point. The reality is no one puts any weight in anything that Labor says. But if they want a shred of credibility, come up with a list. You tell me where you think that money should be spent, because
point of order,
for every...
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Just under the Meetings Local Law, the Lord Mayor is required to actually answer the question. It was very simple, whether he would match Labor's commitment for an additional $25 million being spent on making Brisbane more accessible. There's a list of 6,000 streets. Yes. There's a list of 6,000 streets without footpaths.
Councillor Cassidy, sorry.
So maybe he should just start the
Councillor
work,
Cassidy,
start the job.
you know when I speak you are to stop. You know that. Now, when I start speaking, you stop. That is not a valid point of order, and you do not debate points of order at all. You're well aware of that. You've been in this place long enough. Lord Mayor.
Now, I've heard that there's a list of streets, apparently. I'd like Councillor Cassidy to table this list, and I'm happy to do the consultation for him. I'm happy to ride out to those streets to let those residents know that Labor wants to put a concrete footpath in your street. And do you support that or not? I'm also happy to point out the current funding that Labor councillors have available to build footpaths when they choose not to, time and time and time again. And so, as I said repeatedly, you cannot put any credibility in anything these people say, because they are hypocrites. They have money allocated to them year in, year out, which they fail to spend on footpaths. See, what they want is to spend money on other things and they want someone else to fix up the footpaths. That's what they want. That's what they really want. What they want is to say there should be a footpath.
Sorry. Councillor Whitney, I apologise, I couldn't hear over
That's
the
okay.
rest of the noise in the chamber.
Once again, on relevance, the Lord Mayor is not answering the question.
Don't uphold your order. I think he's very relevant, and he is...
Thank you, Mr Chair. What I can do is I can confirm that I do not support Labor's policy of removing consultation from the footpath program. I do not support that. I do not support Labor's proposal to remove consultation from the construction of footpaths in streets across the city, because it is right and appropriate that people get a say on this, because these are the same people that in so many respects...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor is required to answer the question. Does he support it or not? He's trying to say no without actually saying no, but he's required to actually answer the question.
Mr Chair,
not a point of order.
They don't have a policy, so I can't say whether I support it or not. What they've released is a one-pager. It's actually embarrassing for them. So I don't support their proposal of removing consultation, because in so many cases, these are the residents that actually take a great deal of pride in maintaining the nature strip. They look after it, they maintain it, they go the extra step to make sure that the nature strip is looking good. And so it is right that we ask them whether they would like a footpath or not.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Jenkinson.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can you please update the chamber on how Council is working with the state government on planning initiatives to address housing demand in Brisbane both now and over the long term?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I know certain councillors missed me in question time last week, and I was in fact attending a briefing organised by the Deputy Premier of all the mayors of South East Queensland on the new regional plan. And now I have to say that I am grateful and appreciative of this opportunity, because in the past we have not been afforded the opportunity to be briefed on a plan before it was released. And so we requested that this could occur, and the Deputy Premier did the right thing and agreed to that, and I commend him for the way in which he has approached this process. Obviously, we would like a little bit more notice next time than 1 day notice. But having said that, it is a significant improvement, and I appreciate the fact that the Deputy Premier invited us for that briefing. Obviously, as I've said repeatedly, Brisbane is now the fastest growing capital city in Australia. We are growing at a rate that's 3 times faster than Sydney and twice as fast as Melbourne. Population growth is our big challenge as we go forward, and ensuring that we have a consolidated, comprehensive plan across the region on how these extra people will be housed is really, really important. This is something that the mayors of South East Queensland have been calling for a significant period of time, because in the end, each council gets given a housing target which they are asked by the state government to meet. The last time the regional plan was updated was before the population boom that we have seen. It was before the pandemic, it was before a whole range of changes, and it was before the fact that we became the fastest growing capital city in Australia. And so what we have now is a new set of targets, new population projections, and a framework in which all councils can now work constructively to make sure we can accommodate the people that are moving to our city over the coming years. The new time frame takes us out to 2046, and across the region an extra 900,000 homes will be required by 2046 to house an extra 2.2 million people across the region. Now, Brisbane's share of that is significant. And in fact, the regional plan points out that we will need to find 209,000 new homes across the city between now and 2046 to accommodate 457,000 new or extra residents. We can do it. We can do it. because we have a clear housing strategy, our sustainable growth strategy, which sees new growth put in the right areas, areas like Kurilpa. And despite the fact that Labor councillors, the Greens councillor voted against this, the Labor state government gave it a big tick of approval. They supported our proposal because they know, deep down inside their hearts, they know.
Councillor Cassidy, this is a place of debate. If you want to debate it, you debate it in general business. At this point in time, the Lord Mayor is speaking. Give him the courtesy of being heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, the Labor state government knows deep down inside their hearts that the Kurilpa strategy is the right strategy, and that's why they supported it. And in fact, the Kurilpa strategy is one of the most significant planning changes to any suburb in Brisbane in the history of the city. And it was never a given that the state government was going to support it. And in fact, I expected, I must admit, I expected in the early days that they'd be taken hold of in the grips of the NIMBYs that would encourage them to oppose this, and that they would be pandering to the Greens' anti-development agenda and anti-housing agenda. So I commend the Deputy Premier for doing the right thing, and supporting Kurilpa as part of the announcement on the South East Queensland Regional Plan. But obviously, the plan includes more than just Kurilpa. And one of the things two things that were highlighted in the plan that was released last week were their support for Kurilpa and the way we'd approach Kurilpa, but secondly, their support for our build-to-rent incentive program. And in fact, it was called out as a case study in the draft regional plan of how to actively promote the provision of more build-to-rent accommodation in our community. And so they took the opportunity to single out what we were doing as an example for other councils in the region to support the provision of more rental accommodation.
Has expired. Further questions? Councillor Whitney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Lord Mayor. You have proudly claimed that you kept rates down in your recent budget. However, there are 13 suburbs across Brisbane where rates have increased by more than 7%. $100 a year more for these people need to scrape together when every dollar is counting in a cost of living crisis. Lord Mayor, how long do you expect these households to be able to keep their heads above water with increases like this?
Lord Mayor.
I know Councillor Whitney hasn't been here for very long, but there are 190 suburbs in Brisbane, and every year we make it very clear on what the average rate increase is for households right across the city. Not just for a small number of suburbs, but for the entire city as an aggregate. It's what we have always done, and in fact, that's the way that Labor administrations also provided their rate increase. And what would happen in past years would be Labor administrations would say, rates on average are going up by 6% this year. Rates are going up by 6% this year under Labor. And what do you think that means? If that's an average across the city, do you think that there would have been any suburbs going up by more than 6%? More than 6%? Absolutely. And look, Councillor Cassidy said this is in the 90s. Well, it was in a period when inflation was very, very low. It was in a period where the economy was booming. And so if Labor...
Point of order.
When inflation is
Just
low...
one moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Whitney.
My question was very clear. It was about how long he expects these families to keep their heads above water.
So your point of order is on relevance? Yes, thank you. Lord Mayor, you still have 1 minute 15.
And so in a period of incredibly low inflation, strong economic growth, Labor still couldn't manage their budget and had to put up rates by 6% on 4 occasions, and they want anyone...
Point of order.
They want everyone to believe that somehow
Just
they're
one
going to be
moment, Lord
better
Mayor.
next time.
Just on
They'll be
relevance,
better next
Chair.
time.
Lord
Point of
Mayor,
order.
just one moment. Councillor
Yeah, just
Cassidy.
on relevance, the Lord Mayor's talking about stuff that happened, 15, 20 years ago. The question was about the rates increase this year and how families are going to deal with this cost of living crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Lord Mayor, can I bring you back to the context of the question, please?
To all residents across Brisbane who are struggling with challenging conditions with the cost of living, I would simply say this. We have the lowest rates in South East Queensland. Our rate increase was one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in South East Queensland, and it was less than half the rate of inflation. So they can be sure that we've got their back to keep costs down when times are tough. Because under Labor, we know it would have been 6%, 7%, 8%. If Labor was in, it would have been 6%, 7%, 8%, not just across a few suburbs, but across every suburb. And so we will continue working hard to manage the finances responsibly so we can keep rates as low as possible.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the State Government South East Queensland's regional plan projects that the population of South East Queensland will balloon to 6 million people in 2046. Can you please inform the Chamber of how critical it will be to plan to boost housing supply, to build the homes to accommodate Brisbane's growing population?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Hammond for the question. A little bit of a struggle to get that out, but thank you all the same. Mr Chair, last week the State Government released the draft South East Queensland Regional Plan for community consultation. The South East Queensland Regional Plan helps to guide the region by providing a framework for delivering urban and suburban residential growth, whilst also ensuring this is undertaken in a sustainable manner while protecting our prosperity and livability. As the Lord Mayor indicated earlier, it is expected that 6 million people, or 6 million additional people, will call South East Queensland home by 2046, an increase of 2.2 million people. In the context of Brisbane, we're expected to grow by 457,000 people by 2046. And to put that into context, we're going to require 209,000 additional dwellings over that 23-year horizon. As a local government, we've been seeking this update, and certainly we acknowledge that the previous data provided in 2017 has become largely redundant. Since that time, our region has experienced rapid population growth with interstate and overseas migration adding to our organic growth. This has resulted in increased demand for additional housing. A key theme of our own housing strategy, Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, is one of the right housing in the right locations. And this could not be more important than in Brisbane, as we have limited new greenfield opportunities in this city. And so for Brisbane, with an increase in population, there will be a need to increase density, but in areas where this density can be supported. The Deputy Premier, in releasing the draft plan, reinforced this same sentiment. And I quote the Deputy Premier, "This plan doesn't mean growth everywhere. It plans for growth in suburbs that can cater for growth." The draft plan reflects what local governments have continually voiced: the need to support additional housing around existing infrastructure, along with planned infrastructure aligned to the South East Queensland Regional Plan. Our focus is on areas that can facilitate development with access to existing and planned transport and other infrastructure. This will be delivered by ensuring City Plan is dynamic and responsive to the challenging conditions in which we operate. Renewal opportunities, such as the Suburban Renewal Precincts program, aims to unlock opportunities for underutilised land to provide new homes and jobs, ensure quick and responsive planning outcomes, and deliver locally relevant outcomes. Work has already begun to complete a review of 70 hectares of land across the city, land that we believe lends itself to a mixed-use outcome. The draft plan also identifies the need to support regional economic clusters with a balanced approach to be taken on how land is prioritised for both residential and employment uses. We know our major centres have attracted significant housing and employment growth over the last 20 years with the integration of transport and community infrastructure providing an efficient form for suburban growth. That is why we have already commenced a review and analysis of our major centres at Carindale, Chermside, Garden City, Indooroopilly, Toombul and Toowong to consider the housing opportunities in those locations. The draft South East Queensland Plan also acknowledges our work to date by outlining our positive approach to housing initiatives and incentives. And as the Lord Mayor indicated earlier, the build-to-rent incentive and our special assessment unit to support that form of housing has been acknowledged by the state. And Mr Chair, I quote directly from the draft South East Queensland Regional Plan, and they advise that this presents a targeted approach to delivering new housing models that support the delivery of affordable housing outcomes. As a local government, we are focused on facilitating latent housing supply. This will be achieved through continually reviewing our planning framework, giving consideration to precinct planning, urban renewal, neighbourhood plans or other processes. But it's important to note that the planning system is only one contributing factor to housing supply. There are many other very significant factors that sit outside the planning system that impact supply of housing, such as land ownership and acquisition, accessing financing and funding, construction costs and supply chain issues, and the public attitude towards development.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the councillor for Doughboy was with the Lord Mayor last week spruiking a golf course, and Councillor Atwood said at the time, and I quote, "Genuinely, the first question I get asked everywhere I go is, when is the golf course opening?" But when I held a mobile office in Hemmant earlier this year, the first question I was asked was when council would fix critical drainage issues in the local area. So, Councillor Davis, how was Councillor Atwood so out of touch with her community?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much for the Mr Chair, thank you for the question. And let me tell you, Councillor Atwood is an amazing local councillor who is entirely in touch with her community. And in fact, a couple of weeks ago, I had the great opportunity of visiting the Doughboy ward, where Councillor Atwood gave me a tour of the brand new Comesley Beach Reserve playground, which was opened by the Lord Mayor last Friday. And my understanding and the feedback I got that people were extraordinarily happy with what was being delivered in the Doughboy ward. And I know that Councillor Atwood will continue to have communications with her community and understand the things that are of interest to her. I did not hear or see those comments that Councillor Cassidy has reported, but based on previous reports of what Councillor Cassidy chooses to share with this chamber, I'm not inclined to necessarily accept that that was what was said, and particularly in which context in which it might be said. Mr Chair, this council is doing a great deal of work in the space of drainage. We spend significant amount of money each year upgrading drainage across the city on a range of particular matters, whether it's stormwater, whether it's backflow. It's identifying the locations and prioritising those particular projects, and we go to a great deal of effort to make sure that those projects that can be done straight away, that gives most benefit to the local communities, and most people looked at as a priority in terms of our scheduling of those works. We had a great issue, of course, back in when we had the floods here in Brisbane. Lots of work was done to desilt the drainage that we had, or the stormwater that was through the community. An enormous effort which was done making sure that we had our drains cleaned and desilted. Happily, it was not as significant as what we had thought it was going to be, but nonetheless important work that was done. And post that, we revisited the different projects that needed to be looked at in terms of priority, and we will get on with doing that work. But Mr Chair, what I would say is thank you to Councillor Atwood, through you, for the work that she is doing in her ward, for providing feedback to all the chairs about the things that are of interest to her community, and we will just get on with the job.
Thank you, Councillor. As further questions, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, last week the State Government gave their conditional approval for Council's proposed use of a temporary local planning instrument for the Kurilpa precinct. Can you please update the Chamber on how this will boost housing supply and benefit the local community?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question. It has been a very big week for Brisbane and South East Queensland on the planning front, and as we've heard, the release of the updated regional plan, and with that the green light for the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct TLPI, there's plenty of work to be done here in Brisbane. We've been working closely with the state on how we plan for a future in a sensible and sustainable way. Our city and our region are booming. And with Brisbane set to provide nearly a quarter of the new housing needing to support South East Queensland expected population growth, we need to be smart about how and where we plan for this growth. We've always said up, not out, and this has now been echoed by the state government, especially for Brisbane. We've just heard from Councillor Allen about the suite of initiatives planned to unlock new housing and revitalise some of those underutilised suburban areas. We also know that the inner city has a big role to play and will do a lot of the heavy lifting. The inner city is the driving force behind our rise as a global city. It's where art meets industry. It's where knowledge powers enterprise. Ideas are transformed into innovation.
Councillors, please.
I'll take the interjection. Councillor Collier thinks Council should now be building schools as well. How much do we have to support the state government? I apologise, Councillor Collier. I agree with you. The state government are hopeless at building new schools. Take your pick. And local talent, of course, finds a global audience. We have a city that is rich in character and steeped in history, and it's no stranger to change. We've seen that over the last 40 years, and the past 25 years in particular, significant urban renewal that's created some places and precincts which are now the most loved by Brisbane residents. Newstead, Tenerife, Housemouth Wharves, South Bank after Expo 88. We need to embrace growth to shape the next evolution of Brisbane's inner city.
Councillors, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing the Lord Mayor. Can we... sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, can we please exercise a little bit of quiet? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. More and more people are choosing the inner city lifestyle and close to where they work, close to public transport, and with nothing short of something to see and do nearly every night. More housing is needed more than ever before, and giving people more choice in where they live and delivering that right housing to suit their needs is our biggest priority. Our Kurilpa plan is an anti-sprawl approach, and that will continue to deliver homes with this well-connected part of the city over a long term, while preserving Brisbane's low-density and character suburbs. The Kurilpa plan will set a new benchmark for sustainable growth, where owning a car is optional and everything you need is right on your doorstep. By allowing new buildings to go taller, they will also need to go above and beyond what they deliver for the community. Taller buildings will need to be accredited with 5-star Green Star ratings. They will need to meet new minimum green plot ratios. So not only will they be more sustainable and energy efficient, but more aesthetically green as well. Design excellence is a must, championing our city's subtropical design values that complement our uniquely Brisbane lifestyle. The Kurilpa precinct is the cultural epicentre of Brisbane, but we have bigger aspirations. We want Kurilpa to be the cultural epicentre of Australia. We're already the nation's sporting capital. We can expand that to our cultural epicentre as well. Building off the fantastic arts and lifestyle offerings in this precinct, working with the creative industry to get new and exciting opportunities for local creative sector to flourish. We've seen great successes with this approach in the past. West Village set the bar for what a mixed-use precinct can achieve when they brought Metro Arts back to West End. West End's first new live theatre in 25 years. This same model can be replicated in unique ways across the Kurilpa precinct, and we're excited to start working with local creatives on what could be next. Our city is growing and growth brings opportunity. We will be working with the state. We'll be working with the state to finalise the TLPI, ensuring there is a strong emphasis on housing diversity and affordability to support this growing community. It's an absolutely exciting opportunity for Brisbane, and I thank the Deputy Premier for seeing the foresight of the opportunity that it's going to bring to a time in Brisbane where housing is at crisis stage. I look forward to bringing this plan back through the chamber in coming weeks and getting full support right across the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Councillor Murphy, the Chair of Transportation. In 2019, the Lord Mayor announced 5 green bridges, stating 2 things: construction within 5 to 10 years, and that council would at minimum contribute at least 75% to their completions.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Massey, please continue.
It's now 4 years later and we barely have one. The Toowong and West End and St Lucia and West End bridges are pretty much on a standstill. With this LNP administration walking back election promises and diverting blames to other levels of government for funding the Green Bridges, the future of the Green Bridges projects, can you confirm to the residents of West End, St Lucia and Toowong that these bridges will actually be delivered within the next 6 years and not fall to the wayside?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Massey for the question. And I think it's important to reflect on just how far the Lord Mayor's Green Bridges program has come. Don't forget that it was this Lord Mayor that arrived into the mayoralty, and the first commitment that he made was to this Green Bridges program, and we have 2 of those green bridges under construction right now. Now, on the first one, the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, this is a bridge that has been talked about since the late 1800s. The state government has from time to time committed to it. Council from time to time has shown interest in it. It will be this Schrinner Council that will deliver it and open it next year. Now, what other bridge that started construction long before the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge but has still not yet opened has happened? The Neville Bonner Bridge, still can't cross on that one. Our bridge is now well over 50% complete, and as I said, will open next year. An extraordinary achievement of engineering for this council to take that bridge from a concept in 2019 to be opening in 2024. And that bridge is an exceptional asset for our city. It will take 80,000 cars off the road every year. It will connect the City Botanic Gardens with Kangaroo Point, and it will enable over 6,000 pedestrian and cyclist trips each and every day. With Breakfast Creek Green Bridge.
Just for a moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order. Just one moment. Councillor Johnson, there's no point interrupting Councillor Massey during her point of order. Councillor Massey, your point of order?
The question was about the West End Toowong and the West End St Lucia Bridge.
So your point of order is on relevance?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, draw you back to the context of the question.
So, Chair, let's talk about the Toowong to West End Bridge. This is a bridge where we have had significant change of the landowner in recent memory, and we've had to undertake a negotiated buyout of the corridor for that bridge to ensure that we're able to deliver and build that bridge into the future. That process has only recently concluded with the land being acquired by council and coming into our possession, and we remain committed to that bridge. But as the Lord Mayor said in his well-timed interjection before, this council committed $550 million to a program of delivering green bridges, and it's a program where we have had extremely productive discussions with Infrastructure Australia. It's the first time in the history of this country that any active transport program has been supported by Infrastructure Australia, who have actually said our Green Bridges program is a high priority project. No other city, not Sydney, not Melbourne, no one has been able to achieve getting active transport on Infrastructure Australia's radar. So we know that with that vote of confidence that IEA has put in the Lord Mayor's Green Bridges program, that there will be future funding available for completion of that link and other links in the program. But I mean, I don't know what the Greens want out of us here. We have progressed very significantly with the program of work that we set out with, less than 4 years ago, and we know that wherever we have progressed with the Green Bridge, they've tried to claim that as their win, something that they have done, something that, oh, you know, isn't it great that the Lord Mayor's finally listening to us? We've been going on about green bridges for years. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. The first time, you go and have a look at what happens to Google hits on green bridges. Adrian Schrinner gets into office and it goes through the roof because all of a sudden we committed to the program. We are the ones who are actually building them, but like Greens do with a lot of things, Chair, they come in and they take credit for the work that others have done and they try to claim their achievements as their own because they are a protest party, and that is what they do because they never have to do the hard work of being in government, of actually making difficult decisions, of progressing projects from concept to design to then land acquisition and then construction. And believe me, things have not always been easy with this program. There are always decisions that you have to make about what's value for money, how to proceed down certain roads, what to do with you know, the actual design elements itself, and community consultation. We know that, for example, Labor's approach with the Toowong to West End Green Bridge was to put buses over it against the will of that community, against Councillor Shree's wishes. When we did consultation, your community, Councillor Massey, told us that they didn't want to see buses over that bridge, and I'm interested to know if that's still a Labor policy to put buses over the Toowong to West End Green Bridge, because if the Greens hold office with Labor after the next election, which is the only way in that Labor can hold office, we know that will be a really interesting friction point for the Greens and the Labor Party to decide whether they will have buses.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, that is the end of question time. Now, before we move to ENC, Councillor Johnson. Can I have a bit of quiet, please? Thank you. Councillor Johnson? Thank you. The addendum for the second report has been emailed to your office this afternoon. It was also uploaded on LG Hub, and all ward officers were notified yesterday afternoon at 5:27 p.m. The documents that you are seeking are also available in the LG Hub within the ENC files that were uploaded. And I can also confirm that the officers have resent those documents to your office again at 1:09 p.m. Thank you.
So, point of order, Mr Chair.
Yes.
All I asked for was the name of the commercial in confidence attachment, and you didn't provide that.
They are within those documents, Councillor Johnson. You can have a look for them yourself.
I would like to know the name of the attachment, just
Councillor
so I've
Johnson,
got it. We have to download it off this My iHub thing you've got, so I just would like to know the name of the attachment. That was my question, Mr Chair. It's not an unreasonable one.
Councillor Johnson, it's in the documents that have been emailed to your office. You can look them up. Thank you. Lord Mayor, ENC.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
After hours last night, buried within an email about an agenda, we were told about the additional ENC papers. Now,
sorry, what's your point of order?
Yeah, my point of order is that as a matter of procedural fairness, as a matter of reasonableness, I've asked you a simple question, which is, what is that addendum? Is it a Clause A, Attachment A? What is the name of it, so I can identify it in the documents? That was my question, and I would appreciate an answer.
The answer is, Councillor Johnson, if you look at the email that was sent to your office at 5:27 yesterday afternoon, you'll find the answer that you're looking for. Thank you.
It's definitely not in the email sent to me at 5:27, Mr Chair, and that's why I'm asking the question. Can you please provide
Councillor Johnson,
the designation for the attachment
Councillor
for
Johnson,
the E&C papers?
Councillor Johnson, the documents are available to you. They are available to every council in this place on LG Hub. You were notified yesterday afternoon that they were there. If you cannot do your job, thank you. I am not taking any more point of orders on this matter, and I will rule all further matters on this invalid. Lord Mayor, E&C.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I move dissent in your failure to answer the simple question.
Thank you.
Seconded.
It has ruling of dissent has been. A motion of dissent has been put against me by Councillor Johnson and kindly seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Lord Mayor, E&C.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday 31st of July 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 31st of July 2023 be adopted. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeking the additional following information with respect to item B, the contracts and tendering report. Contract 21, the provision of social media management solution. Council is proposing to spend a whopping $1.8 million on some sort of social media management solution, and given most platforms are free, could the Lord Mayor please tell us the name of this social media management solution and/or names of any new software, and provide a description of the new software that's costing $1.8 million to manage free platforms like Facebook
Councillor
and
Mackay.
Instagram?
Sorry, Councillor Johnson.
Happy to repeat it if you
No,
like.
I was just going to ask a question. Do you have the contract number, just for the rest?
Contract 21.
21. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Well, before I move on to other items, I did want to note with interest that it'll be interesting to see how things would go with Green Bridges under a Green Labor coalition. Because on the one hand, you've got the Greens councillor who seems to be supportive of the program, and on the other hand, you've got the Labor Party who now opposes the program. So how is that going to work? It should be very, very interesting. Now, Councillor Massey referred to...
Councillor Johnson, please.
Councillor Massey referred to some kind of election commitment in 2016, which nobody's heard of. But apparently, the current program was a Greens idea. Well, in fact, Green Bridges, the first Green Bridge in Brisbane was built by this side of politics. And I was proud to be part of the administration that delivered the very first Green Bridge. So I'm not sure if the Greens want to claim credit for that one as well. But I do remember an election commitment from 2016. I do. I am talking about the Eleanor Chanel Bridge. And so the 2016... Mr Chair.
Councillor Johnson, this is the second time now that I have asked you to exercise some silence. Lord Mayor.
Okay, so I do remember a policy on green bridges in 2016. It was actually from the Labor Party. Labor's Lord Mayoral hopeful Rod Harding has vowed to fast-track the construction of the Kangaroo Point Bridge if elected. And he said, and I'll go down to the bottom of the quote here, he said that the council should go it alone without any state or federal funding. Just needs to get done, paid for 100% by council. So isn't it interesting that the Greens want to claim credit for a 2016 policy? The Labor Party announced that they would build and fund the Kangaroo Point Bridge in 2016 and go it entirely alone, yet the Labor Party today is against the very same project. The very same project. But I'll tell you, it is a little bit different because we managed to get $61 million out of the federal government towards the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Right? So rather than going it alone, as was the Labor policy, we managed to get the support of the federal government. Why? Because they acknowledged that it was a very, very good project. Now, this is despite the fact that previous footbridges had been built by the state government alone. The Goodwill Bridge, fully funded by the state government. The Kurilpa Bridge, fully funded by the state government. And what have we got this current state government putting towards the Kangaroo Point Bridge, Councillor Murphy? The current state government, how much have they put towards the current Kangaroo Point Bridge? Not a sausage. Not a single cent. So you can see who's letting the team down here. But Councillor Massey, I want to put your mind at rest. You've quoted some inaccurate figures. We are putting $550 million towards green bridges in Brisbane. We will be doing that over the 10-year period that I announced in 2019. So between now and 2029, there will be $550 million from the council put towards green bridges. Now, there are 2 under construction. Both will be completed next year. Both will be completed next year. We are then moving forward on the Toowong to West End Bridge by, first step, acquiring the land, because you can't build the bridge unless you've got someone to land it. We will, and I repeat, keep our commitment to invest $550 million in green bridges over that period of time. It is a commitment. We will stick to that commitment. But the number of green bridges was always dependent on the level of support that we can get from other levels of government. And we made it clear right from day one that we would put in up to $550 million, and the number of bridges delivered would be dependent on who comes to the party to support us. It is natural to expect the state government would have come to the party, given that they were actually responsible for building footbridges. So far we've received nothing. The federal government has put in $61 million, and we're looking forward to working towards planning and delivering the next round of green bridges beyond the ones that will be finished next year. But our commitment remains unchanged. $550 million over 10 years between 2019 and 2029. 2 will be completed next year. The third one we look forward to moving on, and our commitment to that bridge will take us up to the $550 million level that we have previously announced. And so we're really excited about the opportunity. That bridge makes sense, and you won't see the chopping and changing from us that you've seen on the other side, where one election they support the Kangaroo Point Bridge and the next election they oppose it. And then they want to oppose it again at a third election. I mean, nobody can take these people seriously because they simply cannot. They cannot stick to a single position. They don't have any policies. And in fact, at this point in time, let me do the tally on policies. A one-pager, which they call a policy, a mobility plan, which is a one-pager with a few dot points on it. A policy of introducing 30 km/h speed limits on 90% of streets and roads across Brisbane. Policy 2. And their third policy is to cut the red top bin collection from weekly to fortnightly. So there's the current running tally. I will keep you up to date with any more policies or one-pagers that are released, but it is no wonder that people do not take the Labor Party seriously. Now, I was talking about Labor's rate increases before, and Councillor Cassidy was saying, well, that was 15, 20 years ago. Yet, when Councillor Adams was talking about development issues, Councillor Cassidy was going, that's a Labor legacy. That's a Labor legacy. He was quite happy to talk about the past when Councillor Krista Adams was talking. And look, the sad thing is that the only thing the Labor Party will have is legacy issues, because they don't have a future in this place. They do not have a future without being subservient and reliant on the Greens. We know that. They have put themselves into a position where they are so out of touch with the people of Brisbane. They are so out of touch, and they have so few policy positions that, yes, I am. Yes, yes, I am. But the sad reality is, because Labor has let everyone down, they've opened the door to the Greens. And that means...
Councillors, Councillor Johnson...
No. Mr Chair...
Hang on, just for a moment, Lord Mayor. We're going to go back to a nice quiet chamber, please, because I am now starting... Councillor Collier, do you have a problem with that? Because I'm having trouble hearing those speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There was a bit of cackling when I mentioned that Labor has opened the door to the Greens. I just have to correct the record here. This is how it all played out. A sitting Labor councillor retired at the last minute. Helen Abrahams was her name. And she allowed a Green to get elected because Labor mismanaged their processes. And, well, Labor mismanaged their processes, and now, after that big mistake that they made, they now face being the minority party in Brisbane City Council. That is the sad reality, thanks to the Labor Party. And so it is really tragic, because what it means for the people of Brisbane is diabolical. It means an anti-housing agenda. It means an anti-progress agenda. It means anti-everything, but it means higher taxes and rates. And that is genuinely a disappointing situation. And so the Labor Party can sling all the mud that they like at us, but they should be slinging it at the Greens, because the Greens are the real enemy to the progress of the City of Brisbane. And going forward, in about 7 to 9 months' time, they will have a choice on whether they choose progress for the City of Brisbane or whether they choose a NIMBY anti-progress approach. And so I look forward to that time when the people get to choose, because I am very confident that the people of Brisbane will choose progress. They will choose progress, and they will reject the divisive and backward and destructive agenda of the Green Labor coalition. But, Mr Chair, I can confirm, Councillor Massey, because I know you're concerned, our commitment to green bridges remains exactly unchanged. 550 million. We will continue to seek support from other levels of government. We are committed to delivering the next bridge at Toowong to West End.
Your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
We have a motion to move for an extension for the Lord Mayor, moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And I look forward to the day when we can really connect up those two exciting parts of the city, Toowong and West End, because the other thing it will do, it will significantly improve the transport connectivity, cut down traffic congestion on the road. It will encourage people in West End to get across the bridge and jump on the train in both directions. It will encourage the people in Toowong to move across and enjoy all the expansive green space available in West End and so many of the great facilities in the best serviced part of Brisbane when it comes to infrastructure, parkland and facilities. They will get to enjoy that. And maybe the Labor government might even build a couple of new schools in that area as well if they get their act together. And so the people in Toowong can walk across the bridge with their kids. And
Councillors. Lord Mayor.
And so, yeah, I look forward to that day, as does Councillor Mackay, and as does every councillor in this place. As I always do, I wanted to talk about the lighting up the council assets that has occurred in recent times and will occur going forward. Last night, Tropical Dome at Mount Cootha Gardens, Sandgate Town Hall, Redcliffe Place and Brisbane City Hall were lit up in what colours? Green and gold. Why? The Matildas. Fantastic game with the Matildas last night. Unfortunately, I missed it, as did you, Mr Chair, because we were welcoming 600 new citizens here in City Hall. But you know what? They're excited about the green and gold as well. And it was great to hear the news about the Matildas win. Both the Story Bridge and Victoria Bridge were lit in pink, green, white, blue, yellow and orange in celebration of the FIFA Women's World Cup. Tonight, council assets will be lit in blue and green to support National Stroke Week as part of the Stroke Foundation's annual awareness campaign. Tomorrow night, City Hall will be lit in red to recognise the 58th year of independence of the Republic of Singapore. And I take this opportunity to wish the Singaporean community in Brisbane all the best. This Thursday, the Story Bridge and Victoria Bridge will be lit blue to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Blue Care. As councillors are aware, Blue Care is a Queensland icon, and for 70 years they've been providing aged care services in Queensland. I commend Blue Care on the terrific work they do in the community and congratulate them on this 70-year milestone. Finally, commencing on Friday, council assets will be lit in green to support the great Brisbane tradition. What is it? Any guesses? Green? What happens when the country comes to the city? The Ekka. Yep, so the Ekka obviously coming around the corner, and so we'll be lighting up the assets in support of the Ekka. Now, I heard Councillor Cassidy say before that council would prefer to invest money in a golf course than in drainage. Oh no, apparently he didn't say that. He said that golf courses are more important than drainage. Well, how much money, Councillor Atwood, did we put into the Menippi golf course?
Zero.
You're right. It was actually zero. This golf course was fully funded by the private sector. This money was done through a deal which, back in the days where we had progressive Labor administrations, they actually came up with this deal in the first place. And so that's a positive legacy that Labor has left, but they couldn't deliver it. They couldn't deliver it. They proposed it, we delivered it. And so
20 years. That's what you say. It took you 20 years.
I suspect Councillor Cassidy won't be getting an invitation to the opening on Father's Day, but you know, he'll be sitting there sucking on lemons instead. But this is a great outcome for the people of Brisbane, and particularly the eastern suburbs, to see the new golf course, the first new golf course in 70 years opening up, and funded by the private sector, which is just fantastic. And so council's only contribution was to do landfill remediation, which was our liability anyway. It was our landfill and the requirement to do that work. So we invested in the landfill remediation. $5 million was the figure. We invested in landfill remediation.
Councillor Johnson. Councillors. Councillor Johnson. One more time. Sorry, Lord Mayor. One more time, Councillor Johnson, and I will go to the red tabs. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Landfill remediation had to be done before anything could be built on the site, regardless of whether it was a golf course, regardless of whether it was playing fields or whatever else might have been there, and that was our requirement. So we invested in that, and then the golf course itself and all the associated improvements were funded through the private sector. So a great outcome. Councillor Atwood is excited. Councillor Murphy's excited. I know that Alex Gibney is excited as well, and Ali Griffin is excited. Who else is excited? Councillor Cunningham's excited, mainly because it didn't cost us any money, and everyone is excited. And so there'll be a great opening on Father's Day of this new facility. And it will be more than just a golf course. It will very much operate as a community hub. The aim is to bring the community in as much as possible, and whether you're a golfer or not, there'll be plenty to do at the Menippi Golf Course. I did want to pay tribute to a couple of council officers who are either retiring or leaving council. Firstly, the incredible Shirley Amps. So Shirley worked her last day in council last Friday and is taking some leave. Before retiring from council after 44 years of extraordinary service. Shirley joined council in 1979, straight from school, and so a fantastic career, the entirety of her career with Brisbane City Council, which is just amazing. Last week, we had a presentation of the Commitment to Council Awards, which acknowledged the long-serving council officers who have contributed so much to the city, and we acknowledge those who had served for 35 years, 40 years, 45 years, and in fact, in one case, 55 years. And that is the longest-serving council officer who's currently in the organisation, has been serving us for 55 continuous years. Started, Mr Chair, as a tram conductor before Labor shut down the tram network, and has continued now. He's a bus operator. But Shirley, in terms of her contribution, right up there in terms of length of service, but also contribution. I know she's done a fantastic job in so many different programs she's been involved with, particularly in a range of grant programs, also the Senior Celebration Donations, Lord Mayor's Community Fund, and we wish Shirley all the best in her retirement. This Friday will be a bid farewell to one of our senior managers, Tash Tobias, the Divisional Manager of Lifestyle and Community Services. Mr Chair, that was an inappropriate interjection. Tash joined us in 2019 and came out of the private sector with incredible experience in some big companies like Virgin, and unfortunately, as many of our good managers do, has been poached. Look, we expect this happens from time to time, particularly in a job market like this, but I particularly want to thank Tash for her leadership of what is an incredibly large and diverse division with a whole range of different focuses and priorities. And it has been an absolute pleasure working with Tash. And I know also Councillor Howard feels the same way, as does Councillor Marks. But we certainly thank Tash for her work since 2019, and we wish her all the best for the future in the new role. I did today also want to table the latest City of Brisbane Investment Corporation, CBIC, annual report. Billy, thanks, that's yours. The City of Brisbane Investment Corporation was established in 2008, and it has delivered for the people of Brisbane in many different ways. It was established originally with a cash injection of $123 million and $12 million in shares, which were part of Council's ownership of a section of the Brisbane Airport.
I'm afraid your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
We have a motion for extension put by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. $123 million in cash, $12 million in shares in the Brisbane Airport, a total of $135 million initial seed investment. Now, this is something that was established by Lord Mayor Campbell Newman at the time. I was the finance chair at the time. It's something I passionately believe in because I do believe it is important to put away for the future and also generate an ongoing income source that doesn't come from rates and charges. And that's the critical thing here. And so since CBIC has existed, it has paid $181 million in dividends to the council. $181 million that is not coming from rates or charges. $181 million coming directly to support the projects that we deliver. And obviously, since I became Lord Mayor, this is going into parks and green space programs. So the dividend that comes in goes directly into what is our Green Future Fund. That is to support investment in parks and green space in the City of Brisbane. And so the $181 million in dividend at the, as of the annual report, which I've just tabled, the equity that we have in that company, effectively its position, its balance sheet, is $340 million circa. And so if you add the $340 million of equity that we have, you put on top of that the $181 million of dividends we've received, that's over $500 million of value generated for the ratepayers of Brisbane. $521 million of value that has been generated. So let's be clear, $135 million seed funding put in, $521 million of value generated of CBIC. Now, we know what Labor's position on CBIC is. They see it as a giant cookie jar that they want to get their hand into. But the cookie jar for Labor's approach in here would have been spent years ago if Labor was in administration. There'd be nothing to show for it. But now we have over $500 million worth of value generated for the people of Brisbane. We continue to be committed to CBIC and growing that for the long term so that it can continue to provide ongoing returns to the people of Brisbane that don't come from rates and charges. Now, if the opposition were to get in and to shut CBIC down, as I said, the money would be gone in a quick period of time, very little to show for it, and then they'd come after your rates. Then they would come after your rates. So instead of the dividends coming in, the $181 million, they'd be dipping into your pocket to pay for their largesse.
Councillor Mackay.
Item A on the agenda is the dividend this year is over $9 million.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnson.
Apparently, according to Councillor Cassidy, it's terrible that CBIC has delivered $9 million that didn't come from ratepayers. So I've explained this before, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to explain it again. When we rent accommodation, whether it's an office building or a depot, we have to pay rent to someone. We have to pay rent to someone. And the question really is quite simple.
Councillor Cassidy, if you have a question, you do a point of order. You don't yell out across the chamber. Is that clear?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really a simple prospect. Would we prefer to pay rent to someone else or to our own investment fund? But it's a really simple question. And so if we have a look at some of the facilities being delivered by CBIC, Councillor Cumming was a big fan of CBIC because CBIC not only delivered a new library in Wynnum, but also a Woolworths supermarket for people as well. And so right in the heart of Wynnum CBD, they've got the choice between Coles and Woolies right there, across the road, plus a new council library. And guess what? Woolies pays rent to us as well through CBIC. And so it's a great outcome, one example of the many great projects delivered by CBIC that delivers value for the people of Brisbane. Item A is the purchase of land located at 362 Waterford Road, Wacol, for bushland purposes. This is a site of approximately 1.83 hectares. The property supports remnant endangered vegetation and forms part of the important ecological corridor linking Bullockhead Creek and Council's Ronald Street Reserve. The area is known to provide important habitat for koalas, platypus as well, and other threatened species. The acquisition of the property will also provide the opportunity for further restoration of natural habitat. Obviously, this is one of the many properties that we have acquired over the years, and one that I trust all councillors will support us proceeding on. Item B in the contracts and tendering report for June 2023, 25 out of 29 contracts are being awarded to local suppliers, being 86% of all contracts, once again exceeding our target of 80% of contracts going to local South East Queensland providers. So far this financial year, 232 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers, once again being 86% of all contracts. A total spend with local suppliers of $1.59 billion. So that's a fantastic outcome, an incredible injection into local business and local jobs, helping to put food on local tables at a time when it is really, really needed. In here are contracts for the desilting of the stormwater drain at Castlemaine Street, Milton, the demolition and remediation of 10 properties acquired through the voluntary home buyback program, Land for Wildlife South East Queensland Regional Coordinator Services, quarry mechanical and electrical maintenance services, CityCat fleet replacement for the CityCat number 30 and 31 as well in this document, and a number of other contracts. The question that was asked before on contract 21, the management solution apparently provides an integrated view across all social media channels to manage correspondence. Now, Councillor Johnston pointed out these free channels, and your study is correct, but these free channels are being used increasingly by people to lodge requests with council. It's an alternative to the old form of correspondence that we would get. And so this is about managing the sheer volume of traffic that comes through, where a resident posts on a social media channel, which is effectively a request of council that requires a response, and it's about managing our engagement with the customers. And so I think all councils would agree that's a pretty important thing to be doing, and if we can do it more efficiently and provide a better service and a response to the customers who are engaging with us on social media, that is a good thing. That is a good thing. And so that's what that project is for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Could I just ask that each item is taken seriatim for voting, please? Just split them up.
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. On Clause A, the purchase of land at 362 Waterford Road, Wacol, this is something we support, but there doesn't really seem to be much clear vision from the LNP, certainly not over the last few years, in how the bushland acquisition program operates. This one, at least, is bushland, unlike the Deputy Mayor's one. That was remember that one? The tennis courts. Yeah, but the Deputy Mayor bought tennis courts for koala habitat, and the 2 palm trees. I do remember that. But when you look at this one, it clearly has bushland on it. It's clearly connected to other bits of bushland, and council has obviously, in their wisdom, said this should be protected. But how this has come to council is the owner has approached council and said they presumably didn't want to sell it for development. They wanted to sell it to council to be protected in the future. But it's an island now that's being protected amongst all of that other bushland that isn't protected at all. So there's nearly $7 million that the Deputy Mayor spent in her own ward purchasing tennis courts and palm trees for supposed koala habitat. Imagine if you'd been able to use that money to buy contiguous pieces of bushland, like the ones that are sitting alongside this piece of existing bushland. Just imagine a time when the LNP weren't in charge and they didn't politicise the bushland acquisition program, and they didn't misuse the levies that they're charging each and every single ratepayer. Imagine a time. Well, we can imagine a time like that. Yeah, after 16th of March next year, when the LNP aren't in charge, because they have. Yeah, that's right. I'll take that interjection from Councillor Griffiths. He reminds me of this, and it's an important one. 17% of the money that's taken in from ratepayers through a levy, and it's on the rates notice. It's itemised there alongside the state government levy there, so it's listed down as a council levy on ratepayers for bushland preservation. preserving bushland, acquiring bushland, but now only 17%. You'd assume when you look at that, you feel good about it. You go, well, we're happy to pay that because we know we are protecting bushland here in Brisbane, protecting our amazing biodiversity here. But then, if only, 17%, that's the maximum amount of that money that's spent on acquiring bushland, for protection. We know that we're nowhere near the 40% of cover that we need to be at, of tree cover we need to be at. And you know, this is a small step in the right direction, but this is in isolation. It's an island. It's not part of any broad strategy this LNP administration has to actually protect bushland, because their strategy is to protect themselves. Yes. Yes. You know, there are plenty of endangered species in Brisbane that need protecting, but we don't think the LNP fall into that category. They do. They do. Clearly they do, and they politicise everything they can. But we will support this item today because this is an important piece of bushland to protect, and the other bushland that sits alongside it should be protected as well, absolutely. Moving on to contracts and tendering, you know, again, there's no, you know, Councillor Johnston raises a good point. There's no opportunity for us to interrogate what's in these contracts apart from what the list is before us here today, and they're ticked off by the Lord Mayor. Often says not by him, by someone else. He apparently has no oversight when it comes to the awarding of these contracts. But I suspect for some of them, well, he claims the credit for some, of course. Though he reads through a few select ones, as if he is apparently then right across this. So the first one, the very first one, contract 1, is for footpath and bikeway active transport network assessment consultancy services. So Future Data Sense Technologies is getting this contract here, and this is not a bad one because this is actually assessing whether footpaths and bikeways and roads are in a good condition or not. Makes you wonder what the LNP have been doing to date. For 20 years. Now, I'm sure 20 years ago this technology mightn't have been available, but I've called the file before on the condition reports of our footpath and bikeway assets, and they're listed in categories, you know, whether it's A or 1, 2, 3, in their condition, broadly speaking. But when you realise the LNP actually haven't really been looking at the condition of these footpaths and bikeways and roads, you wonder how they actually came up with these condition reports. And then you start to realise that when you get the list of broken and dangerous footpaths and the amount of time they've been waiting for a repair, or sometimes they accidentally slip right off that list because there's not enough funding to carry out basic repairs and to construct new footpaths, you then realise that this LNP administration chair over the last 20 years has been outsourcing the reporting of broken and dangerous footpaths and bikeways. I'm not talking about the LNP's traditional outsourcing here to a private operator. I'm talking about outsourcing this work to residents. So the LNP have entirely been relying on people being proactive and reporting problems. So I suppose it's not really that surprising when the Lord Mayor stands up here and says he has no idea where broken footpaths are. The Lord Mayor has absolutely no idea and no interest where streets don't have footpaths. He said that, he confirmed that today in question time. He said he doesn't care which streets in Brisbane don't have footpaths on them. And it's really evident why, because they've done nothing about trying to find out where these problems are. You know, I was talking to a disability advocate just today in King George Square.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Talking to a disability advocate today in King George Square, Alicia Matthews, and Alicia, Alicia was telling us how difficult it is to get from Hamilton to the city. Now, you listen to the administration over the last couple of years and they talk about the gold plating of Kingston Smith Drive as if that apparently solved all of the problems in the world for bikeway and footway accessibility. It is really, really, really difficult for people living with disability to get around this city, let alone people who are trying to teach their kids to ride a bike or push a pram down the road, or themselves might not be entirely steady on their feet in the suburbs of Brisbane. And to hear this Lord Mayor get up in question time today and just brush aside those concerns. The most basic fundamental thing a council can do is to provide a footpath in a street. And he gets up and, I lost count. I think he got to 60. I was keeping a tally the amount of times he said the word Labor. Yes. But he doesn't much like talking about getting the basics right in the suburbs, and that's really disappointing. But I'm glad they're finally getting some software to help them with this. It's just if they would match Labor's commitment to increasing funding for footpaths and bikeways and making our city more equitable and more accessible, that would pay dividends to the suburbs of Brisbane and the people who call them home. A few other contracts in here are important for us to look at, and the next one of those is the contract that Councillor Johnston mentioned. I did go and have a look at some of the things that company does, and the Lord Mayor claims this is Sprinkler Incorporated for almost $1 million out of that $1.8 million, and what they make clear on their website is that they are the experts in data harvesting. So when Lord Mayor gets up and says it's all just about management, social media management, sure, they'll do some of that. But we know this Lord Mayor's addiction to advertising. We know the best way to get the best out of that advertising and using ratepayer money to advertise on every social media channel is to scrape that data, isn't it? So it's very interesting that the Lord Mayor is spending $1 million now on a social media management solution with a company that is expert in data scraping, data harvesting. Yeah, must be. That's right. It must be an election coming up, hey? When we're seeing these contracts coming through, because this Lord Mayor is absolutely addicted to advertising. There's another important one that I just want to touch on here, Chair, and Lord Mayor mentioned that, which was desilting of the stormwater drain at Castlemaine Street, Milton. So, this is one that comes through quite regularly, quite often. Where are all the others? Where are all the others? We've heard the LNP, Councillor Davis, who's in charge of drainage in the suburbs of Brisbane, get up and confirm that, in her view, and the Lord Mayor's view, and all the LNP council views, that the golf course out at Menippi is more important than delivering drainage infrastructure to the suburbs of Brisbane. We heard that today. The Lord Mayor's budget newsletter, I was a bit confused, the one that arrived in my ward, because it was supposedly for the 2023-24 financial year, ostensibly. The things were in there, but the projects that he had listed down for the 2023-24 financial year budget were actually projects from last year.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair. Move for an extension.
Seconded.
We have a motion for extension moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Griffiths, can you please turn your microphone off?
Thanks very much, Chair. So there was these drainage projects listed, so I thought, okay, good. It says big title, drainage projects. Then I realised they were the projects that were funded in the previous year, but never delivered. So I carried over. The two drainage projects the Lord Mayor funded in the previous year at 8th Avenue, Sandgate, which is a tidal valve that had been broken for 5 years. The Lord Mayor finally funded it last year, didn't deliver it, so it was re-announced it, and a simple drainage upgrade in Brighton Terrace, and re-announced that one as well. So, sure, this is ongoing work. This is a good project, but where are all those other drainage projects? When you get an administration that puts a higher priority on data scraping, social media data scraping, and this golf course that apparently was entirely free, didn't cost ratepayers a cent, except for the millions and millions of dollars. They put a higher priority on those things than they do on the basics, whether it's about delivering footpaths or whether it's about delivering drainage. You can figure out everything you need to know about this administration.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Lord Mayor, your misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Cassidy misunderstood my comments earlier. He suggested that I didn't know where broken footpaths were. What I in fact said was I was wanting to know where Labor would build new footpaths. I wanted the list.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the purchase of land located at 362 Waterford Road at Wacol. This area spans 18,302 square metres, and it is such an ecologically significant corridor connecting Bullockhead Creek to the north and Ronald Reserve. Now, it's important to note that in Colson Street Park, which is where Bullockhead Creek is, we have actually got a known collection or paddle of platypuses, which is fantastic. And then obviously in Ronald Street Reserve to the south, we've got a colony of koalas too. So it's fantastic to see our bushland acquisition program purchasing this part of Wacol. So by adding this property, our Schrinner Council continue our unwavering commitment to the principles of environmental stewardship and biodiversity preservation. And I really want to conclude by extending my gratitude to the News Branch, to Councillor Davis and to the Lord Mayor for their visionary decision in supporting this acquisition. Together, we continue to affirm our dedication to the welfare of our environment, the protection of our biodiversity and the cultivation of a sustainable legacy that will endure for generations to come. I commend this item to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A and item B. Firstly, with respect to item A, yes, as expected, another LNP-funded bushland buyback. And I find it very interesting. I looked at the map and I can see maybe why this parcel is being bought back. It's interesting, there seems to be a lot of disused, maybe semi-rural or industrial land around it, so I wonder if that's going to get chockers full of houses under the new LNP strategy. Again, significant tracts of bushland in my ward are not being bought back. There's no consideration being given to buying them back, and unfortunately houses are being built in areas of high ecological significance, and Clifton Avenue is a great example of that. A block that is covered by Council's highest form of environmental protection and mapped within the State Government's Koala Corridor. This Council is currently considering a DA to allow houses to be built on it. It's wrong. It is just wrong. There's no... and it's in a major landslip area. So, again, we see that special deals can be done here for LNP councillors, while councillors with significant
Point of
land...
order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I believe the council is imputing motive on council officers. There's no special deals done.
Councillor Johnson, would you care to withdraw?
It is a special deal.
You're aware that there's no...
Of course I am. But
You're
special doesn't mean that they're corrupt and someone engaged in corrupt conduct, does it? And if that's what Councillor Adams thinks, she's the one imputing motive, not me.
I'm just asking if you're aware that there's no protection in this place.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Continue.
So again, we see another special deal being done for LNP.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I take offence at the comments from Councillor Johnson. The way she's saying special is clearly imputing corrupt motives by council officers on negotiations that have been done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, can you please consider changing your language around the arrangements of the contract?
Are you banning the word special in the chamber, Mr.
No, I'm not.
Chair?
I am just...
It does sound like you want to ban the word special
please.
in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Johnson, I'm speaking. I'm just asking that you don't insinuate that there are arrangements. Just be a little bit more kind.
It's a
please.
special deal in an LNP ward again. Now, maybe if some of them started happening in other parts of the city, we'd see a little bit more accountability and transparency in the administration of this program, but we don't. And the extra special deal that got done for Councillor Adams in her area with no documentation,
Councillor Johnson, Councillor Johnson, now you are imputing motive.
What? Is extra special wrong, is it?
Councillor Johnson,
checking.
Councillor Johnson, I'm asking you to withdraw your statement.
That an extra special deal was done for Councillor Adams and there was no documentation for the acquisition. That's all true. That's all true.
Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I hereby request that you observe my orders in this place. When I ask you to withdraw something, could you please withdraw it? And refrain from exhibiting that conduct in the future. Councillor Johnson, you have the call.
I withdraw the word extra special, Mr Chairman. I appreciate that's the first ruling you've made in this place. It's a significant one, and I note that you don't want me to use the word extra special, and I will intend, as much as I possibly can, to not use that word again in the future. No, I'll think of another one, don't worry. Yeah, pork barrelling. I should stick with the traditional. But anyway, look, I don't want to waste too much time on this. I'm just making the point, as per usual, the LNP get a rails run, land's brought back in their area, and meanwhile, in my ward and in other wards in this city, where there is significant bushland under threat from development, it is ignored by this council. That is wrong. That is the worst kind of pork barrelling by this LNP administration. It is wrong. Item B. Well, I knew it would be extra special. Oh, shit. I knew it would be a delightful answer from the Lord Mayor in response to my question. What is Contract 21? Contract 21 is the provision of social media management solution to Sprinkler Inc. as the main beneficiary, almost $1 million, with a lump sum to a number of other people who are unknown, because for those watching along at home, we've got one line in a paper about this. Like Councillor Cassidy, I too thought, well, this seems a bit odd. I don't know what's going on here. Most of these social media platforms people use are free. So why would the Lord Mayor, other than a little bit of elbow grease from the staff that are very responsive usually on social media when you do ask for something to happen, they will log it and get back to you. It works pretty well as far as I'm concerned. Why does the Lord Mayor not have confidence in the faith of our staff who are running these platforms and communicating with council officers? I guess you can't hear the Lord Mayor's interjections, Mr Chair. It's the acoustics in the centre of the chamber that are the problem now.
Councillor Johnson, you have the call. Please continue.
I know, but maybe you want to let the Lord Mayor know.
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry, there's constant interjection from Councillor Murphy, and he's not being pulled up.
Councillor Griffiths, I gave both sides of the chamber an exceptional amount of leniency before. Possibly extra special, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the interjection.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Johnson. I'm dealing with one point of order at a time. So I believe there is a little bit more banter in the place. If it gets a little bit more louder, I will pull it up. Have no fear of that. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Yes. In defiance of your ruling that we're not supposed to be using the word extra special, the Lord Mayor has now shouted across the chamber that your ruling is extra special, Mr Chair, and I'm sure you want to take task with him for disobeying your ruling.
Councillor Johnson, that is not a point of order, and if you decide to start putting words into my mouth, I will consider that an act of disorder. Please continue. Please continue.
It's only a problem if I say the word extra special. Now I'm very clear on your ruling. Thank you for clarifying. So let's just have a quick look at Sprinkler Inc. Free platforms, plenty of them. Council can talk to all of these people on Facebook, Instagram. I don't know what a Snapchat. There's the proprietary ones that Council purchased, and of course Council has an online web info form that it spent a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars have come through this place in the time I've been here, to upgrade Council's front-facing IT to support customer solutions. So we've either got access to proprietary built systems that Council manages itself, or we have access to free platforms that Council manages as every other business in the world does. So what is it the Lord Mayor wants to do with $1.8 million and $1 million of that from Sprinkler Inc? Well, let's have a little bit of look. What's going on with Sprinkler Inc? Like the Deputy Mayor, I had a bit of a look as well. And the really interesting part, I thought about how they're described, and I want to get the words right here for fear the Deputy Mayor might stand up and try and say I'm claiming something terrible. I wrote it down. Where did I write it? Sprinkler Inc. are actually an American-based software company. So, number one, the Lord Mayor is not going and looking for a locally based digital solution here. It's a US-based software company. Right? Number one, the Lord Mayor stands up in here and crows over and over again how much of this is locally delivered small business money. Not this one. Big American company. What is their objective? And it is the automatic collection and analysis of social media data. The automatic collection and analysis of social media data. Now, the councillor for Deagon describes it as data scraping, and that's how most people would know it. It's not about serving the community better. No. It's not about answering their jobs about when their footpath's going to be fixed, when their road's going to be fixed. There will still be council officers who do that. Unless the Lord Mayor is about to automate the responses to log jobs that this organisation does, this is about harvesting data. This is about marketing to Brisbane residents who give their data to council for the purposes of making sure that their issue is dealt with, is fixed, is made better. But instead, what this LNP administration are about to do with this contract is behind the scenes suck every bit of information out of that data and use it for another purpose. And that purpose is to market the Lord Mayor. We know that's
Councillor
what he
Johnson,
does.
your time has expired. Councillors, before we continue to the next speaker, can I please acknowledge Ms Susan Lynn, Director of the Tinan Art Museum, who has joined us in the gallery. Can I also acknowledge Mr Wayne Koh, Secretary General of the Federation of the Taiwanese Associations here. Welcome to Brisbane City Council Chamber. Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, which is the purchase of land at 362 Waterford Road, Wacol, for bushland purposes, and I won't speak too much to that specific purchase because, as the Lord Mayor and Councillor Hutton described, it is a valuable piece of land that will has been well received into our bushland estate. But I would like to just respond to a couple of things that have been asserted as part of the debate on item A. And firstly, once again, Councillor Cassidy has chosen to talk about the bushland acquisition purchases as the bushland preservation levy. Often Councillor Cassidy comes in and talks about the Bushland Acquisition Fund as though the whole of the Bushland Preservation Levy went towards it, and I think it's really important to once again point out the different programs that benefit from the Bushland Preservation Levy, including the Bushland Acquisition Fund. So the Bushland Preservation Levy consists of the Bushland Acquisition Fund, the Brisbane Invasive Species Management Program, the Wipeout Weeds Program, our Community Conservation Partnerships, Community Conservation Assistance Program, Conservation Reserves Management Program, Oxley Creek Transformation Project as well. And of course, as part of that, there was an accelerated program where 750 hectares of land was purchased between 2016 and 2020, and of course that needs to be paid for. That has been going very well, and hopefully this financial year and early into the following one we will have that paid back. So I'm very excited about the purchases that we have under the bushland acquisition program. It does link important corridors protecting our natural habitat. We are very proud to be the most biodiverse capital city in Australia, and that is in no small part because of the bushland acquisition program. Another comment that was made was that we are very far away from our 40% habitat cover under Target 40. Well, 38.9 is pretty jolly close, I'd say, and we are working hard to get to that 40%. So, Councillor Cassidy, 38.9% and going very strong. When it comes to where we purchase these properties, some are identified by our officers, but oftentimes it does come either through local councillors or through local residents who understand the importance of the program and feel that they would like to have their property put in to council ownership. And that's what's happened with this particular parcel of land. And I thank the residents for putting forward their parcel of land for consideration, and as Councillor Hutton said, it will be an important addition to the bushland estate in her area. So council officers undertake investigation and they assess under a very strict criteria. It's disappointing to hear the comments from Councillor Johnston asserting that perhaps our council officers do not undertake this with due diligence. I can assure you that that's exactly what happens. We want to ensure that the bushland that we do purchase under this program is appropriate and does add to the biodiversity of our city. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Jenkinson.
Mr Chair, I rise to speak regarding desilting of the stormwater drain at Castlemaine Street, Milton. In February 2022, extreme weather along the Australian east coast, including Brisbane, resulted in damage and sediment build-up to the stormwater drainage infrastructure. The remediation of the infrastructure forms a part of the February 2022 flood damage recovery program. Council went out to tender to test the market to see if this had changed and also give potential suppliers visibility that we are undertaking this kind of work frequently so that they could potentially purchase a machine and equipment. The successful tenderer is Desilting Solutions Pty Ltd. They are a local company employing local labour. Funds have been provided in the Lord Mayor's budget with an investment of $2.2 million. The works involved desilting a 380-metre length of 3-metre diameter pipeline from Suncorp Stadium to the outlet at the Brisbane River. Sections of the pipeline were blocked with up to 1.8 metres of silt, restricting the pipe's hydraulic capacity to approximately a quarter of its design capacity and exposing up to 3,000 residents to the risk of flooding. The removal of the accumulated silt and sediment from this pipeline was deemed unsafe and unachievable by conventional means. Through the use of a remote-operated sonar vehicle, the pipeline was able to be cleaned, removing a total of 1,850 tonne of sediment from the pipeline in total darkness. The purpose of the contract is to rehabilitate sections of the existing stormwater drainage network so they can operate to their design capacity, therefore reducing the impact of flooding. Work commenced on the site on the 24th of June 2023 and is anticipated to take 16 weeks. The project is an Australian first and was completed by the Brisbane City Council as a test case for future works. This project is critically important for flood mitigation in Rosalie Village and the Milton area. These resilient precincts have rebuilt and recovered many times. Houses have been razed, buildings have been removed and low-lying areas have been repurposed. By ensuring we maintain this major inner-city pipeline, we will be better equipped to handle extreme weather events to mitigate the impact and reduce disaster recovery costs. I thank the Lord Mayor for continuing to protect the residents of Brisbane against future events. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkinson. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch briefly on the discussion about bushland acquisition, because there's been a lot said, and there always is a lot said on bushland acquisition. So we need to just set the record straight on bushland acquisition, because this is a program that was first introduced by Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson and was opposed by the Labor Party at the time, and they campaigned against it as a new tax. So they wanted to stop the establishment of the bushland acquisition program. So thankfully they came on board down the track, and we've seen since then bipartisan support for the program. But the reality is, what we've seen in recent times is some significant progress made under a situation of ever-escalating property values. And so what's effectively happened is that in the period from 2016 through to 2020, we introduced an accelerated bushland acquisition program. And we did that because we knew that, first of all, the priority to get to 40% habitat cover was very clear, and we were committed to it. We also did that because we knew that property prices would not get cheaper. And so rather than spending a set amount year by year into the future, we effectively fast-tracked and brought forward future investment between 2016 and 2020. And we invested over $100 million during that 4-year period, $100 million. And that was the equivalent of doing around 10 years of bushland acquisition in just 4 years. Now, little did we know at the time, even though we knew property prices would increase, we didn't know just how much they would increase by. And so since we announced the accelerated and commenced the accelerated bushland acquisition program in 2016, property prices in Brisbane have increased by anywhere between 30 and 45% to this point today. And so because we did the heavy lifting in that 4-year period and invested $100 million, not only did we save a significant amount of bushland right across the city, but we got it at a 30 to 45% discount on what it would have been today. And so that is a great outcome, and it is a program which we have always actively supported, and one that continues to make a difference to this day. And so we are committed to continuing the program, but acknowledging that we brought forward 10 years worth of work into the previous 4-year term. And so that was a significant decision to make and the right decision to make, but it means that we got more for the ratepayers' money. It means we got 30 to 45% more land and more value through that program by doing it that way. But when it comes to comments, and I hear time and time again the suggestion that there's a favourability to LNP wards. We represent the most koalas. That is the reality. Our team represents the most koalas. And whether it's Chandler Ward or Coorparoo or Holland Park, koalas are our constituents too. And if there's investment being made in the wards we represent, it's because that's where the most koalas are. And it's fascinating because you've seen the debate just recently about the so-called koala triangle of death and our efforts to get the speed limit reduced, and we finally had a win. This is the area where the Labor Party are criticising the Deputy Mayor for championing the purchase of land. In the koala triangle of death, we acquired land, yet Labor somehow and the independent councillor somehow thinks that this is inappropriate. It was... Well, koalas live in the middle of residential communities. They live in the middle of residential communities. And so we have very clearly prioritised the bushland acquisition to where it will make the most difference. And whether that's in areas with koala populations that are under threat, whether it's from traffic or chlamydia or other challenges that they face, we've invested in those areas, and we make no apologies for putting the money to where the koalas are. And just like we're gearing up our efforts when it comes to protecting platypus in Brisbane as well. And so, and look, to suggest that also that the majority of bushland goes into the areas that are represented by the LNP represents 70% of the entire city. And so, yeah, it's, it is once again why you can't take the criticism seriously from the other side, because they leave out very important bits of information. And so we are really passionate about the bushland acquisition project. We will continue to invest in it. But because of that foresight in that term between 2016 and 2020, we're able to acquire $100 million worth of land at a cut price rate of a 30 to 45% discount compared to what it was today. And that is a good outcome for the ratepayers of Brisbane, and it's helping us get to that 40% habitat cover sooner. We're almost there, and we will get there. We are committed to it because we take real action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will now put the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 31st of July 2023. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All that. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Thank you. We'll vote on item A of said report. All those in favour of item A say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Item B.
Division. Seconded.
We have a division called on item A by the Deputy Mayor and by Councillor Hutton. Can we ayes to my right and noes to my left? Please ring the bells. Yes, Councillor Johnson, it's A, item A. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
Motion is carried. Councillors, we will now put item B of the ENC report of the 31st of July. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Sounds like the ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 abstentions.
Councillors, item B is carried.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor. Sorry, everyone's
okay.
standing. I couldn't quite see.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that we break for a period of 15 minutes for afternoon tea. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report 7th of August 2023, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My timer says... Oh, no, it's been reset. That's all right. Okay, Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 7th of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held Monday, the 7th of August 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Two items on the agenda today. Item A is the amendment to the significant contracting plan for the construction of the Beams Road upgrade. And also, item B is the appointment of the new councillor for Hamilton Ward, Julia Dixon, and also Julia's membership of standing committees and some other changes to membership of standing committees as well. On the first item, this has been one of those projects where we are absolutely, doggedly determined to get an upgrade going here. And we will do whatever is necessary to make it happen, even under the most challenging circumstances. Now, Councillor Wines has pointed out many times before that this is the second time we've been out to tender on this project. The first time we went out to tender, we received only one tender, so there was no competition in that process. Obviously, that is not an acceptable outcome to go out to a competitive tender and receive one proposal. And so we've worked hard to try and make sure we can get on with the project, but break it up into sections so that we can get some genuine competition. And so that's been an ongoing process to work with the industry and work with tenderers to make sure we get something that works for ratepayers and provides genuine competition, because we know if it's a competitive arrangement, we will get a better outcome for the ratepayers. And so the second time we've been out to tender, we're now keen to press the go button. But there have been other challenges with the Beams Road corridor in the meantime as well. And once again, Councillor Wines has been very clear in some of the long history. Obviously, this is a corridor that includes an open level crossing that will be replaced in a joint project between not only the council and the state government, but also the federal government. So there's a three-way project for the open level crossing. There is a two-way project for upgrading other parts of the corridor, and that's between the council and the federal government. So on the open level crossing, we've been working very closely to try and ensure that the right design outcome is achieved, a design outcome that doesn't disadvantage people with a disability, because the original proposal would have left them high and dry. So we've fought hard in the corner of people with a disability to get a better outcome for this overpass, and so design changes have been made based on the issues that we've raised. Secondly, the design changes we have pushed for on the open level crossing will not worsen flooding as we would have seen with the state government's original design. It would have been a big problem when it comes to worsening flooding. And so we've championed changes to the design, and we've been criticised for that. We've been accused of holding up a project, but we're in the corner of people with a disability and people who experience flooding. And so that was the right decision to make, and that project continues on. But both of these projects, the open level crossing and also the corridor upgrade, have a big cloud over them through this 90-day federal review. And as a result of our advocacy, we have managed to get an exception so that this project was called out specifically out of the 90-day review. Given that we have been out to tender, we are ready to award a tender. The contract prices will expire if we do not award a tender. And so, thankfully, Minister Catherine King has given us the surety that we needed to get on with this project, even though it was originally part of the 90-day review. The open level crossing project is still part of the 90-day review and still has a big question mark over it. So what we're doing today is a further amendment to the SCP to allow us to get cracking on the first stage of Beams Road corridor upgrade. And so, just repeating, we went out, got one tender, we decided to break the job up into multiple parts so that we could get some genuine competition. We have done that. We have gotten a competitive outcome. What I will say up front is that this project, like every project that is being constructed at the moment, is under significant cost pressures. We make no attempts to veil the fact that this project is under pressure. And pretty much anything that's being built at any level of government is under cost pressure. We look forward to a time when costs stabilise, but they're not stabilising yet. They are still moving upwards month by month. But we have to get on. We can't afford to wait any longer. We've had the delay with the overpass and the open level crossing. We've had the delay now because of the uncertainty of the 90-day review. But now we've got some surety for this section and we need to get going. We need to sign that contract, we need to get construction underway, and we need to roll it out. Now, what this SCP does is it makes an adjustment to the previous document that's come through, whereby we identified Stage 1A, Stage 1B, Stage 1C. We're getting on with Stage 1A and 1B. We are committed to upgrading the entire corridor, but obviously we need to talk to the federal government about their contribution, because there's been significant cost escalations between when they made their commitment and now, and they have been flexible with other people that they've given money to acknowledge that the contribution or commitment made several years ago needs to come up as prices go up. And so we'll be advocating strongly to get more federal funding, but in the meantime, using the same budget that we have approved, using the same federal funding and the same council budget that we have approved, we're getting on with the job. And so our intention is always to make sure the full corridor is upgraded, but we need to get on with this, these two stages, this SCP to upgrade the corridor, and then we'll keep talking to the federal government about increasing their commitment to the corridor. I think, like us, they want to see the corridor done properly. They want to see the full corridor upgraded. That's what we want to see. But obviously we'll keep talking to them about adjusting their federal commitment. And so this SCP allows us to award the contract, to get on with the job and to get construction started. And I certainly hope that we'll get the support of all councillors to do that. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I speak on both items. I'm not sure if the Lord Mayor spoke about the appointment of Julie Dixon. I'm sure he can cover that in summing up. So I'll speak on both of these items and start with the Stores Board submission for the amendment to the significant contracting plan for the Beams Road upgrade. And I think the Lord Mayor's been caught with his pants down on this one. For the last however many months have we heard him carping on about the uncertainty in this project. Yeah, and Councillor Wines, and they just kept on about it. And it's become really, really clear why Council under the LNP really had no commitment to this project. I mean, they're forced to do it now because that certainty was given last week, as we heard from Councillor Wines. But I suspect they really deep down desperately wanted the federal government to not give the go-ahead. I think that's what they really wanted, Chair, because what the result we've got here today is an admission that this LNP administration can't do suburban road projects. They can no longer deliver a suburban road project. A council road project on a council road can't be delivered by this LNP administration without other levels of government. That's what they have admitted here today, and their behaviour over the last couple of months has confirmed that. So the Lord Mayor has totally and utterly dropped the ball on this project. If the Lord Mayor had spent less time, I think, trying to score political points on this Beams Road corridor for years now, we've heard him pick fights with the state government over the open level crossing and delay that project. We've had him over the last couple of months desperately trying to get the federal government to walk away from this project so he could drop it altogether. If he'd spent less time doing that and actually more time on service delivery and delivering this road project, we'd have seen it get off the ground. But it's clearly take out the trash day for the Lord Mayor. With this item, which ordinarily would come through an ENC report, was dropped at, what was it, 5:27 p.m. last night, 5:27 p.m. the day before a council meeting, with all of the figures and all of the timeframes redacted out from public view and hidden from scrutiny entirely. And I guess the Lord Mayor was hoping that no one would really notice the methods in which he has undertaken here. He's sort of told us today there's nothing to see here, apparently. But I think all of those commuters who are stuck in congestion along the Beams Road corridor trying to get in that east-west between Sandgate Road and Gympie Road and beyond would notice. They would notice. And when they find out that this Lord Mayor, through his own political decisions today, in amending this significant contracting plan, is delaying this project even further, I think they're going to mark him down on that. So if you want a really simple explanation in real-life terms about what we mean when we say people are paying more and getting less under the LNP, this is it. This is the example right here. So, people are continuing to pay higher and higher and higher rates and would expect that council gets the basics done at least. Suburban road projects on council roads are done by council. Of course, major projects, you would seek the support from other levels of government, like an overpass that run into the hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about a council road project on a council road here. So what we've got now in this year, the same year that the Victoria Park project is going from $83 million to $141 million, we're actually seeing this council road project gutted. We're seeing this key elements of this council road project kicked down the road. So whenever the Lord Mayor looks for savings to cover, whether it's a black hole in the Metro project budget or now this black hole in the Victoria Park budget, whenever the Lord Mayor looks for savings somewhere, he always goes to the suburbs first. So looking for, needs to fill a black hole in an inner city project, he always goes to the suburbs. Whether it's things like bikeway projects or those community grants programs, a couple of years ago we saw cut, and now the Beams Road project is on the chopping block, on this Lord Mayor's chopping block. So whenever those inner city projects are off the rails, the Lord Mayor comes to the suburbs and cuts projects, and residents end up missing out. So these residents in the outer northern suburbs, not just in my ward, but in Councillor Lander's ward and the Brackenridge ward, have been neglected by this LNP administration for far too long, and now they're carving out the third piece of this project, the third stage of this project, into the never never. There's no timeline on it now, it just is a sort of aspirational thing. And we know what that looks like. We know what that looks like in reality when the Lord Mayor then moves these things into the never never, and they takes the funding away from them and just says they'll be considered as part of a future budget. We all have those examples in our wards, whether they're very small road projects, local area traffic management projects, whether they're drainage projects. You always get that response that when future funding becomes available, well, clearly the Lord Mayor's made the decision that he doesn't want to complete the Beams Road project at all, which we must remember is a council project on a council road that is completely contingent on federal money. So they clearly have demonstrated they can't deliver the first two stages of this project on time or on budget. What hope is there for that third stage, which is in the maybe column all the way down the road? So, Lord Mayor, I think his pitch to the people of Brisbane in the future is just 4 more years of the same. That's what his pitch for re-election is, basically, 4 more years of the same. So 4 more years of congestion, 4 more years of projects being delayed, 4 more years of projects being gutted, 4 more years of projects being cut, This is the LNP's plan for the future of Brisbane. When we talk about addressing congestion on the north side, you know, they get up and make a big song and dance about it over the last 6 months at Beams Road, but the chickens have come home to roost here. It's clearly a decision by this LNP administration that is putting this project at risk entirely. And I remember back to 2016 when the Lord Mayor said, standing up there as the Deputy Mayor at the time and the Chair in charge of the Metro, and they said it's a state government project, council shouldn't be doing it. The Lord Mayor said, and Graham Quirk at the time and Adrian Trina since have said that project is a state government project, but they made the decision. The LNP made the decision they're going to go ahead alone and do it anyway. And he said the same about his green bridges. So he's happy to go and do projects that are apparently, according to him, not really a council responsibility. And clearly those things are impacting on council projects in the suburbs of Brisbane. Again, this is a council road. It's a council road project. These are the kinds of projects that should be done by a council. That's what people expect. When they pay their rates, they see projects like this delivered. And if maybe just spent, instead of spending that $10 million on that North West Transit, talking of another state government road corridor and a state government project that he went and meddled with, if he had just spent that $10 million on this project, he might have got it started a whole lot earlier. But again, just true to form, the Lord Mayor's more interested in politics, in point scoring, than actual building of road projects. And the residents are always the first ones to miss out. So I think, this is really disappointing for people on the north side. And I think people, in Castledine and Fitzgibbon are going to be extremely disappointed when they hear that Councillor Landers, their LNP councillor, and the LNP Lord Mayor are responsible. I was trying to pick up what I was saying, I was going to use it, Chair. Are responsible for this project being gutted. So we're seeing an entire intersection upgrade, which is apparently, as of 5:26 yesterday, 5:26 p.m. yesterday was an integral part of this project. The intersection upgrade at the intersection of Handford Road and Beams Road was an integral part of the Beams Road corridor upgrade, according to the LNP. At 5:27 yesterday, that all changed, and apparently it's not needed anymore. The Lord Mayor couldn't possibly find any funding for that because we know that the Victoria Park project is eating all of that budget up. That's gone from $83 million to $141 million. He's not finding any savings there. He's not finding any savings in the Metro, he's not finding any savings in the Green Bridge program, and he's not finding any savings in his Victoria Park. He's finding savings in suburban road projects and congestion-busting projects in the suburbs of Brisbane.
Councillor Cassidy, your
Point of order,
time
Chair.
has expired.
Move for an extension.
Second.
We have a move for extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, I don't mind the Lord Mayor and Lord Mayors and councillors and councils should advocate for things that are beyond their control. Whether it is on important national issues, sure, do that. Have a view on that, go and advocate on it. But the caveat to that, and it's a very important one, is that you're actually doing your job first. You can't put your job to the side as Lord Mayor and say, we're not really going to worry about building footpaths, we're not really going to worry about building drainage, we're not really going to worry about investing in the Beams Road upgrade, and then go and advocate on these other things. You can't do that unless you get your job right and you get your house in order. And clearly under this LNP administration, they are not. Their house is not in order. They need to be looking in their own backyard before they start going off and picking fights with the state government and the federal government on other projects. This is extremely disappointing to see that this project on the LNP's watch, something that has been talked about for a long time, that I've talked about, that Councillor Landers has talked about in here, Councillor Wines ad nauseum, and the Lord Mayor. And to find out that apparently all of that was worth nothing from those LNP councillors. That, their words were entirely hollow. all of that politicking that they did really meant nothing in terms of the delivery of this project, because they're just kicking it down the road now. They're kicking the can down the road, and we're not going to see this project built as promised. That's just a simple fact. And this is, again, a council road, and it's a council road project. So we know what the priorities of this LNP administration are. Budgets for inner city projects climb every year, continue to climb. If there's a blowout, they don't worry. They just get more money and put it in there each and every time. The advertising budget climbs, Extra Living in Brisbane newsletter, social media management for data scraping. All of those things continue to climb, and they're all at the expense of suburban road projects and suburban bikeway projects and suburban community clubs and sporting clubs. I mean, these decisions by this LNP administration and this situation before us paints the picture of this LNP administration. Their priorities are all wrong. On item B, the appointment of Julia Dixon as councillor for the Hamilton ward and alterations to council's standing committee membership. This is obviously an item we'll support in supporting the appointment of Julia Dixon as the councillor for the Hamilton ward. I think in here today. All the very best. Welcome to the chamber. I'm not sure if you've been watching the whole time along here, but welcome to the chamber. It's an interesting experience. I'm sure as a few other new councillors can attest to that. I've racked up a couple of years here now, but certainly wish you all the very best as the councillor for the Hamilton ward. Obviously have some experience in politics, reading through the information that was before us today, and having worked at the Property Council before joining the LNP benches here in council. I do have a bit of an issue with the way in which the standing committees have been arranged. In the past, I know, in the time I've been here in this role, we have in the past approached an LNP mayor, a different one, it was Graham Quirk at the time, about committee memberships and worked cooperatively in assigning memberships of those committees on a proactive basis. In the past we have had this Lord Mayor reach out and contact us and seek our views about committee memberships. That's going back a few years now. What we've seen over the last couple of iterations of committee memberships is there's politics in here, and this is a place of great debate, but there was a somewhat collegiate approach to how those committees were constituted in the past, and that's totally disappeared, because the first time I saw the committee memberships, and for Labor councillors and for the independent councillor to be moved and appointed to committees was at 5:27 yesterday when these papers came through. And, sure, that's the administration's prerogative. The Lord Mayor can run the show how he wants at the moment. But just reaching out, a phone call, a text, an email or something might go a long way in building those relationships outside of the heated debate in this chamber. And we will support that, and, whatever. You've got the numbers, you can do it. But there is a different approach you can take in that, and it might take occasionally some of the heat out of these things as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to talk on item A and to support this significant contract for Beams Road. And I've risen several times in this chamber to talk about this project, and as have many others, and perhaps Councillor Cassidy wasn't listening or paying attention, because this project has always been divided into several stages. And of course, stage one, with the removal of the Dorwell Road intersection roundabout, is particularly important because there have been multiple recorded accidents on this roundabout, which sees about 19,000 cars a day, which is increasing with the building of the Holy Spirit School, and also the increase with traffic that has come from the residential development in the Castledine development. So it's so important that we do get this project started. And technically, I think we actually had started the project, because council has a reputation for getting on with these projects. We've done that with Hoyland Street, we did it with Norris Road, We did it with Rogan Road, with Dorval Road. And not only did we get on and get the project done, we got it done before time. I'm sorry. Yeah. But we also did them. We did them under budget. So I'm not quite sure what Councillor Cassidy is talking about. He may be getting us confused with the state Labor. Oh no, he couldn't, because they're not building anything. They don't do any projects. We have Linkfield Road. We have the removal of the Beams Road Rail, which are state projects. But guess who's funding the majority? The federal government. And they promised that, well, the Linkfield Road was over 6 years ago, hasn't started. So Beams Road, over 3 years ago. And both these projects have been caught up in this 90-day review because they haven't started yet, despite the billboard that we saw from... Yeah. When did it say it was going to start? 2021. But it hasn't. So it's been caught up in the 90-day review. So I'm not sure what Councillor Cassidy has been doing or how he thinks that these roads are delivered. This is how we deliver these roads, not through just ratepayer funded money. So I'm glad that we're in charge. Having moved the services out of the way and having purchased all of the concrete pipes ready to start this project, it was very frustrating to see this project caught up in the federal Labor government's review. And it was particularly surprising because we saw on Councillor Cassidy's social media and the member for Lily's social media, this is a great project. This is going to improve congestion. This is going to actually deliver jobs on the north side. I think that's what they said. And so they were happy to get out and there and sprout it. But when it was caught up in the 90-day review, we heard nothing. Nothing. The Lord Mayor, Councillor Wines, myself, Luke Howarth, we all wrote to the Minister and explained to her how important it was and timely that we have this contract signed, sealed and delivered so that we can get on with stage one. And fortunately, through us writing to the Minister and explaining it, fortunately she saw that this was an important thing to do, and we've been able to get on and start and have this project probably started very soon once this is agreed to today. And I do hope that Councillor Cassidy does say yes to this and agree with this, because I did see him and the member for Lily again on their social media telling us, walking there with Minister King and saying that they're delivering it. So, you know, despite them not responding to the hundreds and hundreds of people who've been contacting me and saying how frustrated they are with this Labor federal government putting a stop to it, and they just want the project to get started, they can see the concrete pipes, Councillor Cassidy. They can see that we were moving the services. They know we started this project because that's what Council does. We get on with delivering. And had we not been held up, we deliver on time and generally under budget. But obviously, putting this into a 90-day review has not helped the situation. And as I said, the Beams Road, rail overpass and the Linkfield Road upgrade are caught up in this review. And I hear nothing from the state representative of Aspley. I hear nothing about this, and are they appealing to Minister King about this as well? No, because probably the project has not started, despite multiple hits of the Linkfield Road overpass by trucks, and trucks cannot travel across it right now, causing congestion. We hear nothing. We are still waiting 6 years after it was promised. And I'm sick and tired of hearing the excuse that we didn't have the money, because once again, these guys don't understand how it works. And this is how it happens in every state in Australia and has always happened. The federal money doesn't hand over the money to you all in one lump sum. It's just like when you have your own renovation of your home or building a house. You don't get it in a lump sum. When you start the project, you get instalments. So they've got to start the project. and they haven't. And now Labor are in charge down there. Have they handed the money over for Linkfield? No. Because it hasn't started. So I'm sorry, Councillor Cassidy, you can say all you like about us holding things up, but this project is going ahead. Stage 1 is going to start, and the next stage will follow that, and the next stage will follow that. So I do hope that you do agree to this today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on the... Oh, am I allowed to say it? I don't think I'm allowed to say it, am I? Is it actually called a special?
You've got a choice.
Or am I allowed to say it?
You've got a choice of item A or B to speak on.
Yes, I'm rising to speak on, and I just want to make sure I'm not breaching your ruling, Mr. Chairman, about the additional, I'll say additional ENC report on both items A and B. I would just like to start by saying, like Councillor Cassidy, I would have thought that there is a basic kind of decency about people in the LNP, you know, a minimum level of kind of human behaviour that is a reasonable thing to discuss, right? That might involve, and I hear the deputy mayor sniping over there, but.
Councillor Mackay, please. Councillor Johnson.
To be described as other changes, that's it. Not actually in the ENC, the additional ENC report, which was sent out at 5:26 p.m. last night, buried in an email that said agenda changes. You read through it, and it looks like it's about the appointment of the new councillor for Hamilton Ward and her appointment onto committees. But you've got to read the fine print, don't you, with this administration, because buried in attachment D is some changes to committee. Now, did anyone in the LNP have the basic courtesy to reach out and say, this is what we're going to do? No, they did not. For months, they've actually been blocking my motion, which is still sitting on the table here, to be appointed to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, where there has been a vacancy. Now, instead of doing that, what the LNP have done is to take Councillor Strunk off the Planning Committee and put him onto the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, and to put me onto the City Planning Committee. So, look, like Councillor Cassidy says, the LNP have a massive majority here. They're going to do what they're going to do. But did they have a basic level of decency to say, hey, this is what we're going to do? They didn't even do that. They sent out an email which was about something else, and then in the attachment to the attachment, which wasn't actually included in the email, there's changes to our jobs. Our jobs. Not, you know, we're going to not have afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. Actually, the work that you do in this city on behalf of residents of the city is changing, and this is how it is going to change. Did they do that? No, they didn't. They think they just want to be tricky and mean and out of touch. I mean, Shane Stone was right 30 years ago, and he's right about this lot. The same thing could apply. It is just appalling behaviour to do this. To do it to me is to be expected, but to do it to Councillor Strunk, who is actually a decent person and does nothing but...
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, please continue.
Well, the Deputy Mayor is, as opposed to everyone else, and Councillor Murphy's cackling his head off, but of course none of their behaviour will be admonished by you in this place. So all I'm saying is Councillor Strunk's a decent person. You could have had the courtesy to at least speak to him, but you didn't even do that. Did Councillor Davis reach out and say, hey, Charles, this is not in the chamber but outside, You know, you're going to be on my committee. That's great. I hope you're okay with that. Did she do that? No. Did Councillor Allen say, oh, Nicole, I see you're going to come on to planning committee? No, he didn't do that. As I said, I don't expect anything for myself because, you know I'm at the bottom of the food chain here and how people are treated. And it's pretty clear today that, Charles, I'm so sorry to say, you're down there with me. We are relegated to even the Lord Mayor's verbal explanation here today, and other change. Now, when somebody's job changes, I don't think it is unreasonable for the organisation to make it clear to someone what those changes are. Can you imagine if you went into work in your office and suddenly they said, well, what are you doing here? Oh, this is my job, I work here. No, you work over there. That's the equivalent for anybody else in Brisbane. But this LNP administration think it's okay to do that to Councillor Strunk and myself. Well, guess what? It's not a problem from my point of view. I love the Parks Environment Committee. I was on it for many years and I would have enjoyed being on it again. But Councillor Allen, I've got zero problem with being on the Planning Committee, and I look forward to bringing quite a lot of issues through. I've never been on it before and it's going to be most enjoyable. I'm going to look forward to my first meeting next week. I think it's 10 o'clock. I mean, not even on the papers was there a time about when it met. I had to go and look it up online on the council website. I don't think it is. Have a look at attachment D. I don't think so.
Councillors.
Oh, so you knew? He knew what was going on. Yeah, excellent. So I'll just put on the record that the way in which this LNP administration treats people as they go about their jobs is what is the issue here today. There's not even a basic bit of courtesy to councillors about the changes to their jobs. I mean, it's bad enough when they don't tell you about projects in your ward or announce things in your ward and can't be bothered to let you know. I mean, that's politics. But when they change your job and couldn't be bothered to give you a heads up, that is just poor human behaviour. If that's how they run the organisation, it is no wonder that council officers are fleeing this organisation in droves. They too don't like their jobs being changed without notice, without discussion and without reasonable debate. And you can see that the management style that they use here is the same top-down, heavy approach. You do what I say, not we'll talk to you about it and see what we can work out, but you will do what I say. That's how this LNP administration roll. They have become tired, out of touch, and failed to engage in the most basic degree of consultation with the own people in their workplace. I sit 4 metres from the Lord Mayor, maybe 5 metres from the planning chair. Hey, Nicole, this is coming through today. No, 5:26 p.m. in an attachment to an email about something else. That's how they roll. Now, briefly, on Beams Road. Just got a little bit of advice for the LNP, because clearly the message is not getting through. Don't start big projects until you've got the funding sorted out, until you've got the project properly scoped, until you make sure that you've got the money to do it. Because when you start projects without having all the approvals in place, the due diligence that must be done to ensure successful projects, that's when things go wrong. That is when things go wrong, and that is what this administration has become known for. The Metro. I mean, they had to pay out contractors millions of dollars because they went ahead and started on that bus project without having the approval of the landowners. And here, they just presumed their mates down there in Canberra would hand over the funding, and they hadn't got it ticked off. They had not got it ticked off. They went ahead, they did the whatever it was, pipe work and the other sort of, preliminary works they did, but they did not have it ticked off. Now, instead of actually dealing with it proactively, what did they do? They jumped up and down on the spot like a toddler going, the federal government's been mean to us, they're taking away our money. Well, I haven't seen the letter that came back last Wednesday, but presumably the federal government has said, yes, your funding is secure. Who starts projects without making sure that's the first thing that you do? You don't go out and bid at an auction on a house without having the money approved in the bank. Even people in Brisbane who are not sophisticated about major projects know that you've got to do the due diligence
Councillor
first
Johnson, your time
and then
has
do the project
expired.
second.
Any further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And can I just, I will speak to principally item A, but just very quickly on item B, can I welcome, who is at the moment Ms Dixon, but will soon be Councillor Dixon joining us. I look forward to her joining our council. Moving to item A. There's been a range of very strange comments made by the opposition in the debate today. I just want to clear something up. By supporting the amendment to the significant contracting plan now, it will allow the tendering process to conclude within days and a contract be signed this week to deliver a project at Beams Road, Castledome. Right, so this is not like the project won't be delivered. We are literally amending the SCP to deliver the project. And now there's been some conjecture about whether the project had started or not. I share Councillor Lander's view that it should never have been within the federal government's review because work had significantly started, because land resumption had been completed, because underground services had been moved, because drainage equipment had been purchased so that there was no potential risk to the critical pathway of delivery for the project because of an inability to find basic things like that. And then we hear from the previous speaker, Councillor Johnston, that who would proceed without funding? Well, we had funding, and then the federal government took it away. It's that simple. It takes... this council did not think that the federal government would be a sovereign risk to this project. They only became a sovereign risk when it became a Labor government, and perhaps we should all reflect on that. We were, as far as I was concerned, full steam ahead. Everything was agreed until the federal Labor government issued us with a notice that the project that we had always understood to be funded was now no longer funded. So they withdrew their agreement as far as I am concerned. I am grateful that through requests and evidence, the federal government has changed their mind and provided a letter of comfort, which is in our papers, that says that they will support the original funding agreement. That it even happened at all is actually pretty appalling. That there's still other projects under threat is still appalling, including the state government's component of the Beams Road project, the open level crossing removal. We heard criticism of the project because it focuses its attention around the open level crossing removal. Our project was and will always be complementary to the state's open level crossing removal project, which will cost in excess of $300 million, and which, incidentally, this council has a standing offer of $40 million, which we'll honour. And we won't threaten the state government with its removal, as the federal government did to us on this project. The objective of this project is to make sure that Beams Road is 4 lanes through the corridor to support the open level crossing removal and to address existing and growing need for motor vehicle use through that area, and improve public transport through better public transport provisions of the supporting services, better bus stops, indented bays, those sorts of things. And also, and this is the important part in 1A, which is where we're starting, position 1A, a full active transport corridor from the end of the open level crossing work near, we're going to call it the Clock Tower shops, all the way to Lacey Road, which does not exist at the moment. And then 1B, we will start on the other side near the village, and we will go all the way up to just short of the Hanford Road intersection. In a bikeway, in a cycleway that does not exist today, will be built. There'll be an underpass constructed, it will service this new cath-ed, I think Peter 12 school, which will be huge. Will be huge when it is fully attended. The idea that the proposition that this council did not want to do this was preposterous. Like, it was the most ludicrous thing that Councillor Cassidy has said here for some time. I can personally assure him that I and the Cabinet and the officers involved in this project have done everything in our power to keep it alive and keep it going, including the creation of breaking the project into smaller pieces so that we can improve opportunities to get better tenderers at a better price to be able to deliver this project. Why would the accusation be made that we didn't want to do it when there's literally whole yards of drainage pipe waiting that we'd already purchased for the purchase of delivery? Why would we do that? If it's, taking performative politics to strange new places, it doesn't make any sense. And I think to myself, how would one get to this point? Now, as I said, we had stage one. There's, of course, when we entered into the Beams Road project, there was always 3 elements of the project, 1, 2, 3, and then we only had one tenderer on one. That was not acceptable to me, and I hope most councillors would not accept a single tenderer on a project of this scale. We broke item 1 into item 1A, 1B and 1C. 1A and 1B are the corridor. That's what we're talking about today. And 1C is the Hanford Road intersection with Beams Road. Our work will be on the corridor. Our focus will be on complementing the state government's work of the open level crossing removal, and always our focus will be on making our roads safe and efficient so that people can get home sooner and safer on a quality local road network. I encourage all councillors to support this amendment so we can get the rubber hit the road on this project.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising to their feet. Lord Mayor, right or reply?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Obviously, I got carried away on Beams Road because I'm so passionate about it, and I forgot to mention the other item on the agenda. But with your indulgence, Mr Chair, I will officially welcome Julia Dixon as the new councillor for Hamilton Ward. I have to say, on the weekend, we had this thing that would be a bit unusual to Labor. It was called the pre-selection. There was a pre-selection where people put their hand up and they go into a competitive process, and they don't get chosen by Labor Party headquarters or a union official. They actually get chosen by party members. And there was an amazing display of democracy on the weekend, and we saw Julia Dixon come out of that victorious, and it was a highly competitive field with 5 very good candidates, 5 excellent candidates, and it was democracy in its finest. It was grassroots, local democracy in the Hamilton Ward, and I've got to say I'm excited about the future of this ward and Julia's representation of it, because obviously it is fundamental in the delivery of an effective Olympics, but also through the Hamilton North Shore corridor there that the state government controls, the Breakfast Creek precinct, which the state government now apparently controls or wants to control. So Councillor Dixon will have a very important role in making sure that those changes benefit the area, and she will be a fierce advocate for the local area to make sure that Hamilton Ward gets even better as it grows and as it becomes invested in. And I know that she will be a fierce advocate for some of the things that we want to achieve in the area, like the Gold City Glider, where we've done the work, put in the effort to develop a business case, present that business case to the state government, and once again waiting for approval. Crickets. We know that Councillor Dixon will advocate for her community. We certainly welcome her into this role. It is a unique role, and I would point out with Councillor Dixon's appointment, our team now has 60% women. 60% women. no other political team in Australia that I'm aware of has 60% women. And so, as a member of the minority in my team, I'm excited about that too. And I reject any suggestions that there needs to be a male quota to get the numbers up, because we make sure that our team is based on merit, not gender, merit. And that's the way it should be. And it just so happens that through that process, we now have 60% of the team as being female. So really, really exciting milestone. And I warmly welcome Julia into the role, warmly welcome her into the team. And it's going to be a busy period going ahead, but I know she will do a fantastic job on behalf of Hamilton Ward residents. Obviously, I mentioned changes to standing committees. This arrangement that's been put in place, it's interesting to hear the rewriting of history, because I made a real genuine effort to engage with both the independent councillor, the Labor opposition when I became Lord Mayor, and they spat in my face. They spat in my face. They played nothing but politics. They literally misrepresented everything I tried to do to bring them along on the journey. And not only did they spit in my face, they poked me in the eye at the same time. And so, look, you know, in the end, you learn a few lessons along the way. And look, if they want to control the committee memberships, then there's a way to do that. It's called an election, and so they can do that. And I wonder if they'll take the approach that they have suggested if they were in administration. I wonder, because this is the same party that changed the entire voting system of Queensland without any notice by tacking it onto a bill, remember? Late at night, they changed the entire Queensland electoral system. They didn't have the courtesy to tell anyone it was coming. And then they talk about, we should be consulted on a half-hour committee each week. So, look, we certainly I think that this committee membership will serve us, all of us, well through to the election collectively as a council. If you want changes, then, as I said, there's a process in 16th of March to get changes, but that'll be ultimately up to the people of Brisbane. But I commend these committee changes. I also welcome Councillor Landers onto the Ethics Committee, someone who takes the Ethics Committee seriously, unlike certain other councillors in this place who don't think it's important. Beams Road. Councillor Cassidy is very, very, very good at spinning. This is a guy who would make the Australian cricket team as a spinner. He's missed his calling, because really what's happened here is that the Labor government at the federal level and the Labor government at the state level have done everything possible to hamper these projects, whether it's the open level crossing or the Beams Road upgrade, and Councillor Cassidy tries to blame us. But what has really happened here is really simple. We are 100% committed to this project. We are determined to make it happen, and we will fight for good projects. And I can tell you it wasn't Councillor Cassidy's advocacy that got the 90-day review exclusion. As much as, his one contribution was to post on social media after the decision had been made, not to advocate, and not to do any lobbying, but to post afterwards. But I've spoken to the Minister a lot. I've written to the Minister a lot.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, if you have questions of other councillors in this chamber, you are to do it through a point of order and address it through the chair. Lord Mayor.
But let's have a look at the timeline here. So, the previous government committed to this federal funding for Beams Road. It wasn't the Labor Party. It was the previous government that committed. The previous government lost office in May last year. The new government gained office in May last year. Did they immediately initiate a 90-day infrastructure review, as you would think they would? How long did they wait to initiate a 90-day infrastructure review? A full year. A full year. So despite going into the election saying, oh, we've got concerns about some of these projects, they waited a full year to even start a 90-day review. Now, we warned them repeatedly that we had already started work on this project. This project was well and truly underway, and despite those warnings, despite ongoing communication at various levels, they included this project as part of their 90-day review. After 12 months, they waited a full 12 months before putting a question mark over it. And in that 12 months, we were busy doing work on the project. If we hadn't have advocated, like we did, publicly, and I want to thank Councillor Wines, Councillor Landers and everyone else who's been part of that, I have no doubt they would have taken this project out the back and shot it. I have no doubt. They are not in the slightest bit interested in funding road upgrades in Brisbane. They have no interest at all. They have other interests, but they're certainly not in Brisbane and in road projects. And then to hear that the Labor Party in council is suddenly interested in road upgrades, the party that opposed the Kingsford Smith Drive upgrade, the party who wants to form a coalition with the Greens to defund roads, to cut road funding and only invest in public and active transport.
Councillor Strunk.
The reality is very clear. There's only one side of this chamber that is committed to building suburban road upgrades, and there's only one side that has a record of building suburban road upgrades. And so we will get on with Beams Road. We will deliver. We are absolutely committed to it, as we are committed to upgrading roads right across the Sydney and suburb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will now put the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 7th of August. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division. Seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerk, can you please read the result?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
The motion has passed. Councillors, please return to your seats.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
In lieu of the item that was just unanimously carried in this chamber, I move that this council takes off the table the motion to appoint Councillor Nicole Johnson to fill the vacancy of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Seconder?
Seconded.
Motion moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor and Councillor Wines to take the motion off the table. I will read the motion. It's a procedural motion, so there is no debate, and we will now vote on whether it's taken off the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is off the table. Can I just remind the Chamber Deputy Mayor of the motion? The motion reads that this council appoint Councillor Nicole Johnson to fill the vacancy of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. Can I also remind the Chamber that both Councillor Johnson and Councillor Landers have spoken? That's it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Do I have the call?
Yes, you do.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And again, in light of the motion that's just been carried by this chamber, I move this motion now be put.
Seconded.
We have a motion before us, a procedural motion, that this motion now be put, moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Johnson, you actually have a 5-minute right of reply if you wish to exercise it. Yes, the debate's been had. You actually have a 5-minute right of reply if you wish to exercise it.
But you've guillotined debate.
No, the motion's been put. There was debate between yourself and Councillor Landers, so that's both sides of the chamber. I'm completely satisfied that the debate is sufficient. You have a right of reply.
But somebody moved a put motion. Sorry, I was just in the ladies' room. Again, nobody discussed this with me, so I don't know.
That's okay.
Right. Yes, but then somebody moved a put motion. I'm just seeking, as I was in the ladies' room, has somebody put the guillotine? Somebody said the motion now be put, and that motion's been moved.
Councillor Johnson, the motion has been put, and you actually have a right of reply. Would you like to exercise the right of reply? You have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify what happened while I was in the ladies' room. That's all that's happened. So has he called for further debate? Why?
There's no further debate because the motion has been put. There was a procedural motion.
There was a procedural motion that the motion now be put.
There was can I sum up? There was a motion put to take the motion off the table, which was successful. Then there was a motion for the motion to be put.
Right.
That was successful.
That's all I'm asking.
As a result, Councillor Wines, please. As a result, you have a right of reply. Would you like to exercise that right?
All I've been asking several times there was, has there been a motion?
And all I am seeking is a yes and no. Would you like to speak as a right of reply?
Of course. I was just trying to understand why there's been no debate.
Your 5 minutes now starts.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the motion before us today, which has been delayed and blocked by this LNP administration, was to appoint me to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. Now, instead of allowing debate on this matter, these are the things that the LNP has done. One, when the motion was moved approximately 3 months ago, the LNP blocked it. They put it on the table, which is pretty much on the back burner. And when I have attempted to have the motion re-enlivened for debate, they have refused to allow that, and as recently as last week. Now, at the time this motion was tabled, Councillor Landers said, well, we've got to make some changes to the Deputy Chair's position and the Chair's position, and it'll be dealt with after that. Well, that happened ages ago. They still didn't appoint me to the vacancy on the Parks, Environment and Sustainability Committee. And they still don't want to, because I presume they're going to block it, because at 5:26 p.m. last night, they dropped a motion in where I am described as an other change by the Lord Mayor to put me on the Planning Committee and move Councillor Strunk to the Parks Environment Committee. Again, this is how the LNP treat people's jobs. They will just do it without even talking to you. They will guillotine debate without even talking to you. They will block debate without even talking to you. They will refuse to...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I believe that Councillor Johnston may be misleading the chamber because she just voted in support of her reallocation to the Planning Committee and her removal from the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
So your point of order is on relevance?
It's misleading the chamber.
Right. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnson has a 5-minute right of reply, and I am intent on her having that 5-minute right of reply.
I appreciate that. Not only was that not a point of order, it was actually wrong. I'm not on the Parks and Environment Committee. That's what I wanted to be on.
Councillor Johnson, if you don't stick to the motion, you need to stick to the motion, please. Yeah, I know it's time.
You do know the motion is about my appointment to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
It's a very brief motion, but you do need to speak to it. Go on.
Are you okay?
I'm a little snotty, but otherwise I'm fine. Thank you.
That's good. Because I'm actually talking about the motion, if that's all right with you.
Please continue.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Anyway, that just shows the LNP actually think I'm on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. I mean, these people are just hopeless. Look, I'm happy to serve on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. I always have been. I'll be voting in support of this motion. And the game playing with people's lives and people's jobs that the LNP continue to do without the courtesy of a heads up, like this time, I literally went to the loo. Thanks so much for doing all that while I was in the loo. That's really grown-up behaviour. I just think that it's unnecessary. We should certainly have the opportunity to...
Councillors, please. Please continue, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah. Look, it's really interesting, isn't it, that I think maybe one of the things that forced them to act is the negative publicity with what's happened in Canberra over the last few days, where it was in fact the Albanese government that's seeking to block minor parties and independents from serving on certain committees. The LNP have been in lock, stock and smoking barrels with them, with LNP senators claiming that only the LNP and ALP can be on important committees because the minor parties and the Teals aren't up to it. That's clearly the same approach that this LNP administration have been following by blocking these motions. And I suspect, because I did tweet about it, I suspect that it's quite embarrassing when they're caught out doing the same thing, blocking participation by an independent councillor from a council committee. The sad part of all of this is I've been willing to serve on this committee for months and months, and there's been a vacancy for months and months. I'm happy for Councillor Strunk. I will still be voting in favour with this motion, and I hope that all people do. I think the LNP's tactics and how this matter was handled have been appalling, and I just think that they should reflect very carefully on the fact that they're actually dealing with people's lives and their jobs, and some basic discussion with councillors about how their work is
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Your time
appreciated.
has expired. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 16 against and 4 abstentions. Sorry, 1 in favour, 16 against and 4 abstentions.
The motion has been unsuccessful. Sorry, who was the latecomer? You quite happy? Yep, we'll add Councillor Whitney to the vote. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Can you please return to your chairs? Councillors, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on the Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before I go to the report, I just want to go through the highlights of the Business Hub, which is continuing to go to strength. We've done our end-of-year survey with our people that are visiting us there, and the satisfaction rate has grown to 92%, from 90% in the last 12 months of those who are visiting and using the Business Hub. So we've got some very, very happy customers, and that total number of visitors in the last financial year was over 10,000, which is a 67% increase on visitors, which is absolutely fantastic. And coming up in the following week, for those who are keeping track at home, that want to make sure that they know what's going on in the workshops and events in the Business Hub, is Business Growth Planning. Take your business to the next level. It is on the 15th of August from 9:30. It's being provided by Action Coach, and it's about joining an award-winning business training team in Brisbane to learn strategies across staff retention, mastery, niche development, leverage, building a winning team, creating business synergy, and achieving growth and investment for increased profits in the next 90 days. So well done to the team in the Business Hub. You do amazing work in supporting our small to medium enterprises. And talking about supporting small and medium enterprises, we had a fantastic presentation last week on the economic support that we've had during COVID and after COVID, and everything that the Economic Development team have been doing through the Flood Recovery Action Program and beyond to support our businesses. It was amazing to see how much work they do. They really are hitting the ground running since we've opened up again from COVID, and it's great to see the results. And I'll leave debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, last week's Transport Committee presentation was about the Brisbane Metro end-of-trip charging infrastructure. Of course, Chair, we know that the metros themselves are battery electric vehicles, which means they require extensive charging infrastructure to operate. To charge our metros, 15 flash chargers are being constructed at 4 locations along the busway. These chargers deliver an instantaneous 600 kilowatt charge to the vehicles through the charging pantograph. I know you're familiar with pantographs, Chair. These are mounted on top of the metro vehicle. It's the first time that a charging system of this kind is being used in Australia, and it allows us to charge these metros in just under 6 minutes at end-of-route locations. At Hurston, at the northern end of the M2, we are installing end-of-route flash charging facilities and metro layover areas at the end of Ernie's Roundabout within the existing bus layover area. And if you're driving along Countess Street on your way into the city, Chair, you can now see the frames for the flash chargers under construction in the inner northern busway. Works are, of course, also well underway at the University of Queensland. We're not only increasing the platform capacity of the second most highly patronised station within the network at UQ, but we're also providing the end-of-route flash charging and another layover area for metros there as well. And of course, the Piste de Resistance, the metro depot at Rochdale, will house 5 flash chargers just off the southeast busway, as well as 60 trickle chargers and their supporting charging infrastructure. What's important about the charging strategy that we've chosen for Brisbane Metro is that it strikes a balance between battery size and life, infrastructure impact and operational efficiency. The flash chargers let us integrate the charging into our everyday operations, and they maximise the service uptime of the metro. So less downtime, fueling or charging, more time carrying, paying customers and passengers around our city, providing that turn up and go service. I was out at the depot very recently and can advise the Chamber that works there are progressing extremely well. So we hope to be able to commence the testing and commissioning of the chargers there in the coming months. Chair, we already know Brisbane Metro is a multi-award winning project even before it is operational. And one of those awards that we have won is for this innovative charging strategy. In 2020, we won the Metropolitan Innovation Award at the city's Power Partnerships Climate Awards, an award I was very proud to accept on behalf of the city. This award noted that the project is at the forefront of EV technology and that, quote, the charging system is one of the most significant developments in the EV industry worldwide. Unquote. So there's no question that this Shriner Council is taking the lead when it comes to adopting more sustainable cutting-edge technology that will keep our city clean and green. And I've no doubt, Chair, that we have many more awards to come as we complete construction towards the end of this year and we enter service and commissioning phase early next year. And I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just briefly on item A, here's a few things that the Transport Chairperson left out of his award-winning project, and I'm pretty sure he would have left them out of his self-nominated awards nomination as well. The end of charging facilities at the southern end of the metro at the University of Queensland are actually powered not on that site, but across the river in Dutton Park. So here's a few things he didn't mention. The added cost and complexity of having to build a power source to charge the end of metro bus use remotely from the end of bus use. That's phenomenal. It's a huge building project that's currently underway. So most people won't know, but this has been a big issue in my community and in Councillor Massey's community, that the University of Queensland said, sure, we'll have your fancy new electronic buses, but we don't want the infrastructure to support them. And this council goes, no problems, UQ, we'll just whack it in a park on the other side of the river. So the cost and complexity of doing that have added to the cost of the Metro project, because otherwise this infrastructure could have been suitably located on the UQ side and some sort of innovative design above the flood level. But Brisbane City Council did not do that. And to my great sadness, Council has not said to UQ, you want the buses, you've got to have the infrastructure to support it. Because the ratepayers of Brisbane shouldn't have to pay more because you want the service but you don't want the supporting infrastructure that comes with it. But they didn't do that. Guess what else? We know from discussions I've had with the officers that this is actually the furthest away that the actual battery can be to actually send the appropriate signal through to these flash points that Councillor Murphy is talking about. The loss of transmission through the lines, which are going to hang off the bottom of the Eleanor Chanel Bridge, is extraordinary, and they couldn't actually work if they were even a few metres further away. So the loss of energy transmission through the sheer bloody-mindedness of this council and the University of Queensland is appalling, because the loss of energy from these transmission lines has a heat impact on the local environment, and that's essentially parkland and the Brisbane River corridor. So there are adverse environmental impacts through the loss of transmission through the line. Here's something else he didn't mention. There are additional maintenance costs associated with disconnecting your power source for the charging at the end of route point from the end of route. And we're talking probably in a direct line maybe 800 metres, maybe even up to a kilometre away between the end of point where the buses stop and where the actual battery is that's going to power these flash charges that are only going to take 6 minutes. I really hope there's not a problem with one of the lines, because that's a huge issue to then fix it. So the cost of additional maintenance and management of these lines is going to add to the cost of the project and the ongoing cost of running the metro. And finally, you've got the impact on the local environment. Council knocked down a lot of trees to build this big battery, and they're trying to make it look fancy with a bit of screening around it. I saw it just the other day. But the footprint through the loss of vegetation on that site has been really significant. It was unnecessary, it was wasteful, and it is disappointing that Brisbane City Council did not do the right thing and say to the University of Queensland, we are giving you a vastly upgraded bus service for your students and staff. You need to have this infrastructure on your site. Now, I'm sure, you know, that Councillor Murphy's going to jump up and down and go, well, it floods over there. This council approves houses in flood zones every single day. This council just approved 90 stories in South Brisbane. So they're prepared to put 10,000 people into a known flooding hotspot, but they won't put a battery on the appropriate infrastructure. It could be up high in the air. It could create more undercover space. It could be a really innovative outcome. They weren't prepared to do that because they didn't want to push back with the University of Queensland, who wanted all of the benefits and none of the infrastructure that's needed to support the end of route charging at that location. This is another example of how this LNP administration continued to botch the delivery of infrastructure in this city. The metro costs have blown out from $944 million to about $2.1 billion because of the bad decision-making of this LNP administration. And this decision is part of that. It's not good enough.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, with your indulgence, Chair, I had a question in committee this morning that I thought Councillor Murphy was going to answer in the chamber today, and he might in summing up. I just wanted to remind him of that, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? See no one standing. Councillor Murphy, right, a reply.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in terms of Councillor Cassidy's question that I took on notice in committee today, it's true that the land at Norman Park is a lease from the state government to the Brisbane City Council, held by the Brisbane City Council for the purposes of a ferry terminal, and Council has engaged with the state government on the handback of that lease, given we're no longer using that site for those purposes, and there has been some discussion about some of the heritage constraints on that site. However, no decisions have been taken in respect of disposal of that site at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Infrastructure meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
The meeting last week saw a presentation on the Ritchie Road Corridor Upgrade Stage 1B. Wadeville Street and Parkwood Drive intersection upgrade. Now, councillors would have noticed that we spent much of the early part of the meeting discussing a significant road upgrade on the outer northern limits of the city. We're now discussing a road upgrade on the outer southwest limits of the city, once again proving this council's commitment to all corners of the city and that works occur to improve our transport network at all points of the compass. Can I also recognise the efforts of Councillor Owen in her advocacy for the community in Pollara and for her keen and ongoing interest in the delivery of the works for Ritchie Road? And can I also recognise that I hope she enjoyed the opportunity to turn the lights on when this intersection was completed. So, prior to the Ritchie Road upgrade, approximately 11,000 vehicles per day passed through this particular intersection. Traffic modelling confirmed that increasing traffic volumes, restricted sightlines due to the intersection configuration and extended queue lengths with motorists accessing the nearby Pollara State School were creating an unsafe road circumstances and reducing travel time reliability. Significant delays were experienced by road users particularly during peak times, with queues on Wadeville Street exceeding 450 metres. The Ritchie Road Stage 1B project aimed to improve safety for all transport modes, reduce traffic congestion and improve travel time. The project will cater for future urban growth in Pollara and its surrounds, and the construction of the upgrade to Wadeville and Parkwood they commenced in February 23 and works were completed by June of that same year, so only some weeks ago. Stage 1B of Ritchie Road Corridor upgrade was fully funded by the Australian Government through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. Once again, another excellent example of what can be delivered in a substantial and meaningful partnership between the Federal Government and the Brisbane City Council, one that we hope will continue. We'll be moving on to do further works in Ritchie Road over the coming period, and I look forward to further contributions.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in regards to this project, I rise today to speak in favour of this report and to thank the many council officers that have been working diligently behind the scenes on this project. Stage A and Stage 1B have certainly been extremely well received in the community, and particularly through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Wines, the impact that this project has made on the smoother flow of travel for the many parents who have children at Pollara State School is there to be seen on a day-to-day basis. It was great that actually the council officers were able to come to Pollara State School with me last week, and in direct consultation with representatives of the school and the PNC, they were able to personally receive the feedback about how the community, and particularly the school community, has received these changes and is greatly appreciative. In fact, when you have people saying to you that before these traffic lights were in and before the road intersection was reconfigured, it would take them till about 3:10 to get home. And now they are getting home at about 3:10. So that is a major, significant change. And this is all because of the accurate modelling that was done during the design process to make sure that the regulation of the traffic flow would enhance the clearance of the school traffic, particularly at those peak times. Now, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Wines has mentioned that at times there was a 450-metre backlog of traffic. That sort of congestion immediately in front of a school precinct is absolutely diabolical at school pickup time. And as a parent, I know how challenging those school pickup and drop-off times can be. But particularly for this area, it is a pinch point between Pollara and Heathwood, and because we now have the smooth flow of traffic through there, people are going through the drive-through drop-off zone at the school, being able to get out through that intersection instead of having it all banking back and clogging the access points for those driveways of the school. it has been an absolute blessing that these families now are able to just get in their car and drive home smoother, quicker, safer, and that is what it's all about around our school precincts. So I would like to say thank you to all of the families at the school for their patience and understanding and forbearance during the process. I know we did get commendations for the project contractors and also the traffic controllers, because they were very conscious of having primary school students in the mix and needing to cross across Ritchie Road and Wadeville Street, and they made sure that those children could cross safely. So those positive bits of feedback that have come through are very vital, because this is a good example of how on a council road we had council engineers do the design, we had council contractors come in and do the delivery, we had council project managers managing this, we had our wonderful CPO comms team working in conjunction with myself and Councillor Wines and the community, and making sure the information flow was there for people to know what was going on. The residents were advised when there was night works, and all of these steps in the process have been done to make sure as well that the majority of the work was not done in the peak school pick-up and drop-off times. So I think that this is a great example of how our council team positively delivers on these road projects. And can I say, it was great that we actually were able to turn those traffic lights on the 9th of June. It was great that we had the design ready to go and that the funding came through. I am truly grateful for the fact that the LRCI funding did come through and that this project was not subject to any 90-day reviews, but I think we managed to get in because it was all designed and ready to go. We were able to get it cracking and as soon as we could, and certainly it has shown fantastic benefits for the local community, and I think that's what it's all about, that it shouldn't be about political games and putting projects under review. It should be about making sure that this infrastructure that is needed in local communities is funded and allow us as a council to be able to deliver it for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Are there any further speakers? Seeing no one rising. Councillor Wines. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll move on to the next item. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before moving to the committee report, I'd like to officially welcome Councillor Claire Jenkinson to the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee. Councillor Jenkinson joined us last week at committee for the first time after her I guess, candidacy was successful for the Paddington ward. So, Claire, thank you, and we look forward to you joining into the committee discussion during the remainder of this session of Council and into the future. I'd also like to ask that all items A, B and C be taken seriatim for vote.
Noted, Councillor Allen. Or A, B and C taken seriatim for voting.
Yep. Just quickly, Mr Chair, moving on to item A, which was the committee presentation on 240 Margaret Street, Brisbane. This particular development has been inspired by the City Botanic Gardens and the Kangaroo Point Cliffs. This development is set to breathe new life into an underutilised area in Brisbane's bustling CBD. The approved plans for this purpose-built student accommodation development encompasses an impressive 34-storey structure designed to house 930 students. 240 Margaret Street is surrounded by access to public transport options and has a variety of shops and amenities within walking distance. Noteworthy features include a thoughtfully designed basement for secure bicycle storage, equipment safekeeping and efficient waste management. The accommodations will cater to diverse preferences, offering 5 distinct styles. These range from individual self-contained rooms to cluster-style arrangements with shared facilities, ensuring a variety of student needs are met efficiently. A distinguishing attribute of the project is its deliberate integration of active spaces facing Margaret Street, fostering a lively and engaging streetscape. It also creates a sense of community. The development will feature communal open spaces accessible to 5 different levels. There's been careful consideration of these spaces and to ensure that they enhance the quality of living of the residents in the building and, of course, contribute to the public realm. Safety and functionality are paramount with the inclusion of pedestrian awnings that will extend over the footpath. The incorporation of lush greenery into the design further adds to the project's allure, contributing to the aesthetic appeal and environmental sustainability. The development plans to encompass provisions for public art installations and creative lighting, promising an aesthetically pleasing urban environment. Moreover, the emphasis on sustainable transport aligns with contemporary eco-conscious principles, promoting responsible commuting alternatives among residents. Beyond its architectural significance, 240 Margaret Street, Brisbane aligns with the Schrinner Council's broad vision, one of fostering highly livable, affordable and sustainable housing. Other items on the agenda included item B, which refers to a petition containing 650 signatures regarding the TLPI on the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, and item C refers to a petition on Coya Road, Mitchelton, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on item B, which is the request for Council to remove the heritage protection of the temporary local planning instrument from the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate. I note that's already being taken seriatim for voting. I rise in support of this petition. It's certainly a first for our city that we're actually considering removing protection of heritage from our plan. And I think this is a good move. I've certainly worked with local residents who have gone out of their way through many meetings and through this petition to say that heritage on their character homes was not necessary. And I'm glad that we have listened to these residents. Certainly when I went and spoke to them, after I moved this motion and after I moved a motion to remove heritage protection, that the administration supported it. And at a public meeting that the residents had, chaired by Brian Luckins, we had over 80 residents there who were certainly very supportive of the fact that this layer of protection would be removed so that there'd no longer be heritage, but it would revert back to character protection. The one thing residents did say to me, and it was certainly a common theme through that meeting, and it was certainly the major concern that came out of that meeting, was how we establish majority as a council. And I know that the group has written to Councillor, the chairperson, in relation to this to clarify how that vote will be determined, because they are still suspicious that Council will renege on its agreement to remove this heritage protection from these homes. So there are questions related to, is the decision based on a 50% vote? What constitutes a 50% vote? Is it one household, one vote? Is it the owner of the household has a vote? Basically, they were the issues that needed clarification. They were the issues that certainly haven't been clarified in this petition. So I've asked the chairperson, or I asked the chairperson to clarify that so that residents can have an accurate understanding of how that will be undertaken so that they can ensure that they meet the requirements for taking this heritage protection off these homes. And the heritage protection was conditional upon, one, that it happens when the documentation returns from the state government, has a month period for it to happen in, and two, that the majority of residents were in support of it. So we need clarification around that. And I would certainly ask here in the chamber in a very clear and precise way that the chairperson, the Lord Mayor and the CEO provide me with those details regarding how we undertake that consultation and how we determine, how council through its department is going to determine where that 50% target is met. I don't believe that is asking anything unreasonable. If that information is sent through to me, I will ensure that all the residents, all those households receive that information, as well as their chairperson, Brian, who's certainly done a lot of work and is currently doing a lot of work with residents and the local community around this particular, around having their homes returned back to characteristic. I think this is a good outcome for the residents. I just hope it's a genuine outcome for the residents. I certainly want it to be a genuine outcome for the residents. I don't think we'll have any problem in achieving that 50%. We just need to know the rules around getting to that 50%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? See no one. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise to make some comments in regard to item C, the petition regarding Cougar Road, 76 Cougar Road, Mitchelton. Can I just begin by thanking the committee for the consideration of this petition, and also can I thank the local residents for their ongoing concern regarding this particular application. I have been in consistent contact with the nearby residences to this location about ensuring that the outcome of the application is consistent with the community expectations. So the site is in the southwest corner of Mitchelton, and it is the last site that remains sort of, I suppose you call it, undeveloped after a long history of farming. So the Mitchelton area has been a farming district in Brisbane for more than 150 years. But over the years, those farms were slowly closed, and though there were more productive places in other parts of Queensland, so those farms were converted to housing. And this is the last property. The property was owned by a person who spent much of his life as a council employee as part of our grass cutting team, and he actually spent a lot of his time cutting community grass for community associations and was a groundsman for the council, but he did retire from the council a long time ago. The location is well known because of the number of times that owner, Mr Greg Hungerford, was approached by the development community to sell his property and allow it to be turned into housing during his lifetime, to which he had a sign at the front of his property that said, "Developers keep out, not for sale." He was a wonderful community person and still very much missed in the area. The land was identified through both the Mitchelton Centre Neighbourhood Plan and earlier iterations of the Mitchelton Neighbourhood Plan to include significant parcels that, if it ever were to be developed, that significant portions of the site should be set aside for bushland and for parkland. The proposal before us in the application does set aside significant space for bushland and parkland. However, residents have sought they've raised a number of concerns with me, and I just thought I'd raise them here today. So, the site has two land use designations that sit below the application. The first one is a environmental protection bushland land use designation, which covers about half the site, and much of the other site is in the emerging communities designation, which you, Mr Chair, would recognise from the Upper Kedron area, and it is not dissimilar to the old McAllister farm, but for scale. And so there are a number of concerns within the site that we were hoping to have addressed. So there is a clear line through the site which would be an encouragement of overland flow path, which Mr Hungerford had kept a number of small dams in to keep water for his property, because he did, to the end, agist horses at the property. And so the water was made available, but there is a clear line of overland flow. There is a detention basin proposed within the application. We just want to ensure clarity that the land here and the solution proposed through the application does satisfy the overland flow and potential flooding concerns. The neighbourhood is largely standalone dwellings or single home dwellings. They are properties consistent with outer suburbia and that Mitchelton area, and we're hopeful that the properties proposed for this location would be consistent with that. Many of them are. Some sites are smaller. There's been a campaign by the local federal MP to get smaller lots on the site and to have more government intervention into the nature of the housing there. I am not supportive of that. I am supportive of the proposals, larger land holdings, and for the development to be allowed the development to be used and allowed for people to buy homes and to become long-term members of our community. I would like to see the parkland consistent with the Mitchelton Centre Neighbourhood Plan, and the feedback through the IR process indicates that is well on its way. Because of the bushland and because of Taylor Range and other issues, again, near your own ward, Mr Chair, there are concerns because of the hill and because of bushland that there may be bushfire risks, so they have a proper emergency plan to deal with those, and to also ensure that the bushland that is there is preserved materially and for the benefit of the public over time. So they are the principal concerns. Can I thank the 208 people who've taken the time to submit? Can I thank the 211 people who took the time to sign this petition? This is ongoing. The consideration for this particular application is ongoing. The outcome continues in the favour of the local residents, and we look forward to an outcome in the near future.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Councillor Allen, right, a reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in response to Councillor Griffiths, we certainly will provide some guidance around what constitutes a majority in the context of the Maruka War Workers TLPI. We are wanting to ensure that the process in this particular instance is robust and that we observe all relevant probity measures. So if you'll just give us a little bit of time, we'll be able to provide him with that information in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We will now put the report of the City Planning and Renewal Committee, and we'll take each as a separate vote. So we will start with item A. All those in favour of item A, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
Division seconded.
We have a division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Yep. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
The motion or item A has passed, I should say. Councillors, can you please return to your seats and we will vote on item B. You can return to your seats, councillors. All those in favour of item B, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
Division seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, can I have a bit of quiet, please, while the clerks read the result? Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
Item B has passed. Councillors, please return to your seats, please, and we'll vote on item C. All those in favour of item C say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Allen and no seconder. Sorry, Councillor Allen. No seconder. Councillors, all items for city planning, urban renewal have now passed. Councillor Davis, Parks and Environment and Sustainability Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting on Tuesday, 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis, you got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week's committee presentation was on the Mount Cootha Reserve Mountain Bike Concept Plan. This was a key action in the Brisbane off-road cycling strategy to manage the growing demand for mountain biking in the reserve while also protecting the reserve's significant environment and heritage values. We received more than 1,100 pieces of feedback from the community, which was considered in the development of the final concept plan, and from that feedback we identified short, medium and long-term opportunities for the reserve. Identified in the short-term opportunities was a new mountain bike skills track along with a new beginner loop right next to it at the Gap Creek picnic area, which will be delivered as part of this year's budget. This will provide the opportunity for new mountain bikers to try out their new skills on the new beginner loop before stepping up to experience and enjoy the range of authorised trails in the reserve. The work that we are currently doing in the reserve, including our trail care program, which is much loved by the volunteers who participate, will continue alongside the delivery of this plan. We'll also continue to work on improving the signage and access across the reserve, as well as educating the community on the reserve's significance and all of the opportunities to enjoy on offer. The next trail care sessions actually will be held this weekend, Saturday from 1 to 5 p.m. and on Sunday from 7 to 11 a.m. And I would encourage anybody who is passionate about our environment and mountain biking, or just someone who enjoys the great outdoors, to come along and help out for a few hours and get their hands a little dirty. The trails at Mount Cootha Reserve are loved by many, whether they're traversed on 2 wheels, 2 legs or 4 legs, and this concept plan delivers something for everyone. We'll continue working with all stakeholders, including mountain bike users, trail care groups and reserve enthusiasts, to ensure that we offer a good balance between recreation and conservation at the reserve. Mr Chair, we also had a number of petitions, including a request to remove silt and vegetation from Oxley Creek, a request for signage to honour past players at Brothers Rugby League Football Club at the Grange, an open space renaming at 39 Sweets Road, Pallara to Fogula Furlan Place, a request to rename the entrance area of Hoop Pine Picnic Area, Mount Cootha, to Private Alexander Leslie Place, and finally a request to relocate a dog off-leash area from James Warner Park to Captain Burke Park, Kangaroo Point. And with that big list, I'll leave debate to the chamber. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Mount Cootha Reserve Mountain Bike Concept Plan. This plan, along with the Trail Care Program, are key actions from the Shuna Council's off-road cycling strategy, which was released in December 2021. Mount Cootha Reserve in my ward has an extensive network of diverse tracks and trails and is a popular destination for a range of recreational activities. Key stakeholders and the community were invited to provide feedback late last year in relation to the mountain bike concept plan. And as Councillor Davis pointed out, more than 1,100 respondents completed the online survey, while a further 46 provided submissions. Their feedback strongly supported the following 3 proposals: a dedicated area for future mountain bike tracks, dedicated areas for walking and shared use purposes, and the removal of the Frogmouth mountain bike track, reverting back to an area for walking. They also told us to address the construction and use of unauthorised tracks and ensure rider and track safety. And just as important was to ensure that in the provision of tracks and facilities, the reserve's important biodiversity needs to be protected. We said from day one, and it remains the case today, that our off-road cycling strategy was about striking a balance between allowing certain uses on authorised tracks while at the same time ensuring the protection of the city's unique and important environmental assets. And Chair, I believe we are achieving that through the Mount Cootha Reserve Mountain Bike Concept Plan. Let's look at our key priorities at Mount Cootha going forward. I'd like that in the coming year we are considering a mix of tracks to cater for varying riding skills. A new mountain beginner track loop, a mountain bike skills track and improved climbing tracks from the Gap Creek picnic area are all great initiatives which I believe will be greeted with enthusiasm by mountain riding enthusiasts across Brisbane. Chair, I also note that one of the proposed key outcomes in the plan refers to improved mountain bike signage, education and compliance. 2 weekends ago, following concerns raised by a local resident about riders on the walk-only Honeyeater track, I spent some time there talking to residents along the way. Did I see any bike riders? Yes, 2 young boys. Did they know that they shouldn't be riding that track? Well, unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough to catch them to have that discussion. But there is a case for better signs at the beginning of the track near the Thika Hut and in Fleming Road near Greenford Street to leave riders in no doubt that they can't be there, and it's something that I have flagged with the news team. Chair, finally, and I touched on it at the beginning, is building on the success of the trail care on the mountain in the coming year. And I want to acknowledge the role of Council's Dina Nichols, whose passion, enthusiasm and ability to work with the various volunteers has contributed to the high standard of tracks we now see at Mount Cootha. Dina has overseen the delivery of safe-to-ride, well-maintained tracks that are resilient to wet weather events, while at the same time ensuring the protection of the environmental values of our natural areas. Chair, our off-road strategy and concept plan for Mount Cootha are works in progress, and I commend the Chair of Natural Environment, Councillor Davis, and her officers in News for their efforts in delivering what I believe is a balanced and sensible outcome, not only for Mount Cootha, but for the residents of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adam. And are there further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak on the presentation, Mount Cootha Reserve mountain bike track, and also in relation to the petition item B. I'll just start with the presentation on the mountain bikes, and it was interesting to receive this presentation. I remain sceptical about this issue, and remain concerned that we actually have taken into account the issues for the trail bike riders. And certainly News seems very interested in our trail bike riders. They don't seem so interested in the issues relating to conservation and protection of the environment. And that would seem to reflect the administration's views as well. Strange that. Anyway, look, what came out of the presentation is that we have 19 kilometres of approved track, but we have 30 kilometres of unapproved track on the mountain. So throughout the forest, we have at least 11 kilometres of unapproved track. And while I've heard there's words, these words of we're going to close these tracks, we're going to make it better, there's no time frame for that 11 kilometres to be closed. In fact, there's no real project by council to close those 11 kilometres of track. So essentially, we're saying use all of Mount Cootha as a bike track. Use wherever you like, because we think the bike tracks are good. And certainly they demonstrated 3 areas in the plan, A, B and C. And in one of the areas there was not going to be any more mountain biking, but no, we're allowing that after review. So I was really concerned about the little effort that's gone into protecting our native flora and fauna in these areas and conserving this area rather than turning it into to an area for bike use. Similarly, and I note when the strategy was done, and since the strategy was done, I've learnt from talking to bush care groups that the groups were played off against one another, peeled off. They were each trying to protect their own areas in Brisbane, their own areas of conservation, and they were peeled off. One group in particular tells me that that ward was taken out of the trail bike program, so there's no trail bikes there, and that happened to be in a particular LNP person's
Just one moment, Councillor Griffiths. Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
Will Councillor Griffiths take a very soft question?
No, I won't take a soft, I won't take a hard question, I won't take a question.
It's very soft. It's just...
Councillor Mackay, let's find out if Councillor Griffiths would like to take a question, and we won't bother about whether it's hard or soft. Councillor Griffiths, would you like to take a question?
Start my train of thought, but thank you for the soft or hard question.
That's okay.
Whatever that was meant to be. My concern is with this whole strategy, I think it needs a review. I think it needs a review, and I think there are real issues in terms of safety, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of the way this process has been undertaken. And I remain with that. In fact, I remain more concerned after I speak to other conservation groups, bush care groups that have raised their concerns about this process. And I'm probably even more concerned about the way News did this process. So I'll leave that on the table, but it certainly delivered what the LNP wanted. Now, in relation to the petition here for Oxley Creek, yes, we have the Oxley Creek Transformation Project. Yes, we are spending a lot of money there. We're spending a lot of money on putting infrastructure in. Putting walks in, we're putting a playground in, we're putting other playgrounds and other wards in, and that is good. One of the things we're not doing is actually dealing with the issue of flooding in Oxley Creek, and it will always flood, but dealing with the waterway and the way it's managed within the Oxley Creek catchment. And I think that actually needs to be dealt with as well as the restoration of the Oxley Creek catchment, the whole catchment. So I think this answer here is not the answer that residents were wanting to hear. It's not the answer that needs delivery on the ground. And one of the issues for me is that with Oxley Creek not flowing properly, continuing to flood, it affects people upstream. And I spoke about this last week. It affects people in Rockley and Acacia Ridge, Archfield, in terms of where the flooding can come from. And I think by saying no to this, by saying no, we won't do this work, removing silt and overgrown vegetation, we actually aren't meeting the needs of our residents in dealing with flooding that impacts them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I rise in support of item D, and this is requesting the naming of open space at 39 Sweets Road, Pallara, as Fogala Furlan Place. Many councillors in this place will recall the quite sizable petition that we received here in this chamber in regards to requesting this naming, and I know that there is a lot of community connectedness to this particular site. It is very much a site of celebration for many of the community, in the sense that they come together at that place and they celebrate significant events in their calendar, but also it's a place of reflection where they do remember those who have served and sacrificed. So it is important that we do retain this very strong connection for the community at this particular site. It is Great that we're doing the open space network corridor, which will enhance the drainage and stormwater management throughout Pollara and also facilitate a lot of pedestrian walkways and bikeways. But importantly, this will be a continuing legacy for Foggala Furlan in Sweets Road at Pollara, and that was the request of the, I think it was over 600 odd petitioners, and this is going to be a great outcome for the community. So I commend this report to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item B, the petition to remove silt and overgrown vegetation from Oxley Creek to prevent future flooding, and I'd ask that it's taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Noted. Thank you.
I'm going to start with some basics, and I think these basics demonstrate very clearly what this council thinks about flood mitigation. In June 2022, 14 months ago, I tabled this petition on behalf of Oxley residents. These are Oxley residents who have been badly flooded. They live in Kendall Street, Lawson Street, Bayford Street, Calston Street, Logan Avenue and Oxley Road, some of the most catastrophically flooded parts of Brisbane. I was approached by a lady at one of the public flood meetings that I was doing and in talking to people, and it's a handwritten petition that she and 92 of her neighbours have signed. That was 14 months ago. So this is a petition about flood recovery. So then you'd think, okay, well, council's going to treat this seriously. The Lord Mayor said flood recovery is a priority. We're investing all this money in flood recovery. So, you know, you would think this petition would come through as a priority. No. Then, on the 30th of March 2023, 6 months ago, I was asked for my feedback about the petition. 4 days later, on the 4th of April, also 6 months ago, I responded by saying I did not support the do-nothing petition response. And then it sat for 6 months, presumably with Councillor Davis. So flooded residents in Brisbane who are desperately asking council for assistance to maintain their local area, and this council did nothing. Just literally nothing. Sat there getting dusty on Councillor Davis's shelf. That's how this council, this LNP-run council, treats Brisbane residents who flood. 14 months to respond to a petition, 6 of those where council does nothing. Literally nothing. What does council say in the response? Here's the other bit. This is what residents are going to write to these poor people, and I'm embarrassed for them. I'm embarrassed for them. This is why I can tell you now, people out in Oxley are not voting for the Lord Mayor, and they're definitely not voting for the LNP. Brisbane City Council says that essentially we can't remove or reduce vegetation within creeks, and that council has done $2 million worth of waterways maintenance in Oxley Creek catchment area, including the clean-up of oil and petrochemicals within the creeks, cleaning up of enclosed stormwater network that feeds into Oxley Creek, clearing of selected culvert points and control points to reduce flooding. Additional works that are programmed this year include waterway channel and culvert desilting, control point cleaning, debris removal, bank stabilisation and repair of damaged infrastructure along multiple sections of Oxley Creek. Here's what I know. When I started in this ward, there was an enclosed drain at the end of Logan Avenue that was in appalling shape. I raised it with council. It literally is collapsing. Council still hasn't fixed it. So when council says it's doing these things, 18 months later, they still have not fixed it. This is a partially enclosed drain that council has now, post the floods, cleaned out. It was probably blocked before the floods because council does not do proactive maintenance. And the open waterway channel was so full of debris, my guess would be from the 2011 flood. This council had done nothing. Nothing. And that is a stormwater main for residents in Oxley. Around the corner in the Colwell Street Park, there was another collapsing stormwater drain. That one did get fixed. It was so overgrown that at first I thought it was just an overgrown park. And I thought all the weeds were just weeds in a tree. So council cleaned it up, and lo and behold, there's a stormwater main that comes out in the park. It had collapsed because of the failure of council to maintain its drainage assets in Oxley. Then, of course, we've got Oxley Creek, the most degraded creek in the Brisbane City network, the biggest creek in the Brisbane City network, and one that is ignored by Brisbane City Council. We had the former Lord Mayor's attempt at doing something which was some stormwater grates at Archerfield, which were a filtration system. That never took off. I think there were 2 of them. I don't even know if they're still there. Are they? Who knows? Then we had the Oxley Creek Transformation Project where they promised $100 million, and you'd think maybe some of that, might go towards rehabilitating Oxley Creek. That's what I told them was the top priority, right? This creek is toxic. It's nasty. You can't ride along it and enjoy it because it is so awful. And have we seen any money for that? No. 18 months ago, they were supposed to release their rehabilitation plan and haven't done so. There is $20 million for a wetlands and a park and walking tracks in Archerfield. Great. $20 million. Do you think maybe council could spend a little bit of that money cleaning up Oxley Creek? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Instead of, do you know who is doing the work down there? Bushcare. Bushcare. The same extraordinary dozen volunteers who work in their own bushcare groups and then collectively work in creek care on Oxley Creek. And I support them month in and month out by feeding them. And when Jocelyn Nixon makes me pulling out weeds and I get instructions, she knows which ones are the weeds. That's council's effort down there on Oxley Creek. Are we getting things done to improve the creek, the habitat around the creek? No, nothing, not a thing. So not only does council's own actions in managing this petition demonstrate its neglect, its failure to listen, and its disrespect for Brisbane residents, but the answer, we cleaned up the spills from the spills in the creek after the flood. That's council's answer to this. The residents have had to put up with this now. Most of them are long-term residents down there. They've lived down there for 3 floods now, 74, 2011 and 2022. A few of them have got buyback. This is an area where about 30 to 40 houses have been bought back, but there'll still be hundreds that flood next time down there. It'll be exactly the same. Here's what they did want in the petition. They wanted silt build-up removed. Now, I understand why they want that, and council can do things to look at where there are silt build-ups, and that is certainly the case when it comes to wonderful built infrastructure, like, say, the Castlemaine stormwater main, where council's spending $2.2 million cleaning out a stormwater drain. So it's okay to spend that money in Milton, but not out here. More's been spent on that than the whole of Oxley Creek. The whole of Oxley Creek. $2.25 million to clean the stormwater drain at Milton, and less than that to clean up the 70 kilometres of Oxley Creek that are in the Brisbane River, in the Brisbane City boundaries. They want to stop filling in the floodplain. Council didn't even bother to address that issue. They did not bother to address it in the petition. They wanted land use change on the creek to stop the toxic and invasive commercial and industrial businesses that are right on the creek. Wreckers, chemicals, paint. They wanted land use change, not addressed at all by the council petition. Not at all. Council officers said to me one of the worst placed areas in the floods was in Rocklea. They said they didn't even know how they were going to start to clean up that paint factory. That was a disaster. This council has neglected these residents in Oxley. It has abandoned them. This is a do-nothing response that is simply doing a bit of clean-up after the flood rather than proactive environmental management of a valuable
Johnson,
waterway.
your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. Councillor Davis, right, a reply.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. And if I could just make a few comments regarding the Mount Cootha Reserve concept plan for off-road cycling. I'm really disappointed that Councillor Griffiths has come into the chamber tonight and said those things about what is a balanced plan. It's very concerning that he comes into the chamber and asserts that only one of the stakeholders has had opportunity to put forward their thoughts around the concept plan in the development stage through the feedback that we received. What I can tell you is that I met with stakeholders from a range of groups over this particular period, and as you can imagine, Mr Chair, those stakeholders held quite different perspectives on what the concept plan might look like when it was finally delivered. So I really believe that Councillor Griffiths is being a little bit mischievous in presenting what he has here in the chamber this evening. We will continue to work with all stakeholders as we roll out this plan. One of the key features of the off-road cycling strategy was to ensure that we did consider environmental matters when any new tracks or trails were delivered, and we will continue to observe that. Of the unauthorised tracks that Councillor Griffiths has spoken to, this is why we undertook the plan, because the mountain was covered in unauthorised tracks. We will have an opportunity to convert some of those tracks that are already there that are not going to damage the environment any further, and there is opportunity for that consideration. But I can assure Councillor Griffiths, for any new trails that are considered for Mount Cootha, that the environmental impacts will absolutely be considered because it features in the off-road cycling strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I'll now put items A, C, D, E and F of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I'll now put item B of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Councillor Collier, no need to run. We'll wait for you. Yeah, let's call it. Clerks, can you please read the result? Councillors, a bit of quiet while the result is read, please.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
Item B has passed. Councillors, please return to your seats and we'll start on the City Standards Committee report. Councillor Adamant, the City Councillors, please. Councillor Adamant, the City Standards Report.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Adamant.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, Compliance and Regulatory Services attended the meeting to provide an update on the implementation of the eradication trial for the yellow crazy ants at the Gap in your ward. Councillors may be wondering why Council is in this space when the Department of Agriculture has responsibility for the treatment of fire ants. In 2016, the State Government amended the Biosecurity Act 2014 to delegate the responsibility onto affected landowners, like the residents of Brisbane and local governments, to manage. Luckily, Brisbane City Council treat public and private land at no cost to landholders. Chair, Council's Yellow Crazy Ants Prevention and Control Program is outlined in the Biosecurity Plan for Brisbane. This was developed in collaboration with the CSIRO and the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. In November 2022, Council commenced an eradication trial on 342 properties in the Gap, and this consists of 3 treatments at 3-month intervals. It is estimated that 90% of the YCA population will be destroyed in the first few months and may take up to 5 years of repeat activity surveys and treatment. And I'll leave debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Adamant. Is there further speakers on the City Standards Report? I see no one rising. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'll try and be very quick, but there are just a couple of things that I need to do, which of course is to thank our librarians for the National Library and Information Week, which was actually last week, but it's better late than never. And we all know what a great job that all of our librarians do right across Brisbane. I also want to give a big shout out to Metro Arts and their Marva substation and workshop. Councillor Collier and little Maisie came along on Saturday. Maisie did sleep through most of it, I think, but we had a sausage sizzle, and the work that Metro Arts is doing in that space is truly amazing. On Saturday night, I represented the Lord Mayor at the Australian Irish Dancing Association, which was celebrating its 50th anniversary. I have to report there was not much dancing going on, not much Irish dancing. I was all ready to dance a jig, but it sort of turned out to be a bit of Whitney and Taylor Swift, so I wasn't really, yeah. But anyway, it was great. It was absolutely great to join this group of people, and I had the pleasure of sitting next to a lady who actually was the first teacher and is still teaching 50 years later. So it was an amazing evening, and I want to say a big shout out and a big thank you to everyone. As the Lord Mayor mentioned earlier in the evening, there are 2 amazing people who are leading the lifestyle team, and I'd like to add my comments to Shirley Amps and the amazing work that she has been doing with 44 extraordinary years of service. And Shirley, in the latter part, was of course part of our grants program and would have dealt with all of our ward officers, and I really want to say add my thanks to the Lord Mayors for the amazing work that Shirley has done over many years. And so on behalf of everyone here in the chamber, if you're listening, Shirley, I'm not sure that you will be if after 44 years, but I somehow think that you might be. So a big thank you from all of us. And of course, finally, I want to say a huge thank you to Tash Tobias. Tash is it has been an absolute pleasure to work with Tash as our Divisional Manager for Lifestyle. We have over 1,300 employees, and can I say that I think Tash knows each and every one of those employees, and one of her great strengths was her support of the staff who worked in this amazing team. And I really want to emphasise how difficult that can be sometimes, and I think that you know, there were some comments in the chamber earlier which I think are very disappointing, because each and every one of us who's had anything to do with Tash absolutely knows her professionalism and the ability to really support her teams and to make sure that we get the job done. It's a I also want to make mention, because Councillor Marx is not here, the fact that Tash not only looks after all of the fun stuff that I do, but also the compliance and the regulatory part of lifestyle. And that, of course, we have many, many dedicated officers that are doing that. But I have to say a huge thank you on behalf of Councillor Marx to Tash. And I would just like to finish by saying, on behalf of my colleagues, we think that that you've done a fantastic job, Tash, and we wish you all the very best in the future to what you're doing. Now, moving to the committee presentation, we had a presentation on, of course, the Brisbane Festival 2023. These are always amazing presentations. Everyone asked lots of questions. We're getting ready for a big September here in Brisbane from the 1st to the 23rd of September. We're having some amazing events that will be happening. We are actually sending a lot of information out to the ward officers, and I encourage each and every one of you in this chamber to promote the Brisbane Festival, particularly for the things that are happening in your particular areas, and I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. We will now put the...
Was I too late?
I'm happy to...
Oh, thanks, Chair. I just rise to speak about the Brisbane Festival. We had a great presentation last week, and I was thrilled to see that Lou and Charlie came in to tell us what was going on. We have some wonderful art and entertainment culture in this city, and it's fantastic to have Brisbane Festival highlight them, kicking off with the River Fire this year. And we have numerous events all over the city, including some of the events that are getting out to the suburbs, such as the Sonata at UQ in St Lucia, and I believe, Chair, you've got one out in the Gap, if memory serves correctly. And I encourage as many people as possible to get out there and enjoy these wonderful festivals.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor...
Look, I just have to reiterate what Councillor Mackay said, and Councillor Howard. I was very privileged to be at the launch night out at Hamilton North Shore, which was rather warm, a couple of weeks ago, and the offering this year is absolutely spectacular. They've taken the theme of the Indigenous tourism and working together as their theme this year, and some of the products from the First Nations and the local contributors are absolutely amazing. Can I say, don't miss things like Banana Land, which is a musical that has been written by, I'm going to have a blank now, no, it's the beautiful opera singer that was in Eurovision, who's a local... Kate Miller-Heidke, thank you, I had a total blank. Kate Miller-Heidke and her husband, and it is, we've seen a shorts of it, a trailer, and it is absolutely spectacular. And again, some of the Islander dances and the party themes they're going to have this year are just going to be absolutely fantastic. One thing that we must absolutely remember for Brisbane Festival this year is that the fireworks are on the first night, not on the last night. So that's very important, and that reminds all residents that the event is on, the festival is on. And councillors, as we get closer, you will see the street serenades are back as well. So they're not something that are loudly advertised, because they are just for the locals, but keep your ear to the ground, and hopefully you'll get notification closer to the events, because they are trying to spread them across as many suburbs as possible, and they are proudly supported by Brisbane City Council. I thoroughly recommend anything at the Brisbane Festival to the Chamber and their residents.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also talk about Brisbane Festival, and that it's actually going to begin and end with a lot of noise and a lot of excitement. On the 2nd, with the beginning will be River Fire, but that night, about 25 minutes after, I believe, that River Fire finishes, we're going to experience something very exciting and new, and that is a drone show. Yes. And compared by Shannon from Tribal Experiences, best radio voice ever. And so that is going to be something very special to see, and the drone show will be Saturday and Sunday night, but it will be fantastic to have to see that. If you're going into the city to see River Fire, you're going to get an extra special treat. And on the 23rd of September, at the end of Brisbane Festival, something new is going, and it's going to be very noisy, but it's going to be great fun, is 10,000 kazoos in Victoria Park. And 100 drums. Yeah, don't forget the drums. Okay. So the kazoos, it's all, that's right, it's free entry, 3:30 at Victoria Park, and everyone will receive a free kazoo. And so I am told... I am assured that we can all play them. I don't know if anyone here has played a kazoo, but I'm told that it's quite easy. So it will be wonderful to see our community coming together in our new and wonderful park, Victoria Park. It will be wonderful to see people coming together there, but also I think it's fantastic to see organisers having an event at the end that is going to be so big, because, you know, we need to celebrate that it has been a successful and wonderful festival, and it really is. There is something for everyone. So, yes, there will be a light show in the Botanical Gardens, Councillor Hutton, and sure to be something beautiful on our beautiful September evenings that we have. Will be absolutely delightful to do that, and I can't wait to do that. So looking forward to celebrating the beginning and the end and everything in between.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. Councillor Howard, it looks like September's going to be very busy for us.
Well, I have to say, through you, Mr Chair, that I really appreciate our councillors enjoying that presentation so much. And I think I may have promised that we would all practice the kazoo in the council chamber, just giving you sort of full warning that might have to happen. Now, I've been told, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Davis, that the kazoos are going to be 100% sustainable. So I'm just not sure whether the noise that comes from the kazoo is going to be great. But
I think that will be Councillor Marx's problem.
Councillor Marx's problem, although Councillor Davis will be very much wanting it to be. But anyway, I think the kazoo is going to be great. It was a great presentation. The committee had a fantastic time asking questions, and I know that Councillor Griffiths is very much looking forward to the Maruka block party that's going to happen. I'm sorry you didn't stand up and talk about it, but the 9th of September at Peggs Park, and so, you know, I think it's really... And it really is something that's extra special, where we have so many people participating, and particularly at that sort of that level in the suburbs. I think that was something that, and can I say that was also something that our committee gave feedback to the Brisbane Festival last year, and so it's really I feel very proud when our committee gives some ideas to the festival, and they very much took those on board, and I think we were able to, and particularly because our councillors know their local area and they know what there is that's able to just to make the areas especially great. There was just one thing that I forgot earlier that I really want to mention, and that is our winter sounds, our winter sessions that have just been on down in Fortitude Valley. I just want to say a huge thank you to the Lord Mayor in that the first winter sessions was put on as a result of COVID and the fact that we had venues that were doing it really, really tough. And this year we've been able to bring that back, with some amazing people. We've got John Collins, in fact, has said some rather lovely things about us in a local paper, and many of you will know that John Collins is the local legend and the basis for Powderfinger and the founder of Trifford. And he said that the number of new venues and the support from council for venue owners and music makers makes a huge difference. He says right now there's a lot of big shows like Taylor Swift and Coldplay sweeping through the ticket buying market like a juggernaut. In the aftermath and giving the rising costs of living, it's young local artists that are suffering and finding it hard to sell tickets and develop audiences. COVID broke the audience development chain, and he says enter winter sessions with the great lineup of free events and local acts. And that is exactly what is needed to fix the chain, to reboot the audiences. He said this is where winter sessions is such a powerful and timely initiative. The number of free events in this program mean bands get gigs and music fans get experiences. This support for the music industry from council and the city is vital. Thankfully, we have a council that understands this and can subsidise the events. It's such a crucial part of the structure of our music industry, and until now, one that probably was unknown by those external to it. So once the chain is fixed, our industry can fly. He then says some rather lovely things about the Lord Mayor and me, and I'm going to say them because I want them to be put into the thing. He says, I know the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and Councillor Vicky Howard are committed to this program. A healthy music and entertainment precinct is also vital for real city growth and need young people to choose Brisbane as their city. And this means we need great venues, bars, clubs, restaurants and a vibrant nightlife. And I just want to say to all of our nighttime economy, we are here for you. We know what you need and we're here to support you, and I'll leave that.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we move on to the Finance and City Governance Committee. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of August 2023 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham? No? We'll now put the report. All those in favour... Oh, further speakers? No, nobody moved anyway. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Hutton, point of order.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Mackay, that we adjourn for a period of 1 hour for dinner. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. We will now continue debate on the adjourned motion. And we'll start. Councillor Johnson, we'll start with your motion, if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with it, but you have to go by the agenda, so I'm just checking that that's the way we're working. So you're calling me to speak?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on the amendment I moved last week, which is calling on Brisbane City Council to reduce the speed limit on Venner Road, Annerley, from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to protect cyclists, pedestrians and drivers. I value human life the highest. Last week we heard from the relevant chair, Councillor Wines, in response to my question, two things. The most important of those two things was, I value human life the highest. He also said all measures should be taken and all efforts should be made to make roads safer. So that is the Transport Chair, Councillor Andrew Wines. The Infrastructure Chairman, Councillor Andrew Wines. Now,
Councillors, please. Councillor Johnson.
Now, unfortunately, a person died walking home after just a walk in the area on the corner of Frederick Street and Venner Road, Annerley, in 2018. A distinguished local doctor, Dr. Jeff Copeland. His wife, Corinne, and daughter were active in Brisbane City Council's Active School Travel Committee at St Sebastian's, so I knew them well. I also knew Jeff well because he was a person who, when I first started campaigning, talked to me a lot about dangers of Venner Road. Since Jeff's death, and before Jeff's death, so I've had an election commitment since 2007, since before I started, when at that time Graham Quirk and Campbell Newman said, we're doing this freight study. It was called the Sherwood-Yurongpilly Freight Study, and it's about getting freight off some of these roads. So I said, righto, and I went along with it. A report was done. The report recommended a number of things, including taking trucks off Venner Road, a bypass of trucks from Venner Road, pedestrian improvements on Venner Road, and one other thing, something else on Venner Road. Since that time, there have been 2 deaths. The first was a small child who was killed after a toddler accidentally got out of their house, went up to Venner Road and was run over. And then Jeff was killed just 5 years ago. Council has literally done nothing to address safety concerns on Venner Road. Nothing. We have petitioned previously to have the speed on Venner Road reduced to 40 kilometres an hour. That was rejected by Brisbane City Council. Rejected. And at the time, the council said, we're doing a transport planning strategy. We're doing a review of the Ipswich Road corridor, and we'll be looking at options out of this Ipswich Road corridor. That's the same Ipswich Road corridor that almost 4 years on, the CEO, no doubt encouraged by LNP councillors, has taken a complaint against me for simply talking about Ipswich Road. A council report that recommended a course of action, including an underpass for trucks under Annerley Junction. A tunnel. That's something this administration does not want to talk about. It's council officers' recommendations and a lot of others that this council does nothing about. The first and simplest thing that we can do on Venner Road is to reduce the speed limit. If it can't be to 40, it should be to 50. We know, all the scientific evidence tells us that when you reduce the speed limit, you reduce the severity of accidents. You may save a life. Someone may be injured rather than die. It gives drivers more reaction time. It's better for everyone. It's complicated by the topography in this area. Venner Road is steep street running sort of east-west, and it also has a very significant fall to the southern side of Venner Road. So it's quite tricky. It's in terrible condition. Terrible condition. Council's going to resurface it this year, but Councillor Griffith's been told it might not even cover the whole resurfacing because of the stormwater drainage problems under Venner Road. This is the 3rd time it's been resurfaced in my time as the councillor. It's an appalling road. It's dangerous. It is dangerous. It does not have a proper intersection at the eastern end with Ipswich Road, and a major intersection upgrade is needed. There are no turning lanes. You take your life in your hands at that location. At the bottom end, you've got a roundabout, which functions well for most of the day, but is highly congested in the peak times and provides no safe pedestrian crossing points. It is a dysfunctional piece of infrastructure. It originally wasn't even there until 30 or 40 years ago when council opened it up. It was a dead end, but it never put the road infrastructure in place to make it suitable. Now, the reason I'm moving this motion today is because Councillor Krista Adams has managed to personally lower the speed limit on Boundary Road, Camp Hill, from 70 kilometres to 60 kilometres without having a speed limit review done to support that. We know that a speed limit review process was done maybe 2 years ago. We know it was done 2 years ago, and that did not recommend a reduction in the speed limit. Did not recommend. Now, we know from Councillor Wines last week, and we know from his own flyers that he publishes, and he's asked council to publish. He's done multiple presentations in committee. He's done multiple presentations in this chamber, including in answer to my question last week, saying a speed limit review process must be undertaken to support a reduction in the speed limit. Clearly, that is a false statement. That is a false statement. Deliberately false, I would say yes. So a lie, yes. Because I don't believe the infrastructure chairperson didn't know that the Lord Mayor, Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Adams were personally lowering the speed limit without a speed limit review. Now, Councillor Wines has stood up and said he values human life the highest. At the moment, the only thing this council seems to value is koalas' lives, not local residents' lives. Whilst council's speed limit review would not support a reduction from 60 to 40, this needs to happen, and it needs to be reduced from 60 to 50 to make Venner Road safer. We need it to be safer for pedestrians, we need it to be safer for cyclists, and we desperately need it to be safer for drivers. Council and the police have done reviews, and they have identified a number of problems, most of which stem from congestion coming down the hill from the intersection of Ipswich Road and Venner Road. This is why it remains one of my most requested budget submissions, which has never been delivered on. It's why I keep pushing the Ipswich Road corridor study and the tunnel, because it will deliver impacts and benefits for residents who can take the pressure off surface streets through Annerley. But we know that this safety assessment that Council did on Venner Road identified problems. It identified problems with the bank back down the hill. It did not identify sightline problems. And you know what Council did in response to Jeff's death? They put some yellow lines on the corner. That was not the problem. The yellow lines essentially are the same spot where you're not allowed to park now. This problem was not caused by a lack of sight lines. This problem and Jeff's death was not caused by the lack of yellow lines. It was caused by two things: a massive bank back down the hill, and people could not see and pulled out when they shouldn't have pulled out. So driver error, absolutely a critical component of this. And that person has faced charges and been convicted of dangerous driving. But the biggest issue here is Jeff might not have died if the speed limit was slower. The car coming down the hill didn't plough into the car crossing across Venner Road, flip it, roll and smash into Jeff standing on the footpath, just waiting to cross the road to get to his home 3 doors away. This happened 3 doors away. I value human life the highest. It seems this council values koalas' lives higher than it values people's lives. They have an opportunity to disprove that today and to vote to support this motion to reduce the speed on Venner Road
Councillor
from
Johnston,
50
your
to
time
40.
has expired. Further speakers on the motion. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I just rise to reflect on the motion before us that the council lowers the speed limit on Venner Road only from 60 to 50 to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers. Excuse me. Council takes road safety very seriously, and of course I've said this many times, as Councillor Johnston identified before she called me a liar, that I has done a lot of work in this place on speed limit reductions. We provide a lot of information to people about how it happens and where it happens and the process required to achieve them. A lot of the debate around Boundary Street regarding Councillor Adams was about the fact that you couldn't do those things, and that the Minister for Transport was actually the one not being honest about how the system operates, and that what was actually happening was that he was telling people we could do it and we couldn't do it. Well, he has basically changed the rules to allow such a thing to occur. Now, there's some statements that were made that, if you reflected upon some of the things that Councillor Johnston has said even now, she said the council did nothing, then she listed a number of actions that council did. Because council didn't do nothing, council did respond to this incident. Councillor Johnston also very quickly passed over the fact that there was a criminal finding against the driver for dangerous use of a motor vehicle, and that is very rarely noted by Councillor Johnston, that the motorist was found criminally at fault. In this, the motorist was found criminally responsible and criminally at fault for the death of Mr Copeland. So I think that that's an important piece of information to keep in our minds as we do this, that at some point, if a person uses a motor vehicle to the level that it is criminally dangerous, it is very difficult to engineer away that behaviour, right? I'll say that again. If a person is in control of a motor vehicle to a criminally dangerous level, it is difficult to engineer through road markings, signs and concrete build-outs. You cannot engineer that away, all right? So after the event of 2018 on Venner Road near Lagonda Street and Frederick Street, a coroner's investigation was undertaken. The coroner made no recommendation to council regarding the road environment at that intersection. Regardless of that, council went ahead and did a number of items of work around that intersection to try and improve the safety. The work has been completed as per our commitment to the coroner to review that intersection, undertake a speed limit review, install a number of no stopping lines and removing some advertising signage to improve line of sight for both pedestrians and motorists. In 2021, Council commissioned a speed limit review for Venner Road between Ipswich Road and Fairfield Road. The speed limit review report, undertaken by an independent engineer using the Queensland Road Safety Technical User Volume Guide to Speed Management Guidelines, recommended that the existing 60 km/h speed limit be retained along Venner Road. As such, Council was unable to change the speed limit on Venner Road. A speed limit review is where Council undertakes an evaluation of a length of road to determine whether a change to the speed limit may be required. And the speed limit review process involves a qualified engineer undertaking in-depth traffic studies that look at many factors, including road environments and traffic volume. The engineer investigation is conducted according to a set of criteria outlined through the Queensland Government's Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the Queensland Road Safety and Technical User Volumes, Guide to Speed Management. The recommendation from review is then presented to the Speed Management Committee, the SMC, for endorsement. The SMC has representatives from the Queensland Police, Department of Transport and Main Roads and Council. And once the speed limit endorses the speed limit change, Council will implement the changes. I trust Council has recalled that it must be a universal decision of all three representatives and not merely a majority, but all three must agree in that conclave. The motion before us today implies that Council can reduce the speed limit on our roads at any time, and that is not true. There is a formal process in place. You can read about it on the internet. Councillor Johnston had the forms in her hand during her speech, so she is well aware of them. As such, I will now. This motion will need to be amended to accurately reflect Council's actions to date and the speed limit process. Therefore, I move an amendment to the motion. That amendment being, after the words "this council," insert the words "notes that following a tragic accident in 2018 at the intersection of Venner Road, Lagonda Street and Frederick Street, the coroner made no recommendations to council regarding the road environment at that intersection. However, council proactively reviewed the intersection, undertook a speed limit review, installed no stopping lines and removed advertising signs to increase line of sight." Remove the words "lowers the" and replace it with "council will initiate a stage 1 assessment from councils," and insert "review process after limit" and removes the word "from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers," making a motion that reads, I move that this council notes that following a tragic accident in 2018 at the intersection of Venner Road, Lagonda Street and Frederick Street, the coroner made no recommendations to council regarding the road environment at the intersection. However, council proactively reviewed the intersection, undertook a speed limit review, installed no stopping lines and removed advertising signs to increase line of sight. Council will initiate a stage 1 assessment from council's speed limit review process on Venner Road annually.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Adams that the motion before us be amended to read, after the words "this council," insert the words "notes that following a tragic accident in 2018 at the intersection of Venner Road, Lagonda Street and Frederick Street, the coroner made a recommendation to council regarding the road environment at the intersection. However, council proactively reviewed the intersection, undertook a speed limit review, installed no stopping lines and removed the advertising signs to increase the line of sight. Also, remove the words "lowers the" and replace it with "council will initiate a stage 1 assessment from councils," and insert "review process after the limit" and removes the words "from 60 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers." The amended motion should now would now read, once moved, I move that this council notes that the following tragic accident in 2018 at the intersection of Venner Road, Lagonda Street and Frederick Street, the coroner made no recommendations to council regarding the road environment at the intersection. However, council proactively reviewed the intersection, undertook a speed limit review, installed no stopping lines and removed the advertising signs to increase the line of sight. Council will initiate a stage 1 assessment from council's speed limit review process on Venner Road.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
The motion that I've put forward today is a very simple one. It's very clear. It calls on council to lower the speed limit on Venner Road from 60 to 50. The amendment that is being proposed by Councillor Wines does the opposite of that. It inserts a range of language about lots of other things that are not relevant to reducing the speed limit, and it then says that council will not lower the speed limit but will undertake a review. This completely changes the nature of the motion, which is not allowed under the meeting's local law, and I would ask you to rule the motion out of order as it fundamentally changes the original motion.
Just give me one moment, Councillor Johnson. Did somebody else say point of order? No, sorry, I thought I heard things. Councillor Johnson, just quickly reflecting on this, I do not believe that the identity of the motion is fundamentally changed. I believe the identity of the motion is retained in that there is, your motion calls on councillors to take action to protect pedestrians and cyclists, and the amended motion does the same. Councillor Wines.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
Just to be clear, can you make it clear for the record that you're saying that you don't accept my point of order, firstly, and then I can go from there?
Councillor Johnson, I believe I've just ruled on your point of order.
I moved
forgive me, but I thought that's what I just did.
Well, you kind of said, I think it'll be, but I'm just making sure.
I know what I said, Councillor Johnson, and if you try to start mocking me, I will take that as an act of disorder.
I want to be clear, because I will take this further today. You haven't sought any advice. You haven't done anything.
Point of order,
Mr.
Mr. Chair. Like that's another threat. She can't threaten you.
Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines.
It's an act of disorder to threaten you.
Councillor Wines.
I just want to be clear. This is your ruling.
The ruling has been made, Councillor
Okay.
Johnson.
I move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Dissent has been. A motion of dissent has been moved in my ruling by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
No. Division.
Noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
The motion of dissent has been lost. Councillors, please return to your chairs. Councillor Wines, you've got the call to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I was saying, this amendment recognises the efforts the Council has made in responding to this fatality, and it also recognises the Council has done a speed limit review in the past, but it's also prepared to do it again. And I think that's the important part. We would typically wait 5 years between speed limit reviews to see whether changes have occurred. However, I am more than comfortable for it to be 2 years, as it is in this case, because of the concerns of Councillor Johnston. Now, if Councillor Johnston was serious about reducing the speed limit here in this place, then she would support this resolution. However, if the resolution was put forward in an attempt to portray the majority councillors in a poor light and make a local political point, then she would likely not support it.
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Wines is imputing motive against me, and I ask that that be withdrawn.
Councillor Wines.
Happily withdraw.
Thank you.
But I will say that the consistent characterisation by Councillor Johnston of the majority councillors in regards to Venner Road has been unfair and untrue. I'll put it that way. The characterisation of our conduct has not been true, and I think her words about it have been deliberately dishonest to the point of a lie, to use her phrase that she made only moments ago.
Point of order,
Claim
Councillor
to be
Johnson.
misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston did make that accusation of me, and now I don't think it's unfair for it to be portrayed about her conduct in this manner. The fatality at this place is deeply sad, and the fact that there has been an attempted politicisation is really sad. It's really sad. But as I have often said, we take these sorts of events extremely seriously. I'm more than happy to review the speed limit here again. I know the importance of this road to the greater network. I'm calling on councillors to support another review into this to see if there is anything further that can be done to make Venner Road safer for motorists, cyclists and pedestrians.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
No, Mr.
Oh, sorry, Miss Rep. Sorry, my apologies.
Yes, Councillor Wines said that I lied in my speech. I clearly did not lie. I outlined all of the actions that had happened, including the yellow lines.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Are you not letting me address my...
You don't debate this part of the...
Am I allowed to finish my... First of all, I'm not going to accept the calls of Councillor Murphy across the chamber that I'm bullying. That's unacceptable, Mr Chair, and I would ask that you immediately address that issue.
Councillor Johnson, you are in the middle of your misrepresentation.
Mr Chairman, I'm raising on a point of order. Councillor Murphy has said 3 times now that I'm bullying across the chamber. That is unacceptable meeting conduct, and I'm asking for you to take action against Councillor Murphy because that is inappropriate, untrue, and I ask you to take action under the standing orders.
Councillor Johnson, my interpretation of the interjection by Councillor Murphy was that he was saying you were bullying me, which I completely ignored for your benefit.
I can hear him, and it's your job to take action when he says that.
Councillor Johnson, to your misrepresentation, please.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
As you yourself have just acknowledged, you heard Councillor Murphy say this several times. It is unacceptable meeting conduct to interject. It is unacceptable meeting conduct to call another councillor out for bullying when they are simply speaking in the House, in the chamber. And I would ask
just
that
one
you
moment,
take
Councillor
action.
Wines. Councillor Johnson,
Councillor
Johnson, please stop talking. Please stop talking. The number of times you've interjected in this meeting, and if I had have taken action on that, you would have been out of the chamber.
You do take action. You will not against your own colleagues. You will not against your own colleagues.
Would you like to move a motion of another dissent of disorder? Is that what you're after?
You haven't made a ruling.
I did make a ruling.
You told me that you didn't even address it.
Point of order, Mr
Just
Chair.
one moment, Councillor Wines. Councillor Murphy's reflections were on me, not on you. If you interpret it that way, then that is your problem, not mine. They were a reflection on me. Now, can you finish your misrepresentation so that we can continue with the meeting?
Point of order, Mr Chairman. I seek a ruling on my point of order regarding the unsuitable meeting behaviour of Councillor Ryan Murphy.
I do not consider the interjections that Councillor Murphy made inappropriate, as they were a reflection on myself. Can you please finish your misrepresentation?
Well, I'm so sorry that you feel Councillor Murphy is bullying you, Mr Chairman. Would you like to take some action against him, because bullying in the chamber is not appropriate?
Councillor Johnson, as you continue to fail to comply with my request to take action in regards to your misconduct, I'm asking you, in accordance with section 28.1 of Meetings Local Law 2001, that I will reprimand you formally if you do not finish your misrepresentation.
So I'm allowed to finish it because you told me I wouldn't. How can I deal with this? I'm going to leave it there because this is all on the record now.
Councillor Johnson, as you continue to fail to comply with my request to take remedial action of your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21.8 of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby order you... Would you like me to eject you from the chamber? Can you finish your misrepresentation, please?
Mr Chairman, you told me not to. You said,
No,
I'm talking. And then I said to you, can I please finish? And then that's when Councillor Murphy started shouting, you're bullying. The only person who's being bullied in this chamber is me. That is exactly what has happened. Now, you've repeatedly told me not to continue. Now you're saying continue. I am concerned if I say anything, I will be kicked out of the chamber as you've just threatened me. So I'm not going to say anything further.
Councillor Johnson, I have repeatedly asked, and the minutes will reflect, that you continue to make your misrepresentation. Just give me one moment. We will move on. Are there any further speakers?
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I rise to speak on the amendment. Firstly,
Councillor Wines, that is not appropriate. Councillor Johnson, please continue.
Point of order. That wasn't Councillor Wines, that was Councillor Murphy. Anyway.
Councillor Griffiths, don't.
I'm tired of watching Councillor Wines abuse people across the chamber. He did say Councillor Johnston was a bully. And he was looking this way. I want it on the record.
I've called out Councillor Wines. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
the behaviour of Councillor Wines in moving this amendment today is disgraceful. There's no other way. His justification for doing so was 2 points. Firstly, that I'm trying to politicise this. I'm not. I've been consistent over the past 5 years with letters to council, senior engineers, the CEO, motions during budget debate, motions every year. Every year they vote down motions, I move. Every year the LNP vote down motions, I move to try and make this part of the world safer. Every single year. We have petitioned to lower the speed limit. The family have been steadfast in wanting council to act. The family of pedestrian killed on Venner Road called Brisbane City Council's response disappointing. Disappointing. I know they wanted action. I know that their response, this is Jeff's oldest daughter. It's a very frustrating response from council. It sounded like no one even came and looked at the intersection. It is appalling that council will directly lower the speed limit because of koala deaths, but will not directly lower the speed limit for pedestrians who have died. Now, the other issues that Councillor Wines has said here again, and he's really doing Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham in here. He has repeatedly stated again tonight that you must have this speed limit review to act, that engineers have to sign off on a reduction in speed limits. We know that has not happened when it comes to Boundary Road, Camp Hill. Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Adams and the Lord Mayor stood up and said, and I have it right here, they stood up and said, and this is Councillor Adams, while the Speed Limit Review Committee will need to consider the new rules and make an official decision, today we have reduced Boundary Road to 60 kilometres an hour. Councillor Wines today has highlighted the fact that there is one rule for the LNP councillors and one rule for everybody else. There is one rule for koalas and one rule for people, and they are different. They are different, and they are different not because I'm politicising them, but because instead of following the rules that I have to work under, that my residents have to deal with, a speed limit review committee has been done and we won't lower the speed limit, the Deputy Mayor stands up and goes, hey, we're lowering the speed limit. No review, or there was a review, and it did not recommend a reduction. It did not recommend. Then I hear tonight you're not supposed to be reviewing it within a 5-year period. Well, no one told me that, number one. But number two, that wouldn't have applied to Councillor Adams either, because it's only 2 years since she asked the first time. There is one rule for the LNP in this place and one rule for everybody else. Koalas are more important to this administration than people. And then we listened to Councillor Wines' argument. A person who stood up in this place and said, I value human life the highest, well, clearly not, because he wants to change this motion to do a review, the same review that led to yellow lines on the corner where you're not allowed to park anyway. That's it. He wants to do a review. I I want to take action. I don't want anybody else in my community to die. Now, the other thing that happens is Councillor Wines has said, well, you know, there's criminal behaviour here and the accident resulted in criminal charges and I didn't say anything about that. Well, clearly I did. What happens when there are major incidents when people are charged? This council does take action. Council spent $17 million fixing the intersection of Stanley Street and Annerley Road at South Brisbane following Rebecca Mayer's death. $17 million. Not just the intersection, then putting separated bike lanes all the way along there. And I could point to plenty of other intersections in LNP wards and ALP wards historically over many years where this council responds to deaths. I went and looked at the files today for council's black spot funding. You know what the key criteria are that council considers? Crash history. It is a fundamental part of the assessment of any kind of change to the carriageway and any kind of safety improvement is crashes, is deaths. So Councillor Wines is trying to say somehow it's not relevant because somebody's been criminally charged. It's the very basis upon which council makes decisions. There are other criteria they consider, but those criteria here in Venner Road are really quite significant. High pedestrian count, steep street, a fall away from one side to the other, offset intersections, poorly functioning traffic lights, congestion, all of these things. But Councillor Wines says, oh, it's no problem here. Someone's been charged. Well, people are charged with dangerous driving or fined for dangerous driving all over this city. And this council and LNP councillors use it as the reason for change. They use it as the reason for action. Here, because it's not in a marginal LNP ward, the LNP are saying, no, we're not going to do anything. We're going to do a review. And not even a full review, a stage 1 review. I'm not actually sure what a stage 1 review is because the fact sheet that everybody has to follow except Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham doesn't mention stage 1. So I don't even know what this is. This fact sheet, these things that Councillor Wines said week after week in this place, they only apply to everyone else except themselves. We have seen exactly what Councillor Wines has said we can't do in Annerley Ward happen in a marginal LNP ward to benefit Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham. A speed limit review was done and a recommendation to leave the speed at the same level was made. Council then went out, not on basis of any kind of review, but a photo was taken on the side of the road with Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham saying, job done, it's down to 60. We haven't had a speed limit review and that'll happen later. So they changed the speed limit before the speed limit review was done. Councillor Wines won't extend that same courtesy here. He could have lowered the speed limit from 60 to 50 and then done the review. That'd be the same process that he's followed for Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham. That would be the equivalent in Tennyson Ward. But no, there is a special treatment for the marginal LNP seat holders because they think koalas are more important than people. Well, I don't. Jeff's family doesn't. And the child that was killed about 2 years after I started, the little tiny baby, the toddler who got out of the house at 4 in the morning, walked up to Venner Road and was run over. There's been 2 deaths on this road. 2. Is council doing anything? That was a wet night, a dark night, and if that driver had been going slower, that child might not have died. 2 people have died on this road. And instead, this LNP administration say, no, 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 we're going to do a review. In a marginal LNP seat, a koala gets run over and the speed limit's dropped. This is wrong. The behaviour of the LNP here have been caught out, manipulating the rules to suit themselves, while residents die in my ward and this council puts some yellow lines on the corner. That is unacceptable. Annerley residents deserve better. LNP councillors are supposed to represent the whole city. They are so interested in governing for themselves. The hypocrisy of this LNP, who have put a special process in place to benefit themselves, and they won't apply it in a residential community where 2 people have died, to make it safer for others who have to cross this road, to go to the train, go to school, go to the shops, to get home. I want people like Jeff Copeland to be able to get home safely. And they can't do that if we don't take action. And this LNP administration are only interested in acting for themselves and not doing what is right for the city. No one should support this amendment. It is a bad amendment. It shows the duplicity of this LNP administration.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I rise to speak on this amendment tonight, and I can understand the significance of the loss to Dr Jeff Copeland's family, because having had an extended family member of mine killed while standing on the side of the road whilst waiting at traffic lights, it is a very difficult situation. In this circumstance, there are a lot of considerations that have already been taken into account. The coroner goes through a full inquiry in depth, considering the many factors that come into play when circumstances like this occur. Now, as has been explained through the debate in this chamber tonight, there are a number of factors, some of them being congestion on Ipswich Road corridor, which is the state route number 15, and that is compounded by the congestion that comes about as well from Beaudesert Road, which is state route number 13. Now, when you've got a lot of traffic coming through on that corridor from Beaudesert Road into Ipswich Road, which then comes to this point with the intersection with Venner Road, there is a lot of traffic going through that intersection on a daily basis. There are a lot of physical and geographic factors that come into play with this particular road that intersects with Ipswich Road. And I do say to Dr Jeff Copeland's family, my heartfelt condolences, because it is very difficult to lose a loved one in these circumstances. It can be very frustrating for the family when there are decisions made that go against what they would like to see. They have lost their loved one. That loved one will never come home. And that is what we need to go through here tonight. Now, with the coronial inquiry being undertaken, there were no recommendations that came out of that coronial inquiry for Council to undertake. However, as Councillor Wines has clearly explained, that Council reviewed the intersection, Council undertook a speed limit review, Council installed no stopping lines, and Council removed advertising signs to increase the line of sight. Now, unfortunately, in many circumstances where driver behaviour contributes to circumstances where vehicle accidents occur and fatalities result, that driver behaviour cannot necessarily be engineered away by doing things on the council roads. And that's what we have to be cognisant about. Now, this motion's amendment tonight And Councillor Wines has been explicit here in the chamber. He has said Council is happy to undertake the Stage 1 assessment to look at another review. Now, that is a step forward. That is not saying that there will not be anything happening. It is clearly indicating a willingness from the Chair of Infrastructure to go a step forward and conduct a Stage 1 assessment. Now, from my perspective, knowing the traffic along that Beaudesert Road, Ipswich Road corridor, I know that the speed limits change from 80 to 70 to 60 to 50 to 40 and go back around, and they're up and down all through that corridor. Now, I know that a lot of that starts with my electorate and then goes into the Maruka ward and then goes into the Tennyson ward. But for that whole corridor, if there is to be a proper study of all of those speed limits, we do need Minister Bailey to actually do those two roads as a comprehensive corridor as part of this process as well. The unfortunate situation for Dr Copeland's family, and I realise that through some of the comments that have been made tonight, that they were seeking a speed reduction, as too was the local councillor. When an engineer does not sign off on a speed reduction, when an engineer makes a specific recommendation for a certain speed limit to be retained, it is very difficult for council officers and also the Speed Management Committee to take a position that is in contradiction to that engineering recommendation. Now, I understand that those engineers do not make those recommendations lightly. I know that when the coroners go through the extensive process that they undertake when these circumstances and tragedies occur, that there are a lot of factors that come through that process and are tendered in evidence. We have not sat through that entire coronial inquiry as individuals, but when there are contributory factors, when there are criminal charges and findings against a driver in that circumstance, that also has to be taken into consideration. When we are talking about the Speed Management Committee, they have a role to play right across our city. They look at speed limit changes on a regular basis. They assess circumstances like this on a regular basis. They are not part of the councillors in this chamber. They make decisions based on the evidence that comes before them. So, through you, Mr Chair, I say to councillors, this amended motion tonight actually promotes a step forward. It is promoting action through a Stage 1 assessment. It is looking at this situation again and seeing what those results will be. So we cannot preempt the finding of that Stage 1 assessment at this point, but we need to go through this process tonight, support this amendment to allow that Stage 1 assessment to be undertaken in the hope that those considerations with the changed traffic conditions, with the increase in the volume of traffic that goes through and funnels into that congested intersection, be taken into consideration, and also with some of the other circumstances that the Minister can possibly implement as well. Through you, Mr Chair, I commend this amended motion to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Owen.
Point of order. Just to be clear, sorry.
Point of order, Councillor
Yes,
Johnson.
we're dealing with the amendment, not the amended motion. Can you just confirm that for the record, please?
Yes, we haven't voted to make the amendment the substantive. Yes, we're still dealing with the amendment. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair, and I just rise to speak to the amendment. I'd just like to say Councillor Johnston has passionately represented her community and has certainly represented the family of Dr Copeland and the young infant who was killed on Venner Road very well tonight. And I congratulate you for your passion and your tenacity because there isn't a lot of that in this place. In relation to the previous councillor, Councillor Owen, I noted she talked about Beaudesert Road and Ipswich Road, those being state roads in this area through Maruka Ward, and in Tennyson Ward they're actually council roads. So they are our responsibility, council responsibility. Further out, Beaudesert Road becomes a state road and Ipswich Road becomes a state road. So the minister actually doesn't have anything to do with this one. It's the administration's Brisbane City Council. In terms of Venner Road actually connects Fairfield Road, and it's a major freight route for the Brisbane markets and the industrial areas, so it carries a lot of heavy traffic. It goes down a very steep side of Annerley, so it goes down from the spine of Annerley down into the suburb, and it's in extremely poor condition. Extremely poor condition. And the officers tell me that the money that has been allocated to resurface the road, if they're going to do it properly, will only cover a third of the road this year. If they're going to do a dodgy job, it will cover half the road this year. I prefer if they did a proper job. What I think the point in this whole debate, and the point that has been missed, is the double standards. That's the point here. It's the double standards. And it's the double standards around why does Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor, why do they get their road reclassified and the speed of their road reclassified like that? But Councillor Johnston, who's also representing her community, has to go through this process. I think that's what I don't understand. I know I'm on the infrastructure committee, we've had presentations about the process we have to follow. What councillors on this side of the chamber are confused about is how you can be the deputy mayor and stand up and do a post going, we're lowering the speed limit here, but you can't be a councillor who's had 2 people die and do it in that area. On that road network. That's what's really confusing. That's what's really a double standard, really, because it seems like you have more push and pull in the administration to be flexible with the rules than you do as an opposition councillor to represent your community. And sure, we all have to follow a process. We understand that. And the Deputy Mayor should have to follow that process too, as should Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor. And I commend them on getting the speed from 70 to 60. It's only taken them 5 years, but I commend them on getting that result. Councillor Johnston wants to get a result on an area of road where people have died. Where people have died. And that's her very point. What is more important, wildlife or people? It's not that complex to answer that. And in fact, I call on the administration. I ask the infrastructure chair through you, Mr. Chair, through you to explain that. I think what Councillor Johnston has done tonight is really brave. She's brought the issue forward yet again. She's trying to get an outcome for her community. She's trying to get an outcome on a very dangerous road. And as a pedestrian, I wouldn't risk crossing it. It's a very dangerous road, let alone cyclists, and vehicles just speed down there. Vehicles and trucks, freight, speed down there. So I have to say, congratulations, Councillor Johnston, and I look forward to seeing where this debate goes to from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers on the amendment? See no one rising. Councillor Wines, your right to reply.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I just wanted to respond to a couple of the statements there. Look, this is... Even if you reflect upon some of the statements Councillor Johnston made about things we've done regarding fatalities elsewhere in the city, it shows a record that we are highly responsive to fatalities. The problem is sometimes the solution is very difficult and sometimes there isn't a solution because of the road, because of the nature of the road, because of the nature of the way the intersections interact with the road. Because sometimes, if there were a solution, we would have done it, quite frankly. If there were a simple solution that worked, we would have done it. It really is that simple. But I think it's fair enough, it's completely justifiable to have another look at this location. And that's all I'm saying. We've reviewed it on a number of occasions. We have a strong record of responding to fatalities across the city. Where we can, we do our best to engineer the issue away. Here, it is very hard. And so all I'm saying is, councillors, please support this resolution so we can have another look at it to see if there's something else we can do.
Thank you, councillors. We will now vote on the amendment to turn it into a substantive motion, just to bring everybody up to speed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division. Somebody?
Seconded.
I have a division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result. Councillors, just remind you that the results will be heard in silence, please.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
The amendment has passed. Councillors, are there any speakers to the substantive motion? Councillor Johnston.
I'm disappointed that the LNP have used their massive majority to take a simple motion that called for action on road safety on...
Point of order, Mr Chair. Is this summary or new substantive motion?
This is the new substantive motion.
Councillor, the new amended motion. Councillor Johnson can speak again?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Councillor Johnson.
It's disappointing that the LNP have used their massive majority here today to take a simple motion that called for action and turn it into a self-congratulatory dud of a motion that does nothing to make the road safer for pedestrians, cyclists or drivers. Let's look at what Councillor Wines just said in justification for his amendment. They are highly responsive to fatalities. Highly responsive to fatalities. That's not the case. They're highly responsive to accidents in LNP wards, I would agree with that, but in other parts of this city they are not. A child and a man have died on Venner Road, and this council's response was yellow lines on the corner. Councillor Wines says driver behaviour cannot be engineered away, yet that is what council does with every single intersection upgrade, every single bit of traffic calming, every single bit of road improvements that this council does is to engineer safer roads. Here, there are a number of solutions. The family want traffic lights on the corner of Lagonda Street and Frederick Street. That's what the family want. Now, I get laughed out of this place if I tried for traffic lights, which I have tried for before as well. They just won't do it. The family want the speed limit lowered. They wanted it lowered to 40. Council refused to do that. Now we're trying for 50. The family want action. They don't want this inaction. And it's clear today from everything that has happened that there is one rule for marginal LNP seat holders, and that is Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham, who can stand up in exactly the same situation I'm in. There's been a speed limit review that did not recommend the speed limit be lowered. I didn't say to council officers, oh, lower the speed limit to 50, because they'd go, you can't tell us what to do. Yet, Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham have done exactly that. And the Mayor, well, we'll see, it's Councillor Adams' post. She said, while the Speed Limit Review Committee will need to consider the new rules and make an official decision, today we reduce Boundary Road to 60. Now, I've asked for the files. They've not been provided to me. I asked the manager of the area for an explanation about how this speed limit was lowered. She refused to respond. I've written to the CEO. I've heard nothing from him. That tells me, with bright, shiny lights, that something has happened behind the scenes and there is nothing official that has been done to lower the speed limit on Boundary Road. If this LNP administration are prepared to take action, because koalas have died, which I'm happy with. I've got no problem with the speed limit on Boundary Road being lowered, none. But I cannot sit by and watch the LNP put special rules in place to protect themselves, to protect their seats, when 2 people have died on Venner Road, and this LNP administration think putting yellow lines on the corners is good enough. Councillor Owen, oh my God, some of us did read the coroner's report. Some of us did speak to the family about it. Some of us have read council's submission to the coroner's report, which they invited council to make comment. Council wrote back, yeah, we're going to put yellow lines around the corners. That's what council said to the coroner, which the coroner accepted. It wasn't the coroner saying, council, you should do this. The coroner said, council, what should happen? That's what council recommended in response to 2 people dying. It is just so disappointing that this LNP administration put one rule in place for themselves and another rule for everyone else. This motion doesn't really hold out any hope for action to happen, because it's very clear to me when people like don't return your call after being a year in council, you can't rely on this council to do anything. You can't. They won't do it. They'll only do it for their political masters, the LNP. And I am horrified. I'm horrified that Councillor Wines has stood up here today and said, well, you can't engineer solutions. That is the whole purpose of his department. Yes. He should resign as infrastructure chair. Does he not know what his job is? It is to make this place safer for everyone.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
I just think that reflection that was made about was an appalling reflection on an officer, and I ask that you consider that an active disorder, or that should be withdrawn.
Councillor Johnson, would you consider withdrawing your statements concerning the council officer that you named?
She refused to get back to me, Mr Chairman. I specifically asked her for advice about what had happened here because it was so unusual, and she refused to get back to me. I find that to be appalling. Then council has refused to provide me with the files. Refused to provide me with the files. Now, these are facts.
No, point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
We don't do this here. We don't. No one. Council should not be doing this. You know, this councillor officer didn't get back to me, didn't call me back. You know, we don't do that in this chamber. No, we don't. I consider that an appalling reflection on a council officer that Councillor Johnston's made, and she should withdraw. And that should not be a standard that we set in here. That we come in here and we attack council officers using the chamber. That is appalling. We should not do that. We should not let that be the standard in this place.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston, please reconsider withdrawing your comments.
I consider it appalling that I asked for advice from the most senior traffic engineer in this city, and she tells me that she won't respond, that I can get information through my file request, and then council refused to give me the files. That's what's happened.
So, Councillor Johnston,
that is what's happened.
Councillor Johnston, you just actually made a statement that she did get back to you.
She refused to get back to me about the issues I asked her about.
Councillor Johnston, I seriously...
No, she has refused to respond about the issues that I have raised.
Councillor Johnston.
No, I'm not withdrawing.
You understand the consequences.
Got to do what you've got to do. But when the senior engineer at council won't get back to you when you ask her a genuine question about how something happened, and she says, wait for the files, and then council refuses to give you the files, what are you supposed to do? I think that this administration has been too long in government. They are simply governing for themselves. They have forgotten that there are other people out here with real issues. The other thing Councillor Wines was talking about earlier was if there are simple solutions, we do them. There are. Reduce the speed limit from 60 to 50. Put traffic lights in on the corner of Lagonda Street and Frederick Street. Fix the intersection of Ipswich Road and Venner Road, which is fundamentally the problem because of congestion. All of these things can be done. Oh, resurface Venner Road. It's only taken you years. If you don't resurface Venner Road, you've got to fix all the stormwater infrastructure. These are all simple things. They are all core business for council. Somehow Councillor Wines thinks that action on Venner Road is complicated. It is not. It is not. Lower the speed limit. Take a simple step. It's changing some signs. It's cheap. It's effective. It'll help slow traffic down. I've put 2 SAM signs on this road. 2. It's just not good enough that council won't do anything. And what is absolutely unacceptable is that there is a rails run for the LNP marginal seat holders of Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham with no explanation like this as to why they could get that in their area. Meanwhile, I'm told you've got to follow the process. You've got to do this. You can't get that. This is the problem. If there's one rule for me, why is there a different rule for the LNP? And that was my question to, and she told me she would not be responding. That is not good enough. This motion before us today is an abomination. It's an abomination. This LNP administration are basically saying, look how great we are, we put yellow lines on the corner, and we'll do not a full speed limit review, we'll do a stage 1 speed limit review. Meanwhile, Councillor Adams, Councillor Cunningham and the koalas are getting treated in a better way than people in Annerley. It's not acceptable.
Further speakers? So no one rising. We'll now put the motion, the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division. Seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my left and noes to my right. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 abstentions.
Councillors, the substantive motion has passed. Councillors, I draw your attention to the adjourned motion at item 5B, which was moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. The Brisbane City Council constructs koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, adjoining Whites Hill Reserve this financial year to reduce wildlife deaths along this stretch of road. Okay. Happy for me to keep going?
Oh, it's already been moved and seconded.
Okay. That's great.
Councillor,
Thank you.
sorry.
I am arising tonight to speak to this motion, and in particular to first express, one, my disappointment that we didn't get to debate this last week when it was moved. The motion was very important to be debated, and I know a number of people wanted it to be debated. Unfortunately, it was the Deputy Mayor who delayed that motion, I believe, because she had to go to dinner. So, Councillor Adams, I think that is disappointing that that occurred, but if you need a week...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I have spoken when we moved for dinner and I claim to be misrepresented.
I think you'll find the records... I think you'll find in the records that it was the Deputy Mayor who moved to delay this motion. Anyway, I'm going on with the motion.
Yeah, it's been noted, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I don't think you can, but anyway. But I just want on the record for residents to know your action. And I think it's important tonight that this is very clear for residents. I know we don't think residents see this. Residents do see it. Residents do see how we vote. In fact, the reason these motions are here is so that we can get the LNP to take a clear black and white position about their actions and own their actions. Then the community can be the judge of their actions. Here, but we have an issue of 21. So one koala was killed last week. 21 koala deaths along Boundary Road in 5 years. That is an appalling loss of life. It's an appalling loss of koala wildlife, and it is disturbing. And the fact that we have two councillors in this chamber who had the ability to do something as councillors and chose to do nothing is even more disturbing. In fact, what we've seen over the last 5 years is a game played out here. So while these deaths have been occurring, we've had this blame game between the state government and council, or council and the state government. There's a whole lot of things that we can do, that we do, that we should be doing. And it's fine to go around and put your face on posters of koalas and go, beware. But if you're not backing that up with genuine actions that actually try and stop koalas or wildlife getting onto our roads, then I think there's a bit of hypocrisy there. And what we certainly know, or what I certainly know from meeting with residents, are they're extremely distressed. They come to my office, they do go to other ward offices too, and they don't get a very good reception. They come to my office and they tell me how they can't get any action from Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham. And residents are very disturbed about this. They almost see it as a greenwashing, wanting to claim to be koala friendly and green friendly and environmentally friendly, but actually not doing the real actions that match with that. And I don't know if you realise it, but residents are more and more concerned about their flora and fauna and the environment around them. They expect us to do better. They want us to do better. Not just say we're doing better, they actually want to see tangible results.
And what I'm seeing is that their councillors aren't doing anything. Aren't doing anything genuine that would stop the issue of wildlife getting onto the road and getting killed. I know in Toohey Forest we had a similar problem with wildlife getting onto the freeway and being killed. And I know Minister Bailey came along when the environmental groups approached him and myself, and he funded a wildlife fence along the TMR boundary, the state boundary of Toohey Forest. He funded that. And I funded a wildlife fence, a koala fence, along the council section of the South East Freeway. And it's reduced deaths along that section of the freeway. I spent $80,000, not from capital, from my ward fund to do that project. And it's made results. It means that koalas and wildlife aren't getting onto the freeway, they're going back into the forest. They hit the fence and go back into the forest. Surely that's what you want at Whites Hill Reserve. You want the wildlife, the koalas, to hit the fence and go back into the reserve rather than wander aimlessly onto the road. There is no bush on the other side of the road. It's urban. It's a desert. We don't want koalas going over there. We want koalas staying in the area that is natural for them. And you know what? We, as councillors, have the ability to get that fence constructed. I did. I actually had the officers work with me. And they're constructed elsewhere. They're constructed at Chermside Hills Reserve. They're constructed at Toohey Forest, as I said, along the South East Freeway. They're constructed at Karawatha Forest. All these were built by council to stop wildlife getting onto our roads. Simple, isn't it? Really simple. I think the smart thing here is to just deliver this fence and try and stop the wildlife crossing a road that leads to nowhere. Try and save our wildlife. Try and protect our wildlife. I'm concerned that I'm getting emails from people who live in Japan and Italy and the USA asking what Brisbane City Council is doing about the slaughter along this road. I've seen some goofy-looking pictures of some councillors holding up a 60 or 50k sign, but I haven't seen much action. We need to see action. If we're in administration, we'd deliver action. If the LNP don't want to deliver action, if you don't want to do anything, say so. Make it clear. Just tell people, be honest. And then at least we can go out there and have an honest conversation with the residents of your electorates. And I'm sure the Greens will too. And then the residents can make a decision about how they think your action towards the environment and towards our wildlife is going. What we want is a clear position here about what this administration will do. Not what you have done, what you will do. How are you going to prevent this problem? Councillor Davis, last week, or the week before, was asked a question about how many deaths, or will this speed limit reduce the deaths of koalas, or stop the deaths of koalas on Boundary Road? There was no answer. There was no yes, there was no no. There was no answer. You know it's not going to work. Already there's been one death of another koala and other wildlife along this stretch of road. I mean, I can't even believe you need to move a motion to get this piece of infrastructure built by this council. And it meets so much opposition. I just can't believe it. It defies logic. Anyway, what this motion does is gives a clear action and a clear time frame for that action, and now the ball is in your court. It's over to you, and the public can make their mind up about how and what you do with this action. And if what you do with this action is cynical, if it's playing word games, then the public will see through it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, last week we closed the meeting at 6 p.m, where we always have the dinner break, and we are debating the motion tonight, so we did not stop debate.
Deputy Mayor. So under 52(1), misrepresentations can only be made during the current meeting on the previous speaker. Yep. So, yeah, sure, please. You've got the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us today, as I rose to speak on the motion before us today on the 16th of May. It was so urgent last week that we actually did debate it 3 months ago, and it's extremely embarrassing that those on this other side and the councillor who brought it into this place are paying so little attention to this that we debated the exact same motion on the 16th of May this year. Exactly the same motion. So, kind of sloppy work from Councillor Griffiths, but what we've come to expect, because it's all about playing political games, because he doesn't care.
Please.
They don't care about the residents. They don't care about the koalas in this area. If they cared about the koalas, they would be cheering to the rafters that we bought an important connector in Carrara Street for Whites Hill through to Mount Gravatt, Glindemann Park and through to Mount Gravatt Lookout. But they don't care. It's about the political games. And that's what this motion is, because it's the second time we've seen this motion. And I agree with the interjections from the other side. It probably won't be the last, because it's not about the koalas and the residents, it's about the political game playing. And I rise to speak on this motion as I did in May and say exactly the same thing. No. It's not what we said in May, and again, by saying no, Councillor Strunk, through you, Mr. Chair, you're reiterating the point. They didn't pay attention then, they don't care, it's all about political games.
Point of order, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
We are all saddened and horrified when wildlife strikes continue to happen on Boundary Road. And as I said, Councillor Griffiths has raised this before, and the fact that the speed limit has been reduced does not change the fact that a fully fenced length of Boundary Road is just not a viable option. Now, we just spent over an hour in the last debate with somebody yelling across the chamber, talking about how I got action done and how I had action happen and how Councillor Cunningham got something done. And then I just listened to 10 minutes from Councillor Griffiths saying, we did nothing and we got no action and we don't care. Which way is it, people? Which way is it? Because you can't have it both ways. And I reiterate again, this is literally political game playing. Our position is backed by council officers. It's backed by external experts in the field from a number of different universities. Wildlife fencing along the length of Boundary Road has been investigated before and is not supported for the entire road. For the sake of clarity again, it is not councillors saying no, the experts. And I am...
Just one moment, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Claim to be misrepresented again.
Noted. Thank you.
I don't think I mentioned you then, Councillor Griffiths, but I'll say it again. It is not the councillors saying no, the experts are saying that fencing the entire road will lead to poor outcomes, not only for koalas but also other wildlife in the area. Number one, we are talking about wildlife strikes. Wallabies go straight over the top. Fencing the entire area is not going to stop the wallabies going over Boundary Road. There are no culverts. I hear what Councillor Griffiths says about Toohey Forest, and it's a great project. It's a great project along the Pacific Motorway and major roads. But it doesn't go across to residents. There's no residents behind the fencing like what they want on Boundary Road, residents right there, going to fence them in. There is no culverts for the animals to travel over as they follow the fencing, as koalas are wont to do. And the only place you're funneling them to is either Cavendish Road, Samuel Street, or straight to the lights at Whites Hill Reserve. So entire road fencing will not work. And Councillor Griffiths continues to peddle the popular myth to make the community think that we are doing nothing in this area, even though we just heard, as I said, for an hour, that we are doing something in this area. We've built the world's first koala bridge. We've installed koala climb-out ladders. We have installed wildlife awareness monitors. We have installed wildlife road markings. We have funded location-specific koala research. We have installed permanent wildlife signage. We have built wildlife fencing. If he ever went down there and looked, because he obviously hasn't, all the calls to his office, I'm sure. We have installed wildlife fencing where appropriate, and we've introduced site-specific variable message signings, all of which have been supported by the state government's koala sensitive design guideline. The thing to remember here is that native animals then can actually be restricted from the movement that they actually need for food and habitat in this area, not to mention we are heading into an El Niño weather event where the risk to wildfire is greatly increased over the coming months. And the last thing we want to do is trap residents or koalas or wallabies in areas with wildlife fencing, which is what is the information we have been given from the experts. As I said again, trapping wildlife in an El Niño weather or sending them to the major traffic intersections, which is the only place that the fences can go to, is not an outcome that I want to see. It is extremely disappointing that we still see koalas crossing here, and we are going to be working with our local societies to make sure we aren't over-replenishing the area in the Whites Hill Reserve with the koalas as well, because they are breeding very well, but there obviously is getting to the point where they need to move out to find food and habitat. So there's a lot more we can be doing in this space, working with our koala groups to make sure they're looking at where they're replacing koalas as well. We have reduced the speed limit as a trial on Boundary Road, just as the Minister, Mark Bailey, did in Tellabudgera as a trial, as they did in the Kasserori Coast as a trial, because we also got the heads up that the guidelines were changing. The guidelines changing means we have now got an extremely good chance of a permanent speed reduction, and we are trialling it to 60 because it's 70 at the moment, not even 60, 70. But let me be clear, I agree there will be difficulties, even with the speed reduction, in minimising animal deaths if people are not aware, which is why we wrap everything else around it. Not fencing, that doesn't make people more aware to drive safely. Wildlife monitors, WAMs, signage, road marking. Every councillor in this place who has been here for any time or who's put a local area traffic management in any of their local streets knows that it doesn't actually stop the really bad drivers if they just want to drive poorly. So no amount of wildlife fencing, if the koalas can still get through and around, is going to stop deaths if people don't become more aware of lowering their speeds. We have monitors. They are reducing the speeds by 6 kilometres an hour. We are supporting a range of things around Boundary Road, and we did this working with universities and the kind of innovation that makes our partnerships so promising. And for that reason, just as we did on the 16th of May, I would like to move an amendment that we insert the words "where suitable" after the word "year." So the motion will read, the Brisbane City Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along Boundary Road and Whites Hill Reserve where suitable to stop more koala and wildlife deaths.
Seconded.
Can I just clarify, is that removing this financial year?
Thank you. So, councillors, before us we have an amendment that has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton to remove the words "where suitable" after the word "year." Oh, sorry, insert "where suitable" after the words "year," so that the motion reads: Brisbane City Council constructs koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, adjoining Whites Hill Reserve, this financial year, where suitable, to reduce wildlife deaths along this stretch of road. Just one, can we just deal, before we move on, Deputy Mayor, can we just attend to Councillor Griffith's two misrepresentations? Sorry.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. There's two misrepresentations the Deputy Mayor made. One, this motion is different because it says this financial year, so it actually puts a time frame on the motion that was previously brought to this chamber. And two, this motion actually doesn't call for the fencing of the entire length of Boundary Road. So the Deputy Mayor was misleading the chamber by saying that. It's very clear it's just along where the flora and fauna is.
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, that was on your misrepresentations?
That was it.
Yep, thank you. Deputy Mayor, the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So Boundary Road adjoining Whites Hill Reserve is a very long area, and so that's why I call that the entire section of Boundary Road that we're concerned with, because that's the entire part of Boundary Road that's actually in my ward, the entire part that is beside Whites Hill Reserve, because as soon as you get to Indus Street, it's not in my ward. So I do call that the entire part of Boundary Road for me. And look, where suitable is very, very simple. I think we've also made it very clear, again, from the complaints we heard in the previous motion, that we are doing a lot in this space, and we continue to do whatever we can where suitable. WAMs, signage, speed reduction, speed awareness monitors, and everything else in between. And if fencing, where we haven't fenced already, is recommended where it has never been recommended before by specialists, by the universities, by those who have looked there, if they can say to us that that is not going to put wildlife at more risk, we can do it. But that is not the feedback that we have gotten. So we will do whatever we need to do where suitable along Boundary Road, and we have been doing that, and we'll continue to do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers to the amendment proposed before us. Councillor Griffiths?
Yes. We keep going round in circles with this one, don't we, Mr Chairperson? I think the answer to the question is, so far there have been 21 deaths of koalas in 5 years. One was a week ago, Councillor Adams. And as you drew to my attention, as you drew to our attention, I suppose, we debated this several months ago. There was a death last week and we were debating this motion. We were going to debate this motion last week, then you stopped that debate. So the answer yet again is no, we're not doing anything. That's the answer. That's the real answer.
Point of order, Mr.
Point of order,
Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Well, we'll see. People can make up their own minds. People can watch this debate. People can view on the ground what you deliver. You and Councillor Cunningham deliver. But can I say people in that area are passionate. They are passionate. Just 2 weeks ago, I did a forum, a koala forum at Griffith Uni. I'm doing a lot of great work with Griffith Uni. Griffith Uni are leading the way with their Environment Centre. Oh, I did offer the LNP a partnership with that. That's right, and they didn't take it up. But there were a lot of experts at that forum, and they spoke about this very issue. And they were the ones who said koala fencing, fauna fencing is what you do to keep wildlife off roads. That's what the experts are saying to me. That's what residents are saying. All you've got at the moment is your track record, and your track record is 21 dead koalas. That's your track record. That's what you've delivered. That's what the LNP have delivered. And into the future, we're looking at more koala deaths because you talked about tonight seeing it as a culling process because they're overbreeding.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted, thank you.
That's what I heard. They're going to die. They're going to die. We're going to cull them. Well, either cull them...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented. I ask you to ask him, Councillor Griffiths, to you, Mr Chair, to withdraw the comment that I said we would be culling koalas. I did not say that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Griffiths.
I think what I heard, and I'll withdraw culling, what I heard was these animals are going to die. They're going to die because they're breeding too much. That's what I heard.
Mr Chair.
Sorry, just one moment, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, just to be clear, you did withdraw the statement around culling?
I withdrew the statement around culling.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, your point of order.
Oh, claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
The video will show the truth, and the video is what residents will see. With me sitting here in the chamber, obviously I won't use the word culling, but you said there's an overpopulation of koalas. They're breeding well in Whites Hill.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
And they go looking for food and they wander onto this road and they get squashed and killed. And we're not doing a fence. No, we're going to do a fence where it's suitable. Where it's suitable. And we're going to do it this financial year. Where it's suitable. But the experts have already told us that you don't do a fence. So what we're really getting is no fence. No additional fencing, because the experts have already told Councillor Adams you don't put a fence up. They've told me something very different. Maybe I'm in a different party to you. I could imagine the experts that you're listening to. Yeah, the same experts, and that was investigated, and council was found not to be following a very good process. What I'm saying, and what I will continue to say, is fencing saves wildlife by keeping it in. And we want to keep it in the wildlife area. We want to keep it in the natural part. We want to keep it in the natural part of Whites Hill. We don't want them wandering over to houses where there are no eucalypts, where they're going to run into trouble anyway. We want to keep them in their natural areas. That's what this motion's about. I think it's a pretty simple motion. I think it's a pretty clear motion. I'm bringing it today because I and a lot of residents are very concerned about the inaction from you, Councillor, through you, Mr Chair, from the two councillors who are responsible for this area. And yes, as the Lord Mayor said earlier today, there will be an election in 7 months' time, and people can make their own judgments in that time. And what I'm doing today is giving people a clear picture, a very clear picture about what their current representatives stand for and what other people will do in this chamber. And we can save this wildlife by doing more. I have in my area, we do in other parts of the city, we can do it as a council, we need to do it, and I just am amazed that this is a response from Councillor Adams. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, your misrepresentations, please.
The first one was that Councillor Griffiths said I was not doing anything, and I've made a clear list of everything we are doing this site. The second one was said that I said we would be culling koalas, which he withdrew, which was absolutely out of line. The third misrepresentation was I said they would die because they are breeding too much. I did not say that. I said it will be difficult to stop them moving if they're moving for food and habitat if there's too many there. And the fourth misrepresentation, when he said, I said that they were overpopulated. I did not say that. I said we would work with the koala societies in the area to make sure that the koalas aren't going to become overpopulated in this area.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
I rise to speak on the amendment put forward by the LNP here today. Firstly, can I thank Councillor Griffiths for coming forward with a practical motion again to try and do something to improve, actually do something to make sure that wildlife in this city is a little bit safer. You know, we aired the issues about speed earlier, but the LNP are prepared to lower the speed limit here directly because they think it will help save koala lives. They're not prepared to do that for people, but they'll do it for koalas. But you can see where they draw the line when it comes to koalas. So no fencing. You know, I suspect there are other arrangements that could be put in place here for them. So, for example, I don't know what it's called, but the arch out over in Councillor Marx's way, I don't know if that's a land bridge. Is it called a land bridge? Wildlife bridge? Yeah, one of those could go in here. Koalas do like to climb. Very helpful. So you could put a bit of fencing in, then you put the arch in, the koala goes up over the arch, over to the other side. Because unlike Councillor Adams, I've listened through presentation after presentation in the Parks Committee about koalas, and they're very randy and they like to travel, and they like to travel to meet new partners and to eat and have fun. So the koalas over this way are very mobile. They're highly mobile and they're driven by food and love, and they will travel long distances to find it. So I think Council should be doing more. I think Council should be doing more. Not only fencing, but I also think initiatives like those land bridges would be really valuable here, and there may be others. I mean, obviously the road is flat for sure, but there's nothing to stop Council from putting in, to help reduce the speed limit, putting in a bit of a rise and putting in an underground culvert underneath. Yes, it's expensive and probably, you know, the most expensive option. Yeah, and help direct the koalas there. There is so much more that this administration could be doing on a practical level, but all they wanted was the photo op. Yeah. All they wanted was the photo op. That's all Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham want. They know their residents are angry. They know their residents want them to take action. All they want to do is say, job done because we lowered the speed limit from 70 to 60. That's not going to stop koala deaths. You heard Councillor Adams admit it here earlier today. It won't stop koala deaths. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she seems to think some sort of natural attrition if they get run over, you know. They're not going to cull. We know that very clearly because she said there's no culling. But they're definitely going to die if they do, you know, try and move about. So she's happy for that. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. So, look, I would have gone a bit further with the motion, Councillor Griffiths, through you, Mr Chair. If it was me, I would have gone and asked for the land bridge and the culverts, you know, because I think, obviously, there is more we can do here. When I first learnt how to ski 20 years ago, I had a great instructor. And he just said to me, everything I was doing was, you know, that's good. He just said more. You've got to give it more effort, more technique, you know, all of those things. So I just say to the LNP administration, you guys are bereft of ideas and we need more.
My apologies, Councillor Cassie. Thank you. There is Councillor Adams is not here for right of reply, so we will now put the amendment All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Sorry, division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. I don't know which way is. There we go. Clerks, please read the result. Councillors, a bit of quiet, please.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
The amendment is now the substantive motion, councillors. Councillors, are there any speakers on the substantive motion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm gobsmacked that they just voted against that because the identity of the motion wasn't changed, and what we saw from the opposition then is they actually just voted to put fencing where it is unsuitable along Boundary Road. But that's what the people at home will see. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. As I speak on the amended motion, and if Councillor Adams is determining where fencing is suitable, of course we wouldn't be supporting that. Of course you wouldn't support the judgment of Councillor Adams, Chair, because this is the councillor who thought it was appropriate to spend $7 million of bushland acquisition funding to purchase some tennis courts and a couple of cocos palms, which Councillor Adams claimed during the debate on this motion earlier was the connector. Apparently that island, that small island of less than it was a couple of thousand square metres, apparently that is the connector, and that is the reason that who knows? I tried to follow down the rabbit hole, and the bushland have been cleared off there. So I'm just a little bit confused, and I'm sure Councillor Adams will answer these questions in summing up. Maybe not, because she's left again. She's left again. But so apparently, Chair, Councillor Adams has spoken to experts, and they have told her, we don't know who they are. We have no idea. There's no record of this in council. There's no formal advice from external experts to council, but according to Councillor Adams, Councillor Adams, that these experts say there shouldn't be fencing. According to experts at Griffith University that Councillor Griffiths has spoken to, there should be fencing, and particularly adjoining along Boundary Road, adjoining the road and houses. Councillor Adams says the koalas will need to get out of that area, across Boundary Road and then into suburbia, into suburban backyards to get food. I don't think that's a very good strategy. Whether it sounds a bit like thinning out a population. To me, the description that Councillor Adams made a bit earlier, that doesn't sound like a good strategy. Whether it's in the trees and the food are in good supply during a wetter time, or whether those trees are poor during a drier time through El Nino, La Nina. What's the dry one? I've forgotten.
The dry one.
The dry one. El Nino. El Nino. So the strategy of the LNP is that we've got some dry conditions coming up, and so the strategy is you want these koalas to get out of there, apparently, to get onto Boundary Road, scurry across Boundary Road and get into suburban backyards. According to the experts, and maybe the experts the photo that Councillor Johnston held up, I enjoyed that one. They couldn't find a real person anywhere to stand in a photo with them. 4,000 people signed a petition. They couldn't arrange a real person for miles away. Maybe the experts that Councillor Adams is consulting is Councillor Cunningham or the Lord Mayor. Maybe, because they've obviously got together on this and they have determined that the only course of action the LNP want to take is to put fencing where they deem suitable. Where the LNP deems suitable. That's the action that Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Adams and LNP Mayor Adrian Schrinner want to take. So, really torn when the Deputy Mayor gets up and says, "Trust me." Oh, you shudder. You think, "Oh my God, how could you?" You know, this is the Deputy Mayor that the Queensland Audit Office said basically borderline misused the Bushland Acquisition Fund. Yeah, shouldn't be buying bushland with no bush on it. Queensland Audit Office said you were left wanting.
Councillor Cassidy, can I draw you back?
Just can't trust Councillor Adams.
Can I draw you back to the Councillor Cassidy? Yeah. Given you plenty of scope, can you please come back to the motion?
Just can't trust Councillor Adams to determine what is suitable fencing and what isn't. Yeah. So it's a really tough one. That is why we voted against the amendment, because if you just read that now as it's amended, where it's suitable, sure, if you went to Griffith University to the Environment Centre and talked to koala experts, if that's what Councillor Adams is going to do, I'm sure she, in her summing up, in a minute, in her summing up, she will confirm that and we'll go, okay. That is a good course of action. But if Councillor Adams comes in here and says there's some vague, weird, made-up maybe experts that she consults from time to time, whoever knows they are, then, I mean, how do you trust the LNP when it comes to this stuff? On their watch over the last 5 years, we've seen 21 dead koalas. That's their record, and that's what they're standing by. And apparently it's all too hard. The speed limit reduction was apparently very easy, but actually building infrastructure to protect the wildlife isn't for the LNP. Well, it is a pretty simple proposition when you talk to experts, and I just couldn't trust Councillor Adams on this, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to go the other side?
You to your
Me?
feet
Righto.
first.
Yep. Righto. No problems. Thank you. Just very briefly, I too listened to Councillor Adams on this issue about what's suitable, and I kind of listened to it in the sense that, I don't think Councillor Griffiths, in proposing this motion, was envisaging that council officers would waste money building unsuitable fencing. I mean, Councillor Adams is deliberately trying to make this motion seem bad by doing this. Nobody in council is going to recommend unsuitable fencing. That's actually, I think, a bit of an adverse reflection upon the officers, who apparently are not competent enough in their jobs to recommend suitable fencing. Putting the word in doesn't mean that the officers are going to do something unsuitable, right? It's just an unnecessary tautology, unnecessary. And then, of course, Councillor Cassidy's point's very well made with me as well, having sat through the buyback blocks of the suburban land, that there was no evidence to support that. It was done simply for political purposes, and the idea that somehow Councillor Adams is the arbiter of what is suitable isn't good policy or practice in this council. I know that Councillor Griffiths made a huge effort with Griffith University to improve koala awareness. I know he's had zero support from Brisbane City Council. He's done this himself using funds out of his Suburban Enhancement Fund. He and the university have done a great thing. I've been on one of the university's koala walks, and they're fantastic. I saw a powerful owl. I didn't actually see a koala. Since then, I've actually seen a powerful owl on the fence in Dewar Terrace in Sherwood, sitting there watching me as I walk past. Queensland's former chief scientist and top ornithologist, Professor Hugh Possingham, said to me, it could have killed you. Like, they're actually quite, But anyway, I digress. I just would like to say to Councillor Griffiths that this is a ridiculous amendment by Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham really have missed the boat here about practical action, but that's clear with everything the LNP are doing now. It's more about, it's a bit like Barbie, it's more about the style than the substance. And that's all the LNP have got left. They're out of ideas. If the best they can do to try and make something look bad is say, well, I'm going to say it's got to be suitable fencing, that really undervalues and undermines the work of koala experts and also council officers who would not be doing those things anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers?
Oh, just took your spot, sorry. Look, I'm just going to, excuse me, now that we've got the full motion, I just want to explain a couple of points.
Sorry,
because
Councillor Griffiths, you've got the call.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I just assumed when you did that. Yep.
Yep, sorry, my mistake.
No, so I just assumed that. Yep. What I want to just explain to the chamber is that I'm not looking for unsuitable fencing along a road with this motion. So you wouldn't put this fencing across the driveway into the site of the Wellers Hill Reserve. That would be unsuitable. But White's Hill Reserve, I'm getting the reserves mixed up. Councillor Cunningham, you could enter the debate at any time.
Councillor Griffiths,
I'm just saying you could enter the debate at any time.
Councillor
through
Griffiths,
you.
Thank you.
And I note Councillor Cunningham has said nothing in these two debates. What experts tell me is that you put the fencing up to stop the wildlife going on the road, stop koalas, whatever wildlife it is going on the road, and the idea is that fencing, the koalas hit that fencing, go along that fencing until they reach this magnificent thing you built, this great bridge you built that you're saying how fantastic it is, so they know to go up over that bridge. So at the moment, we've built this great, fantastic bridge, but we've still got the koalas not using it because there's no signs telling them to use it. You direct them to the spot where they use it. This is just how the wildlife people explain it to me. It seems to make sense. It seems to be working in other parts of the city. TMR does it. Brisbane City Council does it. But we just don't do it here. So, you know, I would encourage both the councillors, if you want to, I'll put a forum on at Griffith Uni and come along and meet all the koala experts. And you can meet the public. And you can hear their views. And then you can say, well, we're only going to put up suitable fencing. Or say nothing as you do, Councillor Cunningham. But what I'm saying is residents will be your judge. And I have tried here, God only knows how many times I've tried here to get a sensible solution to this, but it's just hitting the brick wall. And it's really disappointing.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Further speakers?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Do we still have the rule where the meeting
No,
is...
we don't.
Okay.
Thank you. I knew where you were going as soon as the bells went. Yes, no, we don't. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak to it quite briefly. I think it's incredible that we see 21 koala deaths over 5 years when we talk about the fact, and this council has talked about it quite often, about how Brisbane is a special place where 5 kilometres away from the city centre is koala habitat. And yet here we are twice within how many months? 4 months, talking about an area that's had 21 deaths, say the word, not strikes, deaths, yes, of koalas. These koalas that we're, you know, apparently so proud of. I think with this motion, it's the vagueness. Where suitable. It's the vagueness that enables it to not actually be quite definitive in action to protect these koalas. And that, to me, is the challenge with this amended motion. I also want to take a moment to commend Councillor Griffith for bringing this motion back, for continuing to highlight this, because it is an issue of residents in both the areas, in both Holland Park Ward and Coorparoo. And the issue will not go away, as we've acknowledged tonight, with a 60k reduction of speed. This issue will continue. Residents will continue to ask more from us as local councillors. Residents will ask, why is there not action, especially when their councillors are a part of the LNP administration. And so, you know, I think the councillor for Tennyson was right. We should be doing more. We shouldn't just say we're suitable. We should not only be doing more, we should be making clarity on who these experts are. We should be working actively with them citywide to ensure that koalas, beloved randy little things, don't keep dying. The fact that within these 4 months we've got a similar motion back here, a similar incident of death, and a vague motion saying we're suitable, not telling us who is the decider of where is suitable and when, I think it's left lacking, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I wish to enter the debate on this amended motion and speak and provide some local context to this debate. This will be in stark contrast to the contributions from the other side of the chamber, because I know my patch, Mr Chair, and I have a lot to say on this matter. I represent the residents of Coorparoo and Camp Hill who live near this area, and over the last 5 years since I have been councillor, I have been working with the Coorparoo Finger Gullies group and representatives of N4C who are out there nearly every weekend in the Coorparoo Finger Gullies, working to enhance the vegetation and the wildlife in this important corridor. At this point in time, I want to give a big shout out, actually, to Rob and to Greg. They work tirelessly in these gullies. And I say through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Griffiths, that it is a slap in the face to call this area a desert. And I will absolutely make sure that the volunteers who give up their time are reminded and told that Labor thinks that their patch of paradise is a desert. So thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Since 2019, as I said, thanks to the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Davis, thank you, we've delivered significant investment in this corridor. Significant investment. In fact, before it became politically convenient for the Labor Party to go on a rant about this, there was regular criticism from some councillors opposite about how much we were spending in the corridor. So let's talk about what's actually been delivered in the last 5 years, Mr Chair. We've installed wildlife road markings. We've installed wildlife awareness speed monitors. We've funded location-specific koala research. We've introduced site-specific variable message signs in key locations and in key seasons. We've installed koala climb-out ladders, the first of their type in Queensland. We've installed permanent wildlife signage. We've built wildlife fencing, And we even built a world-first koala bridge. Most recently, as everyone knows, we've now also finally reduced the speed limit. Mr Chair, this is on top of our citywide investments in breakthrough university research and the koala fodder plantation that this Schrinner Council has supported. At all times, Mr Chair, we have listened to the experts and the university researchers who have told us what is best for this corridor. But I want everyone here tonight to understand some of the characteristics of this road link. Immediately adjacent to the road, on my side, in my ward, which I know better than the Labor Party know, there is significant vegetation, which is a buffer between the road and residents' homes. Some of these gum trees are over 300 years old. You do not come through with a bulldozer and knock down significant vegetation without thinking twice and taking the advice of the ecological experts. Now, Mr Chair, Councillor Johnston has previously advocated for wildlife movement for possums. She has no credibility on this issue. Possums are of least concern, according to the state government. She has no credibility. It's all about politics for Councillor Johnston. It is political gameplay because it is convenient for her and her masters in the Labor Party. Now, Councillor Cassidy talks about bushland acquisition in Holland Park, Mr Chair. He comes in here and talks about bushland acquisition in Holland Park after a long list of Labor representatives were out there protesting for bushland acquisition in Holland Park. But then they backflipped and supported it. Look, they backflipped and they decided not to support it after being out there calling for us to buy it. They cannot be trusted on this, Mr Chair. It is all about politics when it comes to the Greens and the Labor Party. It is our track record on this side of the chamber and what we have delivered, Mr Chair, which residents will take note of.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Whitney.
Thank you. I rise to enter this debate. I'd like to commend Councillor Griffiths for continuing this fight. It's an important fight, and I know residents all over Brisbane thank you for it, and the world. I do find it really interesting that in a debate about a wildlife fence, Councillor Cunningham didn't mention the word fence once. Councillor Cunningham got up here and spoke about how much the LNP Council has done over the last 5 years. Guess what? It didn't work. 21 deaths in those 5 years. Well done. Round of applause. I understand that Councillors Adam and Cunningham are concerned. They should be. They're consistently ignoring what their residents want and what their residents are screaming out for. And bring on March 16.
Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. We will now put the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division. Seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my left and noes to my right. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it. The vote being 23 in favour.
The motion has passed, councillors, and it looks like unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, are there any petitions?
Mr Chair.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have two petitions. The first one is requesting Council recognise mountain biking as a sport in Brisbane, and the second is a request for Brisbane City Council to provide a plan and work with residents to focus on flying foxes.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I have a petition to reject the plan development application A0061194666.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Are there any other further petitions? No. Councillor Hutton, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Chair. Mr Chair, I move that petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that the petitions as received be received and referred to the committee's concern for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? I see no one rising. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Murphy.
Chair, just want to reflect on some conduct that occurred earlier in the meeting today. I'm reading the Meetings Local Law 2001, Section 55, subsection 2, and it says this: councillors shall refer to each other during a council meeting by their respective titles, Lord Mayor, Mr Chair, Madam Chair or Councillor, and in speaking or addressing officers shall designate them by their respective official or divisional title. And then it goes on to say, despite subsection 2, if councillors wish to compliment a council officer, they may refer to that council officer by name. So I would ask for your ruling on the unsuitable meeting conduct of Councillor Johnson before naming and indeed the comments that were made about her as unsuitable meeting conduct, and that be dealt with by you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Can you just give me one moment to consider what is before us? Thank you, Councillor Murphy. In this particular case, and given the evidence that you've put before us with 55.2, I would agree with your assessment. I do believe that there has been a breach of the local law in the way that Councillor Johnson had earlier referred to the respective council officer. I do consider it a good time to offer Councillor Johnson the opportunity to remove her comments and apologise as appropriate.
Mr Chairman...
Just one moment. You'll have the call in a minute, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Murphy, I will now ask Councillor Johnson to consider removing her statements earlier from this meeting and to apologise on the record. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I would ask that the name be withdrawn from the council records.
I don't think that's exactly what what I was intending, Councillor Johnson. I would ask you to withdraw the statements that you made using the officer's name and apologise for using them in the way that you did, which was against the 55.2 of the Meetings Local Law.
My understanding, based on what Councillor Murphy has read out, is that you cannot mention a council officer by name unless you are complimenting them. That's the rule, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So my statements about her failure to respond to me are accurate. My breach of the rule, according to that, is that I've used her name And I am saying that, yes, I apologise, and I am asking that her name be removed because it shouldn't have been mentioned.
So thank you, Councillor Johnson, for apologising and withdrawing those previous statements. We appreciate it very much. Or it is
Point of
appreciated.
order, Mr Chair. I'm just being clear. I'm not withdrawing my statements. I am saying that her name should be withdrawn to meet the condition of the rule.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Deputy Mayor.
Mr Chair, I'd like to clarify. You can't withdraw a name that you've said on live stream. It's an apology to the manager or it's an act of disorder.
Deputy Mayor, I thought Councillor Johnson did apologise. Yeah, I believe she did. She did. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Johnson asked for the respective officers to be removed, and she apologised for using that name. Is that correct, Councillor Johnson? Into the microphone, please, just so we've got it on record. Please, Councillor Johnson.
This will be the fourth time now. I know the Deputy Mayor's not listening. I've asked
Councillor Johnson,
the person's name be withdrawn, and I apologised.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other items of general business? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Listen, I rise just to speak about one item of general business tonight. And like the people on the other side of the chamber, we on this side would like to also thank Shirley Afts very much for her huge service to this City Council. And I think the Lord Mayor said it was 44 years. And I worked it out at 6 Lord Mayors that she's worked for at 6 administrations, which is no mean feat, I would think. Shirley, like a lot of the other officers, are hardworking, but she did spend 16 years within the Lord Mayor's Community Fund section, and what I was finding amazing about this, she and her team actually processed 10,000 applications in that time, and that's huge when you think about 10,000 applications within those years. Shirley has been an amazing asset to this council, goes without saying. She's wonderful to work with, always friendly and helpful. No matter what the question, no matter what the problem, Shirley always comes up to find a solution to the problem that we may undertake within our ward offices on some applications that come through. My staff wanted me to say thank you very much, Shirley, for all the help that you've been to them over the last 7 years. And I hope you have a fantastic retirement. 44 years, unbelievable. You deserve it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Councillor Whitney.
Yes, I rise to talk on one topic in general business. Sorry, did you say Councillor Whitney?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah, okay, perfect. Sorry.
You were first to your feet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last Wednesday, the Wynnum Manly locals got the chance to say goodbye to a silent pillar of our community. The quote-unquote flower lady, Ros Price. Ros was the guardian angel of our community. Those who slept rough knew that Ros would be there with something to eat and an ear with an open mind. To paraphrase her daughter, if you never had the experience of arguing with Ros, it's okay, you lost anyway. She would often talk about her visit to the country house, where she got 3 square meals, a roof over her head, a comfy bed, and someone to wake her up at 6 o'clock every morning. Ros was instrumental in Orange Sky's partnership with Rosie's on a Friday night. Both organisations showed up on Wednesday. Ros will be greatly missed by both of them. Ros never wanted applause for the hard work that she did. Testament to her impact was best represented by the standing room only service at St Peter's Church. Vale, Ros, it's your turn to rest now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jenkinson.
Mr Chair, I rise to speak about the Paddington Now and Then Festival.
Last Saturday, the 5th of August, the inaugural Paddington Now and Then Festival was held, and it was a living example of how community and business can come together. The streets of our historic suburb were covered in orange bows, and families, friends and neighbours gathered together to share their love for art, history, food and shopping. It showcased our diverse culture and was the perfect blend of now and then, old and new. The weather was incredible as people got active, encouraged to stroll the Paddington Terraces from Suncorp Stadium to Trammy's Corner, partaking in a scavenger hunt with multiple clues along the way. Local businesses got a chance to shine and historic homes opened their doors to Brisbane. It was a time to make new friends, connect with neighbours and make our community even stronger. Brisbane City Council was a major sponsor and an estimated 2,000 people joined in the fun across the 9-hour period. Paddington 4064 goodie bags with generous offers from local retailers were handed out. Free old-school orange Leyland buses shuttled people around the terraces throughout the day. Historical photo displays reminded us of a time gone by, and various vintage markets and pre-loved stores allowed us to fall in love with old items all over again. Live entertainment dotted the terraces and continued into the evening, complemented with food and wine tastings from many local businesses. Girl guides excitedly offered their love Paddo postcards, while others could create pinch pots, bracelets and paintings. Kids were entertained by the disco superhero party and children's book readings. Brisbane Urban Sketchers were out in force, putting pen to paper, sketching the beautiful architecture of the terraces. Guided walking tours were enthusiastically run by local volunteers, and generous residents of historic homes opened their doors as part of Brisbane Open Homes, giving us a sneak peek into their rich tapestry of stories and memories. Even the Brisbane Tramway Museum volunteers were stationed at the site of the old tram facility that sadly burnt down, teaching us about the fire and the phoenix. And lastly, the speaker series held in the community centre, where myself and others told stories about the area. The Paddington Then and Now volunteers are already planning and preparing for their next event, the Paddington Christmas Markets, on Friday the 1st of December. I'd like to thank the Lord Mayor for supporting this wonderful community event in the Paddington Award, and I would also like to mention the 3 volunteers who, without their hard work and passion, this festival would not have happened. Thanks to Kaylee, Kerry and Julie. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkinson. Are there any further? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on protecting wildlife. I know. I don't get the opportunity to stand up and speak very often about protecting wildlife, and Councillor Cunningham's reminded me today that this is something that I care about. I mean, earlier Councillor Cunningham decided that she would attack me for trying to protect a native animal. And I was quite interested by that, because this koala motion is not one that I've got that involved with. I'm happy to support Councillor Griffiths because I think it's a good idea. But earlier today, Councillor Cunningham, who I don't think was here when I was calling for. We wanted an overpass over Fairfield Road for possums, and from memory, I wrote to the CEO about this, so I'm interested in how Councillor Cunningham has got that correspondence. But that's a different issue. I know Councillor Cunningham likes to share things around, but I just thought I would just put on the record the following. In the LNP's estimation, this is how protecting wildlife goes. 1, koalas. Possums, ducks, people. And I'm going to explain this. Koalas, possums, ducks, people. Let's start with the koalas. We know that the LNP think they want to protect koalas. And I note Councillor Whitmy's contribution earlier to the debate about Boundary Road. I don't think Councillor Cunningham supports any kind of fencing or wildlife barriers for koalas in her area at all. In a whole debate about fencing to protect wildlife, she didn't mention fencing once. She did mention me wanting to help preserve wildlife in my ward in Fairfield, but she didn't mention preserving wildlife in her ward at all. So not only do I want to help protect wildlife in her ward, she derides my contribution to protecting wildlife in my ward. Now that is with possums and with ducks. Now she clearly hadn't done, or somebody hadn't done the dirt sheet well enough, because she forgot to mention that I've also pushed very hard to have ducks protected. We have duck colonies along the Brisbane River corridor, and guess where my ward is? It's all along the Brisbane River corridor and Oxley Creek. So I noticed that Councillor Adams, again, was getting some special treatment a few years ago for getting these static koala signs, warning signs, put up around her ward. And I'm like, well, I've been asking for these duck crossing signs to go up in my area and not getting anywhere. So off I go again, saying, look, you've got signs over here, why can't I get signs in Tennyson Ward? Off she goes, bye-bye, Councillor Cunningham, through you, Mr Chairman. Doesn't want to know about what independent councillors do to protect wildlife. So I noticed these signs, and so I wrote to council and said, look, we've got these families of ducks, they cross the road outside the Sherwood Arboretum and down on Hargraves Avenue in Chelmer. Council wrote back going, there's no environmental values to support it. So what did I do? Got the city plan out, said, gee, council, that's the Brisbane River corridor. Maybe the Brisbane River corridor could be considered something of ecological importance to the city. And they said, oh, okay, councillor, we'll maybe do a sign for you. Too late. I'd already gone and done what Councillor Adams had done and put up a corflute myself. The other sign is down in an area also mapped of high biological significance at the Sherwood Arboretum, also in the Brisbane River corridor. So, according to council, ducks crossing into parks and into riverfront land is not of environmental significance. But of course, it's fine, because this LNP administration are happy to put the signs up for koalas. They won't do anything for possums. They didn't want to do anything for ducks, and we know they won't do anything for people. So I just wanted to get the hierarchy straight, and I'm sorry Councillor Cunningham isn't here to hear it, that this is what the LNP thinks. It's koalas, possums, ducks and people. That's how they think wildlife should be protected in this city. To me, that's completely the wrong order, but, you know.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Are there further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on the letters from Education Queensland and the Education Minister, which rejected a motion unanimously endorsed by this council to call for new schools to be built in the growth area of Mackenzie, Rochdale and Burbank. Mr Chair, it is disappointing to see once again the state Labor government is failing our younger generations by ignoring the increasing need for more education infrastructure and is refusing to understand the fact that our city, our region is growing at a faster pace and perhaps beyond their IQ. In the letter, this out-of-touch state Labor government keep referring to so-called cross-sectoral new schools demand mapping from 2019. According to the letter, this Labor government identified there's no need for new schools in this fast-growing area until 2031 to 2041. Mr. Chair, 2019 may not sound that far ago, but if the estimates from 2019 was still accurate, we wouldn't have the housing shortage we are facing today. This state Labor government has failed our residents by not providing the social housing they have promised, and now they want to fail our kids by not providing adequate education infrastructure that is so critical for the future of our children. Mr. Chair, it is beyond disappointing to see the reply from the state Labor government about not building new schools in the growth area. I will keep advocating for the cause, and I seek the support of all councillors in this chamber as better and adequate education infrastructure is in the best interest of all our residents and our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to just speak on one item of general business today, and that is care kits for kids Queensland. they do incredible work and are well regarded right across the community, and I know by all sides of politics. So Care Kits for Kids create care kits for the most vulnerable children right across Queensland. Their reach is incredible. They are providing care kits not only in the southeast corner, but right up to the Cape Peninsula and beyond. And they've been doing this for a number of years. They are powered by their army of volunteers. And last week, Corinne McMillan, the state member for Mansfield, and I jointly put on a thank you morning tea for the amazing volunteers there. And we got to hear stories from a number of people who, they volunteer multiple times a week, whether they're, on the sewing machines, sewing the little hearts that they put in the care kits, or whether they're organising the, many, many generous donations from various collection points right across the community, or taking donations of books and putting those in bags. It is just honestly incredible work, and they are based out of a council lease facility in Camp Hill. Now, I think the reason why Corinne McMillan and I put this morning tea on is it was representative of a few things, and I think it is where they've come from as an organisation and what they're achieving now. So certainly, the Morningside ward is a very important part of Care Kits for Kids' origin story. They started out in Bulimba, at the community centre there, and they've, it's tough to hear that they've grown, but I also love to see that they are able to do such incredible work that really makes a difference to the lives of vulnerable children. So I was there representing, Care Kits for Kids Origins, and Corinne was there as one of the newest collection points that has signed up to do that. So just a very small way of marking our appreciation for everything that this amazing organisation does.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak very briefly on HMS Spey, which is a British patrol vessel that has parked up in Brisbane for the next week.
Cool.
Now, this amazing vessel hasn't been in Brisbane since 1995, and I was very fortunate to be on board yesterday with a few of my colleagues and a few of our members of council, as well as our state and federal members. We were hosted by Lieutenant Commander Bridget McNay, the commander of HMS Spey, as well as the British Consulate General Richard Cowan. And it was a really wonderful experience. So if in the next couple of days you see some sailors here in Brisbane, they are likely to be from HMS Spey. Now, we were taken around by a young officer, George, who had been on board for 12 weeks and was spending his 13th week on board, and then was flying home for 5 weeks. So these officers spend a serious amount of time out at sea, serving obviously the British Navy, but also working together with our Defence Forces here in Australia. And it was really nice to hear about their experience in Australia and what they have been doing and how they have been working very closely with our Defence Forces. So that's a really positive bilateral agreement, obviously, that we have long-standing with our Royal Navy. Yes, I'm sorry. But I did want to obviously acknowledge it was possibly the most unique place on board to be watching England versus Nigeria in the FIFA World Cup. And I was very, very happy to see that England did get up. And I really, as much as I want to see England go a long way, I do fear that they will be facing the Matildas in the quarterfinals. So I think that's where obviously our alliance may end, and we do hope that Sam Kerr and the Matildas do succeed in the quarterfinals. But I just want to put on record my gratitude to the British Consulate General, Richard Cowan, and his staff, particularly Lucy, who hosted us on board yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Go the Matildas. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to acknowledge that it's Homelessness Week. And the theme this week for homelessness is it's time to end homelessness. Today, anyone can be affected by homelessness, which is why it's so important for us to, with respect and support, contribute to ending homelessness, either through personal acts or through acts through this chamber. I acknowledge people that are at risk of homelessness and the kind of stress and anxiety that that brings. I also want to acknowledge all the grassroots and community-based providers of homelessness services across Brisbane. For the Gabba ward, that includes Feeding 101, 4101, West End Community House, various other organisations that do feeding, like community groups on Wednesdays in Banyapa Park. On Sunday, we also have multiple feeding opportunities, and also on Monday nights, we've been delivering food service. So I think it's a good time to reflect on the fact that it is Homelessness Week, and for us to take the time to reflect on how we can work harder, because it is time to end homelessness.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? I see no one rising. I declare the meeting closed.